The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Establish dominance or exact vengeance. Those are the only options left for our teams as they enter the second half of our regular season. But they have a lot more to answer. Sa ano pang paraan matutulungan ng ating unsung heroes ang kani-kanilang mga koponan? Sa hamong itaas ang lakas, kaninong tikas ang mangingibabaw? At paano pa madedevelop ang Philippine meta? Magandang araw, Pilipinas, and hello to everyone who's tuned in to watch the home of the greatest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Today's headline will be between the OG TZ brothers, Flap TZ and Carl TZ, the reunion of the teammates. At sa mga interviews and social media, they can't help but express how much they miss each other. Ayon nga kay Flap, alam daw niya na si Carl TZ hindi makatulog, hindi na makakahintay dahil miss na daw siya. But this reunion will be more than just a catch-up because this will also be a battle for the top seed. Hive, Orcas, this is your Bren Esports versus Echo. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok.
They rise to the challenge and they stay true to their visions. This day, we all need to sell the score, and you all know what I'm talking about. It's Bren Esports and Echo for the battle of the first spot in the standings today. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Wolf. Gentlemen, I had to tell you, this is going to be one heck of a match today.
For sure, and this a lot of people are waiting for this just because it's going to be the battle of the top dogs for the season so far. It's Echo versus Bren. Bren on a win streak, man. And Echo, I have to say, they got back to form.
You know what's really funny? They were walking
Behind us.
past us as we were talking about it. But yeah, this is very exciting because we know that Bren Esports will want to defeat the only team, the single only team that defeated them. Throughout the season.
Yeah, that's true. And as we make the story of today, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM via smart.com.ph/REG now and get 3 gigabytes of data. And as the match today, 3 points is at stake. And as Wolf is saying back there in how he's speculating throughout the match, this is one way of testing and proving themselves because these two teams are on top of the standings.
Yeah, whoever wins here is 100% top dog right now, and that's something you want to carry over and push you through up to week 6.
That's true. And looking at today's schedule, it's Bren versus Echo. We have Omega versus ONIC and Black versus TNC. A triple header for today's match, and it's week number 5. How time flies, Wolf.
Yes, and everybody wants to get into the standings. For example, ONIC wants to get a point for sure against Omega because both of them are actually in dangerous spots, particularly ONIC and TNC. And they will have like very difficult challenges today, I would say.
Well, speaking of challenge, I love that you point out the struggle, the obstacles that we're looking forward today, because some of the teams here are sitting at the bottom, rank 6, rank 7. But on to the first match of the day, this is the 1 and 2 spot in heading into the playoffs. But now, for our headline of the day, there's a lot of things that needs to be broken down. On the interview of Carl TZ, as you mentioned, Wolf, obstacles, threats. Carl TZ named Bren Esports as one obstacle that they needed to face today.
Yeah. Imagine you are facing off against a team that you know if you're Carl TZ, right? And then also they're on a 7-0 win streak.
Yeah, a lot.
I think, it's so. Just thinking about it. It's already like, cracking my head. How did they get past that? And to think that the fact that this could be a total like mechanic battle between two teams. As Carl TZ and Bren is gonna be there, right?
Well, speaking of Carl TZ, can he show how much he misses Flap TZ? The two kids back in Bren Esports, world champs, now they're meeting in a different team, and it's going to be twice meeting at the same time in week number 5. How is the misses a big factor right now in terms of Flap TZ and Carl TZ?
Well, they have to be aware of each other, like where they are mentally, right? That's a big factor.
Yeah, I guess. But knowing that these two teams are like established, I think the mental battle is it's gonna be for sure a problem for sure. But I think that they will be supported by their teammates and their organization, as we saw. But I only brought this up because of yesterday's results, right?
Oh yeah.
Because when Carl TZ said that Mitch, their manager, actually scolded him for not picking, right? So that could be really true.
Well, as you've mentioned, Carl TZ, that's the one thing that he fears. The face of their own manager, Ms. Mitch Liwanag. But now, into translation on how we are doing our player feature of today. Bren Esports, they're on a win streak, and they're also heading into SEA Games, and that's the strength that they needed to reach. And as Carl TZ respects that the threat right now is Echo, as we talked about earlier.
This is very classic Carl TZ, right? He can't really... When you see
Classic
someone's
Carl
ahead of you a little bit, because you're, SEA Games representative. I want to prove you guys wrong. I'm going to prove to you guys that we're better than
It's
you.
like, I'm gonna check up on him, yeah? You want me to check up on this guy? I will.
Go.
I will.
Go
I
ahead.
will. Well, now Flap TZ, he did say that, like Carl said, they want to see our strength, so we will give them a great game next round.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Wholesome.
right.
Very
a
wholesome.
bit of a, well, technically they're still brothers in a way, right?
Yeah.
But as you wanted to see, like, we wanted to give you a best round, and we will give all our strength. As their hashtag goes, Bren lang malakas and Bren only strong, if that translates properly. But this is one match that we're looking after, because in the recent one that they met in week number 1, they 2-0'd Bren Esports.
Yeah, and
See?
like I think you brought this up, right? Echo has been the only team to do this to Bren. And the fact that Bren 2-0'd the team that beat Echo
Yeah.
just last week.
What does that entail, right?
Right?
Exactly. So the rock, paper, scissors, as you're seeing right now, it's RSG defeating Echo, and then Echo defeating Bren defeating RSG. It's literally a rock, paper, scissors thing. And the only thing that I want to say though is that when RSG defeated Echo, it was Echo admitted to their weaknesses. They even mentioned some of the reasons why they lost for that. Now, Echo has woken up. We saw that yesterday against Blacklist International.
Oh yeah, we saw how Yawi answered the interview with Mara on
Exactly.
their winning moment. That it was actually a blessing in disguise that they really had a chance to be defeated by RSG Slate Philippines, and that's one thing that they wanted to polish, because not you gain more than losing. It's especially in MPL Philippines, right?
Yeah, that's big. Actually, you don't want to be the lossless team. That kind of affects mentality. We've seen teams fall from that. So at least they don't have to suffer that same fate.
True. And also, yesterday, we've seen how they're also taking punches in some of the teams. And yesterday, it was a really tight match. But now, as we break down the stories of the day, let's call on our very own Odin. What do you have for us today on the court side? Tell us about it right now.
Thank you, casters. This is your very own Odin na nagbabalik mula sa courtside. Happy weekend, everyone. And speaking of weekend, dito natin kinakaharap ang mga kaibigan natin na namimiss natin. Kaya naman tawagin na natin ang isa sa mga TZ brothers. Carl TZ, tara na dito sa stage. Sabi ni Flap TZ, namimiss mo na daw siya. Nakikita natin yung mga post, tapos sinasabi din niya sa post-match interview. Miss mo na nga ba siya? Ano masasabi mo doon?
Lahat naman po sila miss ko na yun, siya lang hindi.
Siya lang hindi. So, hindi pala. Sabi niya, hindi ka raw nakakatulog
Joke lang. Miss ko na yan.
Nakakatulog ka pa ba para sa match-up niya na to?
Hindi po, excited na rin po ako siya makalaban ulit.
Ayan, excited ka na makalaban si Flap TZ. Halika na, Flap TZ. Ngayon, nagharap ulit kayo, no? Sabi mo sa post-match interview na bibigyan mo ng magandang laban ngayon si Carl TZ. Paano mo mabibigay yung magandang laban na yun?
Di ko ma-explain eh. Tignan na lang natin mamaya.
Titingnan na lang daw mamaya. Tanong ko na lang sa'yo, gusto mo bang umabot ng Game 3 o gusto mong ma-sweep?
Depende kay God.
Depende kay Carl. So, depende na lang sa inyong dalawa kung sino magpapatagal. Ano naman message mo para kay Flap? Kaharap mo. Ayan. Tingnan mo si Flap.
Good luck sa atin, Flap. Gawin natin parehas.
Ano naman message mo kay Carl TZ?
Ayun, nagkaharap na ulit tayo. Gusto ko lang sabihin na good luck sa ating dalawa. Alam mo namang miss mo na ako, pre.
Uy, wag naman kiss! Pwede bang hug na lang? Hug na lang, hug! Ang saya niya sa mga ganyan, Ayan, ang message nyo na lang sa mga orcas.
Sa mga fans po namin, thank you so much support sa amin. Patuloy niyo kami supportan.
Message mo naman sa inyong mga fans.
Sa mga pumunta, thank you po. Gagalingan po namin.
Thank you so much, TZ Brothers. Yan, at marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng Bren Esports versus Echo. Balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. From that interview, I'm going to be needing a hug from you two after this match, right?
Yeah.
So how the rivalry goes,
Group hug.
there's nothing much change between Carl TZ and Flap TZ. Brothers still remain. Let's just give everything our all in this match.
Man, can you imagine how it happened? Because there were a lot of like stories between like these two brothers. Obviously, we saw the comeback from Carl TZ already, as they have gained their championship. But you remember right after their championship, it wasn't very successful of a run from the members of Bren Esports. That includes Carl TZ as well as Flap TZ. So what happened was there were a lot of changes. They were underperforming, and now Carl TZ have found himself back in the world champion and then was able to take it. Now Flap TZ, it is now his turn for mounting his comeback. There were a lot of talks about his performance in the MPL season 9 and 10 and how he had to go through a lot so that when he comes to season 11, he's going to be in top shape. And I believe that he has already overcome that. Now, he just needs to prove that he is going to be consistent in MPL season 11.
That's an interesting point, right? Because if you're in the position of Flap TZ, you see that Carl was super consistent getting championships. You kind of want to prove to other people that I didn't get carried.
Yep.
I didn't get carried. I can do this as well.
I'm not a passenger.
Yeah. We both carry ourselves all to greatness because in Bren Esports, back in Season 10, they fall in short from the playoffs. Now, I believe both teams are ready. Bren Esports and Echo, let's welcome them on stage with their opening entrance.
Their motivation to defy the odds is what gave him a sweet spot on top. Will they be able to tame the Orcas with their sting to take back a win? Bees, it's time to suit up. It's Bren Esports! Coming back from a series win, their determination to push forward is greater than ever. Can they do it once more to overcome their biggest threat? Start the beat of your drums. It's Echo! Their coaches walking hand in hand, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Ducky. It's Echo versus Bren Esports. The battle is on for the top spot.
Man, I gotta tell you, this players from Bren Esports, they make a buzz, and now they want to do it one more time against Echo.
Yeah, no lack of camaraderie, not only between the players, but as well as the coaches. I think that Bren Esports just has a better mentality here, coming in from a string of victories that really proved a lot of doubters wrong.
Yeah, and one thing that I noticed, just realized today, is that the top two teams that we have here in MPL-PH, Season 11, have one thing in common. They do not change their players. They have developed and already have found their chemistry. They found the right mixture. 100% games played for all of the members of Bren Esports, and I reckon that will be true for Echo upcoming right now. These two teams have been on top and dominating in the scene because of the fact that they have found the right mixture and the right chemistry that they should have to win games.
Yeah, that's the right mix of honey. How you create it back in the hive. Now it's Echo, same lineup as well. No changes back and still in their championship M4 form for this match.
Yeah, if you think about it, that's the way that Bren's been doing it since like how many seasons now? The same lineup for almost 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is Echo. At least, even though they have a little bit of a newer roster compared to Bren, I would say that they've proven themselves over and over again. This time around, every single laner just dominates, right?
Yeah.
That's the Echo standard.
Yeah, we talked about earlier, like everybody makes all of the carry back on how they want the team to ascend on top of the charts. Now, team head-to-head, not that much big of a difference. It's all 18 games played. The same thing. They just need to sell the score today.
Wow, look at this. Lapu-Lapu priority as well as the glue. 5 times for both the Lapu-Lapu, and then, of course, 7 times for that glue. The only change is that Echo will prioritize the Fredrin over the Valentina. When it comes to the stats, you can see very dominant performances from both teams. When it comes to like every single stat, that's Bren Esports. The reason why they were dominant is because they are securing all of these objectives. Look at that. It's a very blue graph.
I like it when
Balance.
graphs become very balanced like this because you
Yeah.
know that they have they're very disciplined in every aspect of the game, not just in team fighting, not just in 1v1 skirmishes. Overall, objectives, towers, that's
right.
interesting.
Yeah, and that's how you check your stats after you finish one single-player game, that you manage all to set the expectations on how you wanted to create a good character development for yourself. Because there's one thing that also that we're trying to look at is there was one interview that Coach Ducky mentioned that almost few said that he almost lost the love for the game, and now they're back on their prime winning form, and also
11 seasons.
in 11 seasons.
11
You're
seasons
a witness.
of
You guys are witness to this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you for pointing that
We
out.
appreciate
My
that.
God.
But yeah, season in, season out,
You're historians.
it's actually a real achievement.
Yeah.
I think he's the only one who can say that.
Yeah,
Right?
actively. Like Yelly Hayes, unfortunately, is still part of 11 seasons.
He's still here,
but
but
he's hasn't played for MPL-PH season 11.
Mhm.
So technically speaking, just when we are like talking about like actually playing every season, is few.
Okay, so
The GOAT. I mean,
GOAT.
the code.
it
maybe.
changes.
Not
it
yet.
grows.
He's I call him the man of 1,000 moves because of how good he is with the Valentina. So that's one.
1,000. Okay, we should also call him possibly a man for all seasons. with
The man for all seasons.
Yeah,
That's
the man for all seasons, ladies and gentlemen. But now let's break it down to our keys to victory. Midnight, what do you have for us today for this match?
is a clash between the top two teams of the league. Medyo mainit ang kanilang laban, pero ito ang kailangang gawin upang manalo dito sa bakbakan. Ito ang keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix. Now for Bren Esports, don't get trapped in the ecosystem. Tulad ka na nabanggit natin kanina, yung aggression and yung teamfight prowess ng Echo ay nagkakaroon na ng conversion around objectives and of course, yung mga Turtle and Lord fight. So hindi pwedeng matrap ang Bren Esports dito. Kapag nakakita sila ng commitment, kailangan nila isipin na pwedeng mag-commit ang Echo pagdating sa mga teamfights and kailangan nilang tignan kung paano nga ba sisimulan ng Echo ang laban. Now, for Echo naman, eyes on Ogwen, but don't forget about Few. Tulad na nabanggit ni Manjin kanina, parang may mga bago nang lumalabas dito for Bren Esports, especially on Ogwen kapag gamit niya ang mga itlog or ang digi. And of course, yung mga setter heroes na tumatapat din sa initiation prowess ni Yawi. And hindi nila pwedeng kalimutan si Few na kahit pa medyo matanda na, ay nakikita natin yung veteran experience and nakikita natin yung disiplina and of course yung patience pagdating sa mga teamfights. Na doon pa rin yung mechanical prowess and of course yung IQ pagdating sa game. Napakalupit pa rin ang kanilang mga positioning. Now for both teams, be careful with trades. For Bren Esports, hindi pwedeng basta laban lang na laban kasi alam naman natin ang tapat nila dito ay ang BDK or ang Backdoor Kings. And for Echo naman, hindi naman nila pwedeng bigyan ng momentum basta-basta ang Bren Esports dahil nakita na natin na talagang dominating sila kapag nakakuha sila ng early game space. Yan ang ating keys to victory. Now casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. We were talking about earlier on how Few is going with his character development and is gaining back his own Prime 4 in Bren Esports. And keys to victory number 2, eyes on Ogwen, but don't forget Few. How is this a threat right now for Echo?
You gotta have separate eyes when you look at that one. My goodness. We can't stress this enough. Few and Ogwen, their chemistry, the way that they're moving around the map when they are together or even when they are apart, the way that they rotated around, it's actually really good to study. If you want to learn how to play position 4 and 5, you look at both Echo and Bren Esports, but particularly for Bren Esports, when you're looking for setup tanks for Ogwen, and of course Few with his masterful ways on how to win games even when you're down. He's just very crafty as a mid laner now.
Yeah, that's true. I think what comes to mind whenever I think about that, Few on a Valentina with a counter Numenon Blast, that's basically like 2 tanks that you have to think about, 2 setters have to think about when Few gets a hold of that Valentina. So I think that's definitely bannable in this series, right?
Yeah, Valentina. We're talking about meta heroes right now, Rockhard. So there's a bit of a shift on how Echo play with this because back in their game in week number 1 against Bren Esports, Carl TZ used the Fredrin and also the Ling. Could we expect something more with this, Wolf?
I think so. You want to target for sure the Valentina, but you also want to think about the... honestly, there's a lot of things that you have to think about.
With this kind of team, their book is like how many pages?
Here's the thing. I think that the almost sure bans here will be more like a Diggy. I think Valentina is more of a hero that you will open up so that you can get it.
Yeah.
And so you are left with these OP heroes like the Kaja, for example. Diggy, for both of these teams, have been elevated to a point where they are OP. But Diggy is not the strongest hero, right? It's just Diggy, but the way that they're playing it, right? So I think that will be the case. Like, only ban the OP heroes, and then leave everything open because you want to get it away from your opponents.
Oh, true,
Yeah.
true. It's the OP heroes. None of these two teams can go. It could be very, very dangerous. Now, look at the player head-to-head. Kyle TZ and Carl TZ. Back on how we prepared it on Season 10. The passing of the TZ Blade, as Wolf said, or Kylarian Steel, whatever you call it. But how is this for the KD of the growth of Kyle TZ from Season 10 to now?
Actually, this is one of the most interesting, the things I'm actually looking forward to personally because you got to prove yourself. I think obviously Kyle TZ has proven himself, but you know, you have to out-retry the GOAT.
Oh.
That's my challenge to Kyle TZ, right? If you can do that, you've gotten to a point where you can say you're pretty much equals.
Man.
That's very important.
What is it with junglers and the letter K, right? Kyle, Carl.
Oh, right.
If you look at MPL Indonesia, do you know that the best jungler and best player right now when it comes to performance is also Kyrie?
It's a K.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
So what's that? Do we change our names?
I
You're a
mean-
car. You're a car.
I want to be KSX.
Yeah.
KSX.
KSX.
I personally, I have a very good retribution percentage, so
Yeah.
Whoa.
I can.
You
agree.
don't know, guys, but back in his prime, Mr. Carlto himself is is battling toe-to-toe with pro players. I remember back in MPL Season 1, you do queue up against pro players.
Wow.
That's
So-
very true, by the way. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
I'm not making this up. Rockhart is actually a top player before.
A few thousand games. I actually played Leomord jungle before anyone played
See?
Leomord jungle.
I
so-
think it's time you bring it back since how few is going back to the scene. I think you need to be back on your own form.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna
Carlo
work
Rockhart.
about that. I'm gonna work on that. But look at their previous matches.
Look
It's
at this.
so cool.
This is what I'm talking about. An 0-2 back in week 1, and this was their lineup. This was their draft. So how is this now? Is this a
Yeah.
great basis on how to counter Bren Esports now, Wolf?
Absolutely not, because this is only because of the fact that teams back in MPL season, in week number 1, thought that Nathan was good. That's honestly. Nathan Edith, look at this. Look at this composition, almost the same, right?
Yeah.
And it's true. Not only in MPL Philippines, also in MPL Indonesia, which also coincided with week number 1. Teams are actually considering Nathan to be a good marksman hero back then. Unfortunately, wasn't. So now, to answer your question, is this a good judgment of how Bren Esports will perform against Echo? Absolutely not. Because this time, I think that they will not be trying out heroes. They're going to be using their actual composition.
I have a question about that though. Was this pre-nerf, pre-buff Nathan?
No, this was post-buff.
Post-buff
Nathan.
already?
Post, yeah.
So
So yeah, teams actually thought that it will be a good hero, but it turns out it wasn't. It was good in scrims and it was good in like ranked games.
and rank games, yeah.
But in
Yeah.
when you get targeted down, like what happened previously, it wasn't.
Well, don't get me started about the rank games and bans and picks because it becomes deadlier even for me. But for the drafting right now, let's trim it down. What's going to be the OP heroes? What's going to be the choices of Echo? Now they're on to the red side, but on the first pick, it's Bren Esports that has the opportunity to secure what they really want in the first phase.
Okay, so that means to answer your question, I think Fredrin still is going to be considered here by Bren Esports, but they may give it away. I don't think that the Valentina will be banned though. It may even be like a third banned Diggy for Echo, but that means that the Joy will be open up for Bren Esports.
Oh, yes.
And
yes.
it's funny because Echo's actually the ones who might like to pick up the Joy just because of his proficiency, and
Yeah.
that's going to actually enable Sanford to really dominate that lane.
Yeah.
And that's a very important lane, right? That XP lane. You saw the
100%.
Lapu-Lapu common heroes, the glue common heroes.
Yeah.
That's one of the ways that you can work around that.
Yeah, and the Joy is one heck of a way to do it. And by the hands of Sanford, man, this is one thing that they need to do. But no, since Bren Esports' first pick, they're securing it now. They're pushing something out.
Here's the Val.
Valentina.
Oh, no!
Fredrin.
Fredrin!
How is this for Bren?
Okay, that's a snatch for sure. It's still an open pick. We know that Flap TZ can pick it up. I feel like Super Marco. Oh, sorry. Kyle TZ does not play the Fredrin as much.
Yep.
So typical answers from Echo is the Farsa, but knowing that the Valentina is open, they might consider that instead.
Deny,
So,
right?
deny pick.
Yeah.
So this could be a Lapu-Lapu plus the Valentina.
Here's the
Oh.
Lapu. And
Farsa.
Farsa.
Farsa, okay.
Talk about it.
Like in exams, right? Your
Yeah.
first instinct is usually the right
Yeah,
answer.
that's true.
That's exactly what happened to Wolf right there.
and how we even look back on the draft of Echo, it's always been XP lane and the mid lane, and they're letting out the Valentina. How prepared are they right now for Bren?
They should be really prepared about this. Maybe Diggy is also open.
Oh yes.
So, but instead they will go Claude. So this is Claude Valentina, I would reckon, for Bren Esports.
That's a lot of confidence
Fairness,
coming in
okay.
from.
Wow.
Okay.
They're letting out a Diggy. They're letting out the Diggy for Echo. Will they take it?
They're
No.
no. This is
Straight
fun.
How is Carl T's Lancelot's win rate right now?
I have
Two
to
out
say.
of 2 out of 2.
2 out of 2.
Yeah, it's 100%.
This is interesting.
Just how interesting that the camera managed to zoom it over to Coach Ducky's face, and yeah, I know how Carl T's works, but he's doing it on a tank build.
It feels like a statement, right? I don't know, as I was watching yesterday as well, I feel like this is a statement from Carl TZ that, all right, guys, this is what you want, right? You want the quote-unquote boring gameplay. I'm going to show
I'm gonna
this
show
to you.
you, but I'm gonna flare it up. I'm gonna be better at it. Right? I'm gonna be showing you how it's done. Oh my goodness. So marksmen will be the target for Bren Esports, while Echo, I'm still considering banning out the Diggy. Because I think that for me, before the MPL started, one of my OP combos, at least from my perspective, is the Faramis plus Fredrin, just because of how strong it could be, like when it comes to engage damage and a lot of sustain. And then you combo it up with a Diggy. You make a hybrid version of Aulus Diggy before. You remember that? The Aulus Diggy, very strong combo.
Man.
It's like you recreated, but with stuns this time. So, as
As
expected.
usual,
Going to the
of course, Wolf would get it right.
Yeah, he has
He knows it.
that's the
He
climb
knows his
record.
stuff.
He's on a record. He has a goal. Now, dig with the Diggy out. Okay.
So this is a marksman ban, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay.
I think you ban Melissa or the carry. Oh,
Beatrix.
Okay.
All right.
They're going out of a different scenario here for Bren Esports. So since they don't have oh, look at that.
Echo.
By
5
some
Echo
chance.
fans.
5
Echo fans. That's one way to put it.
Yeah. 5 Echo
5
fans.
Echo fans.
Pictionary.
It's perfect.
Well done.
That's beautiful.
That is perfect.
Whoever made that, you're a goat.
Yep. You're
Genius.
goated right now.
Goated.
Well,
Oh, Valentina looks real good for Bren Esports.
Do it.
You can take the Numinum Blast, you can take the Farsa Feathered Airstrike. Then, well, it kind of forces you to pick up the Faramis on your support, though.
yes.
So maybe, actually, the Kadira is open for Bren Esports.
Yeah, don't have a jungler yet, but yes.
That's great disruption because it also enables backline access to that Farsa, as well as kind of dodging the Lancelot.
We'll go Grok this time instead.
Oh man, I will really like Valentina.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good option. Let's see how Bren Esports managed to take this. Hayabusa instead.
Knew it.
They're letting out a Valentina. Okay.
I actually felt this happen
Oh.
because once Carl Teasy issued the challenge, Carl Teasy has to answer,
Yeah.
right? Assassin versus assassin.
Do you
I
pick
love
up the Harith
these
this time for Echo? There's no hard lockdown coming up from Bren Esports. Yeah, surely you have the Wild Charge, but if you get the Purify on Benny Cutie on the Harith, it'll be a very, very strong composition. But they're hovering onto the Melissa, so it seems.
It is.
Yeah.
And we did say that it should be a ban instead. So, they pick up the Beatrix as the ban, so it leaves off in the Melissa. So what's strong about the Melissa is that it actually answers the Faramis, because as Faramis you want to group up together, and surely Melissa wants to fight against that.
Yeah.
But
Melissa
okay.
basically challenges them to, okay, go ahead, group up.
That's right.
Looking at Echo, they say, we love a challenge.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it.
For sure.
And Valentina, not even banned by a single one, not even picked. This is one thing that they're trying to see, like, no matter how they don't want to share it on to their drafting, they know, okay, go ahead and just do what you need to do. But look at our smart
for
talent.
the first time.
Predictions.
We have a split.
For the first time, a split.
3-3.
For the first time.
Interesting. All right.
Okay,
Let's toss a
okay.
coin then.
It's one match that we need to look out for because, again, this is a battle for the top spot. Two teams are sitting at rank 1 and 2. So be sure to check out the Smart Power prediction because at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S11. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the poll. But in this game, who do we need to keep an eye for, Rockhard and Wolf?
There's a lot, all right? So, for example, the Claude is going to be there. It's hard to keep their eyes locked on the Claude for sure because they're going to be keeping they're going to be keeping that farmed. You also have to think about the Hayabusa. For Echo, though, what you will notice about their composition right now is that they have a big and a massive early and mid-game spike with both the Melissa and the Lancelot. Well, for Bren Esports, they will heavily depend on the late game. Surely the Fredrin, which, by the way, picked up the tenacity. I like it. Maybe I'll talk about it later when you have time. But essentially, it's a cannon fodder against the Echo. Then you have Hayabusa and the Claude, which are both item dependent. So early to mid, Echo, late game, Bren Esports.
There's a window for the Augurs to take, and that's your power predictions. Go ahead, you know what to do. But going back on how Wolf is placing the power spikes of Bren Esports and Echo, you have early game. But for Bren Esports right now, so are we more expecting more of a cautious way to answer this early game effect? But knowing Echo, they rotate so fast, and having the Lancelot in the hands of Carl Teasy, they're going to actually have a way of pushing them forward.
It was actually beautifully put, right? I love that you put it to how Wolf and Anna broke that down was perfect because they got to play the late game, and Fredrin on the tenacity is almost unkillable because you know you're going to get your HP back.
Yeah, and you have the Faramis, right? When he pops the Cult Altar, let's say you put the Fredrin so low, pop the Cult Altar, use your Praises Strat, hit on 1 or 2 people, all of a sudden after the Cult Altar, you're already full HP once again. Then your skills are already cooled down. You can fight once again. Tenacity makes it so difficult to be killed in the late game, so this is a very smart move coming up from Bren Esports.
Yeah, with the damage of how Echo has right now, what
here we go.
Bren Esports needs is a bottomless Iced Tea to regain their HP. Now, they want to answer early game. First turtle, who's this?
Oh, okay.
What? Flapteasy got it. I don't know how. I don't know why. But it worked so well for them. They will be under the Cult Altar, so there's not many casualties yet. But Echo is working on that. They know they have that mid-game, early-game spike, and they're trying to maximize it. They're trying to milk it. But Bren, they're able to get out with just 1 death.
No way. No way, Flap. The Fredrin with tenacity stole that. Might have used the ultimate for that, but man, Curtis, he really, he mistimed it.
Yeah,
That's the only thing that I can say about that. There's no reason Flapteasy will be able to steal that.
Well, this is how Bren Esports defies impossible, as how Echo, right, the apex predator, right, on our screens. But going back on how Carl TZ has a headline yesterday, that all hail the Retri God up against Blacklist International. This is just mastery of Bren Esports that they wanted to do up against Echo. Okay.
It's funny because it's your brother taking taking the retry right after you made that announcement. But anyway, yeah, not even having retry. I think that was just a Praiser's Rat damage. It was difficult because of the chaos, right? There's so much chaos on that turtle. And that's what Brent's trying to do.
Sometimes what you do as a... okay.
Oh, Yawi committed that flicker.
Wow.
Didn't really have much of a return, and his other teammates were in position. So maybe that was just a little bit of a warning shot. You never know, right?
Yeah, they could be pressuring something out of Bren Esports. After all, the resources is so high early game that they needed to actually prevent it or preserve it to cross the bridge into the mid game. So maybe that explains why Yawi wanted to force something out.
Yeah, try to threaten it.
By the way, quietly, Super Marco is leading over Benny Cutie by 500 gold. In fact.
All right.
Okay.
So at this point, that is actually a sustainable lead. So this is we did not see it happen. We cannot follow that for sure because we're looking at the other part of the map. But knowing that the Claude is having a better time than the Melissa, that's actually great news for Bren Esports.
Yeah, because if you don't play a Melissa, Melissa's very good at poking in the early game, right? So normally you should have the advantage.
For sure.
Well,
Look at them.
advantage.
Use the Grok up top.
Yeah, Grok's on top. Of course, Kyle TZ will also get the turtle. It's a statement. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
What a retribution showdown right there, right?
My God, this is massive for Bren Esports. Them winning the early stages and knowing that Echo is actually a team that relies heavily on winning the early game. This is going to be so important for Bren Esports. They can really chill for now. And we were talking about how they were using the Grok. Instead of like forcing on these objectives, Bren Esports just gambles the turtle because they know that if they win the gold lane matchup, they're going to be A-OK. Ogwin is using this Guardian's Barrier to win the lane versus Benicuri. And you can see already, Claude, 3.9k. Melissa, 2.9k. That's a big difference.
Yeah. Ogwen's really passive-aggressive, you know? Like like you have a girlfriend who's just like, yeah, fine. Low-key. I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
I'm fine with it, yeah.
I'm fine with this.
I
Go
am
ahead.
Not gonna supplement that conversation. I don't want to get in trouble, Rockhart. Sorry.
But yeah, that's what Bren's doing with these walls. It's forcing
Yawi.
Echo to move like this. Look at that. They almost took down Yawi without anything explosive happening on the map.
Well, speaking of happenings on the map, Super Marco just gained a push up top on the first turn of Echo. First keys to victory. Don't get trapped in the Echo system, but slowly they're answering it.
Yep. The ecosystem answer is maybe make a lot of noise, because,
Make a lot of buzz.
Yeah, that's how you mess up echolocation.
They're bees, yeah.
Noise everywhere. Buzzing
Right.
everywhere, right?
That's actually very true. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's scientifically correct, right?
Yeah, right,
That
right,
should
right.
be scientifically correct.
Yeah.
I think so.
They're the bees. They have the hive. They have a good suit. So,
Yep.
and going back on how Bren Esports is on the lead, they're kind of being wary of the possibility because Echo needs to get their eyes on Ogwen and Few. And as you guys mentioned, Ogwen is becoming a problem on even on the laning stage. Oh,
Oh, look at this, Kyle TZ! No assistance necessary as they take out a very key member of Echo under the turret, by the way. Oh my goodness, and Carl
no.
TZ, he can't even get near the turtle. He's getting harassed so much by Super Marco, and he gets taken out by Few. Oh my goodness, and now Bren, with the turtle buff in hand, will go and attack the two remaining members of Echo. And Sanford has to make a run for it. That's basically a free for none here for Bren, plus a turtle to boot.
Carl TZ missed the ultimate. He bumped into
the Grok wall.
The Grok wall. Was it the Grok wall or was it just the wall of the Lord Pit? But nevertheless, he missed badly, and that gave so much to Super Marco. Was put very low after the fact, and he didn't have enough ways to puncture himself out of that. Few was the one to take the kill, but you know already that that's because of Super Marco, and because of this, Bren are sitting comfortably with a 3K gold lead.
yeah, and also how Bren. Oh, something's happening.
Oh, look at that, Super Marco. He's more confident
Oh,
of
there
who
it
to
is.
play in Echo. Sorry, Ogwen rather, with the flourish, cleaning it up.
That's a wall
That's a wall, bro.
bumping you and following you. That hurt.
Grok is one of the heroes that do not care about the go away. And now Echo, once more, being forced out of a lot of their skills with Flap TZ in front.
Few still has the Cult Altar, so there's severe lack of damage now for Echo. Just because of the fact that Bren Esports have already amassed the lead. Look at that. Dominance Ice and Molten Essence for Flap TZ with the Faramis Ultimate and the Tenacity. They couldn't even break the barrier of the Fredrin this time. Very smart move coming out from Bren Esports. And it really looks like they have definitely prepared against Echo.
And also, with the damage that Bren Esports has, with the hard time that they gave to Echo, they need more damage to penetrate the lines of Bren right now. Almost 5K gold lead. And how Ogwen manages to keep everybody in a small border really is a hard time for Yahoo to take one or a good set against Bren Esports.
I have to say, Bren, they're doing this so cleanly against the world champions. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this.
Oh,
Because, yeah, they should have the advantage, right? Echo should have the advantage.
That's really what baffles me, because it's because of the fact that Echo is not playing well. Bren Esports is very on point. Everybody is on point on Bren Esports, while Echo just missing their shots. Yawi not hitting the mark. Benicute not activated yet. Carl TZ missing an ultimate for Lancelot. That's unheard of.
Well,
He's the Lance God.
well,
Exactly.
could be they're struggling from early game and approaching to mid game. They need to cross the bridge into late game. There's a lot of layers that they needed to answer. But how will they manage to get through the damage? And just by doing some Bren, we're doing it cleanly.
Oh, look at that. That was the
Happening.
signal. He missed the wild charge, and that's a signal for Echo to go non-stop. Can the Echo Express catch up, though, as Benicute got taken out on the bottom side? Free man knock up from the Lord, and Carl TZ will secure that Lord. But will it be enough? Apparently not. The trade is the 4 lives of the members of Echo.
Still, Bren Esports winning that trade.
This might actually be endable.
Endable. Endable, yeah.
Are they
Sanji
can tank
doesn't
this.
have the ultimate.
Oh, no.
Sanji doesn't have the ultimate.
And Bren knows this. They know it for sure. The Lord will save
Oh,
the defense, though.
That was so crucial.
I forgot about the Lord, too.
Exactly. I forgot about that too.
Yeah, you say, hey, you forgot about me. I can still push forward against Bren Esports. But it's just small buy time. With the window now of Echo, can they still have a chance against Bren Esports?
Maybe if Carl TZ does it again, yeah, sure. But that is
Can't
so
touch me.
difficult to do.
Nah, nah, nah,
MC Kyle
Nah.
TZ,
nah, nah.
you can't touch him. Right?
Man,
Least that.
he now holds the TZ blade. And it seems like Carl TZ has been nerfed because of that. Surely there are champions. But the namesake of House of Bren, the blade that he needs all, the ancestral sword of this house, still is held by Kyle TZ.
Well, with that being said, the TZ Blade, how do you defeat with a right-born pure Kylarian steel. We're talking about damage from Echo. Who can actually do it? Because for one thing that we're seeing here is the needles of Melissa or Benny Q. They can even get through the damage because Sustain, if Sustain is concerned, they have everything on check.
Yeah, I don't think there's even a way for them to poison those needles at all.
Yeah. They need the storm to break down the house of Bren. A massive storm.
Well, will
They need
that
that.
storm follow through when the time they need it the most? Look at how Bren Esports pushing in. And they have 3 turrets remaining for their base, and they can barely get out.
This is too clean. This is unbelievably clean, actually, for Bren Esports. And a good test for them is if they can consistently do this, right? Because maybe this might be an outdraft, but we're not even done yet. But the fact that you can manhandle the world champions like this across the map, that's saying something.
You know, look at the players going. Super Marco and Kyle Teasy. We have 3 members still climbing up. Looks like a good early game start for Bren Esports.
A massive early game, in fact. Kind of thinking of ways for Echo to come back, and even that, Ogwin, look at this.
Road trip.
Look at that maneuver.
Oh.
Road trip.
My God, Ogwin is just outplaying Echo right now.
That sounds like a small thing, but you held Carl Teasy there for like 30 seconds.
Exactly.
That's massive. That's a denial.
They need to have eyes on Ogwin.
Kartisi doesn't want to use the. Oh my God,
He did.
Oh,
he was stolen. He didn't want to use the retribution because the Lord is happening, and Ogwin just timed it perfectly.
He forced it.
The tank Lancelot is not as good as the damage Lancelot when it comes to dealing with creeps, and Ogwin just stole the orange buff away from Kartisi.
In his face.
man.
My God,
Oh, man. I don't know. It's going to be a hard road to climb here for Echo.
absolutely.
But what's the call?
What's the call here? We'll have to wait and see. Carl TC did use up a lot of his skills around here. Even the
Sanford low.
last hit. It's going to be very difficult here for him to do. Yaoi being boxed in. The rest of Echo, they're very determined to just let this go. Maybe just send Carl TZ to try to go for a steal, but he will be pulled in by the energy eruption and forced back by the Guardian's Barrier.
The peel is too high right now against Bren Esports. No contest. Echoes let it through. Those 2 people peel from Echo Esports. How's the damage of Bren Esports right now? And they have a push.
Oh my God, I don't know how to answer that question because Melissa is not that good when it comes to defending if she is like behind when it comes to the gold because she cannot stay in front. You don't have like actual burst to clear. And even Krautisi is struggling to keep this up.
Oh.
Okay,
look at that.
Thanks a lot.
The 1v1 that we've been waiting for.
Oh.
It's Kyle versus Carl. He's chasing him and takes him out. And now the rest of Bren, they're walking up straight into the mid. Beautiful Cold Altar keeps everyone alive, but Flap Teasy will not be there for long. There is still some damage coming in from Echo. Chasing up some members. View with a beautiful pullback there from the Faramis and cleaning up Yaoi just like that. Style points everywhere here for every member of Bren. But look at that. The storm just cannot be contained. You can't keep doing this to these guys.
Okay, 2 things. First, Kyle TZ outplaying the Lancelot, knowing that he has the damage. And the real outplay was when he popped the quad shadow, like 2 of the corners of the shadow made Kyle TZ in between. So what he wanted to achieve there was to pop the shuriken from the left side, transfer to the right so that in the middle, no matter what happens, Kyle TZ will be hit by the retraction of the shurikens. I think that was so smart.
Wow, thank you for beautifully breaking it down. Just imagine how the mastery of Kyle Teasy has grown. Hayabusa in his hands.
That's a rare sight to see, you know, someone being able to do that against a Lancelot of all heroes.
And that's Carl Teasy, man.
And that's the Lancelot guy. The guy that you do it.
Oh man.
The guy that you learn Lancelot from.
I'm pretty sure Carl TZ is like, his hands are going to be very itchy to sell all of his items and just commit for the damage build. Because I'm pretty sure that if he had enough damage back then,
That would have been, would have been fair, right?
be a fair fight. But unfortunately, the tanks a lot cannot. Nobody can survive. Even tanks cannot survive. Like even legit tanks cannot survive a shadow kill. So, you know.
It's surprising that he survived that long in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
he still managed to pull it through. But in Echo, we're talking about Carl TZ lacking the damage. Who's the winning condition now of the Orcas? Who's the damage that they can rely on?
We saw that. It's Benny, right?
Benny Cutie, right?
Oh, badly need the Typhoon, the Storm.
They need to activate him if they want to make this win. Because as the wave clear is concerned, can they still make it through? Because we're looking at the freeze lane right now, and there's only 1 second, and we have the Lord back up.
I think the name of the game is just keep Benny alive, and you guys can have a fighting chance.
Yeah.
It's a difficult thing to do, obviously with a Hayabusa, but it's your best shot.
Yawi's so far away. Wants to go for the conceal play, complete wraparound, is fishing for where the Hayabusa will be.
Ooh, okay.
But look at this, the Lord is actually very low. Nobody from Echo actually spots this out.
They don't know.
They don't know about
They're
this.
letting it go.
They
Oh,
don't know.
man, they don't know, and it's just like that taken by Bren Esports, getting that, pumping that goal lead to almost 10,000.
Man, by just looking at how Ogwin manages to push away everybody, well, mentally, how would you even take a peek? There's so much to worry about Bren Esports right now. They have a push, and they're lacking, and Echo is lacking that firepower to give reinforcement.
It's actually very difficult for them to win mid to late game fights because their only crowd control option, basically Yawi, he wasn't even in the he wasn't even joining, right? He was like scouting, and there's no one else who can do that.
Well, let's see how Bren Esports does this now in the base.
Yeah, Flop-T seems to be very happy to soak in all that damage coming in from Sanford, and Sanford, he's half, he's low. Lord will get taken out. Bren trying to see if they can get something done. Sanji gonna fly in, getting that regen from the base.
Oh, they don't know
there's
Shadow!
They got the Hayabusa, just like that. We're seeing signs of life here from Echo. The flicker from Yaoi gets answered by Flap. Ogwin not gonna be able to get locked in by this Grok.
The crucial takedown of Echo against Kyle TZ. He flickered in. Didn't waste any chance to even have a single blink.
Okay, so this is the win condition item. Winter Truncheon. Available in Sanji. I think that everybody from Echo, it's worth it to go for that item. That
Oh!
Super Marco.
So you're talking about here, Super Marco, the Blazing Duet. Where is the position of the Dexter? It's actually very nicely done. He's able to get out just in time before he goes down. And that kind of equalizes the game once more. Well, I would say equal in map control, but obviously 7.8k goal lead still for Bren Esports.
It's the defense checking right now for Echo Wolf. How are they doing right now?
They had to rely on the fact that Bren Esports can overextend. So they at least did a great job with that. I wonder if Bren Esports will repeat that. Surely Kyle TZ will not let that happen.
Surely.
I don't think that, well, you know, he's still a kid, so it might be bad overreactions, but, you know, I'm pretty sure that under the leadership of you, they will not let that happen.
They have a big brother on their
sure.
side. Oh,
Have to wait and see, though. Again, it's just Bren trying to make pickoffs happen, and somehow they are getting the team fights in their favor still. But right now, Echo slowly climbing back. They take care of the big guy in front. That's Flap going down.
well,
What is happening for Bren Esports?
are they losing the grip of the rope right now,
Well,
Wolf?
they did take out the inhibitor turret top lane. So at least that's a trade-off, but I think that they're being overly aggressive. In fact, Ogwin into the backlines, it's a very nice initiation at back. But actually, because of his positioning, Kartisi had a free puncture to get out. Because as he was backing out, there was, oh, okay, the Grok is behind. Okay, sure, thank you for the puncture.
It's impressive that even in the chaos, Carl Teasy can still find things like that, right?
Just imagine
That's
being
cool.
pressured, right? Oh, being pressured, and most of the time, how do you remain calm? Grace under pressure. Kyle TZ, the GOAT, still managed to pull through
Well,
and hold the line.
They're world champions, so I'm sure it's part of the job, right? It's part of the job description to keep your pressure, keep composure on your side because you are the best in the world. You've proven that. And now, they have to prove that against Bren, which is proving to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, speaking of difficulty right now, Bren needs to hold the rope tighter against Echo because this is the late game. This is the one thing that they needed to do in order to hold their momentum they created. Because in some points, The setups of Yaoi could be really deadly, but in this point of the game, they have the items to defend. They have the items to counter,
Yeah.
to puncture. And this time around, they would really have a chance to be confident to have a retribution battle.
Look at that. Carl Teasy and Flap Teasy 1v1, followed suit by their teammates. There's a feathered airstrike. Sanford was in a really bad position in the pit. He gets taken out. Kyle
Teasy
Teasy, he's trying to fly in, and it was very, very close. He's still alive though, but will get taken out by Kyle Teasy in the end. The fight is ensuing, and looks like Kyle Teasy is still able to stay out of range of the damage. He takes that Lord. He takes the life of Betty Cutie, and then it's going to be Yaoi Sanji all alone to defend against Bren Esports.
Sanji, the only one left alive for the Orcas to defend the base. Bren Esports still managing to pull through all to that massacre.
20 seconds until Sanford gets in. Will it be enough to defend?
Probably not.
Yeah.
So difficult. It's going to be buying time. 20 seconds, 10 seconds for Sanford. I think it's over. They have the Claude in the base. And Bren Esports silences the Orcas.
Getting the first point of the series. Bren playing it clean and simple. There were some hiccups in those few minutes, but they needed to take action. And that's how they prepared up against the world champs.
Yeah, that's one way to slow down those drums, aside from literally punching a hole into it. But yeah, beautifully done there by Bren Esports. 22 minutes is still quite a feat for Echo to sustain that long
What a
against
game.
Bren in its form.
Yeah, I do understand why that happened. Very crucial that that Carl TZ was able to get the first Lord. I think that's one of the reasons why they were able to at least last longer. But my oh my, Kyle TZ in that last set of engagements, you see him like defend well against Kyle TZ. They baited. Eventually, they all baited against Kyle TZ, and then Kyle eventually found the kill up to Benny Cutie. That was great movements coming out from Kyle TZ.
See how he managed to pull down the pressure. Oh yeah, I get it. We're about to see some possibility to lose, and how this game managed to pull through. That's Bren Esports getting the first point. Wolf, break us down and walk us through on how House of Bren went through against the world champs.
You know, there's one thing that we cannot see in actuality, and I don't know how to prove this, but I will try. But it seems like Bren Esports definitely prepared against Echo. What you saw from Echo and their draft is pretty standard. This is just the typical Echo stuff. Bren Esports, they really changed it up, especially with the draft order. Look at their composition. First picking the Fredrid. What this achieved is that it gave Bren Esports a free ban, because essentially you're banning out a hero from Echo by picking this up. And then they threw in a curveball, getting Kyle TZ's Hayabusa. They know that eventually Echo will pick up the Melissa. They did not ban it, despite, you know, our suggestions of banning out the Melissa, because it is a hero that Echo wants to play. And now, when you pick up the Hayabusa, it's great versus the Farsa, great versus the Melissa, as you saw in many points in that game. Even through the go away, and even after the Wind of Nature, you still have a lot of damage output coming out from the Hayabusa. So that was the curveball. Eventually, the Feramis to combo up with the with this Fredrin. It's also like a flex pick that Bren Esports picked up in their second pick, and also like it's like smokes and mirrors to hide the fact that they will eventually flip this Fredrin into the XP lane. And of course, the Grok, just to cancel out all this from Echo. We were looking for a knock-up, just so that they can pierce through both the Melissa as well as the Lolita. We thought about the Kirita, because it answers both Melissa and the Farsa. And now if you think about it, the Lolita also is not that confident if there is a Kirita with a knockup. But the Grok is even better, because now you have a way through the Melissa. You have a free cancel against the Farsa ultimate. And once again, Ogwen not dying in this game. 1-0-11. Be reminded of his initiation down the bottom lane, using the flicker to get in and transfer the animation of the wild charge. Thankfully, we are going to get the MVP heat map at 10 seconds. Look at him go, right? Top lane was the focus. Instead of going through some parts of the lane and be aggressive, look at his positioning. Not actually in the top lane, but before the top lane happens. There's a lot of emphasis on the long bush up top, and of course, the Kramer's bush up top lane as well. So, look at him. He positioned himself so that he will be able to control the lane of minions to the advantage of the COD. There was one time where you can see that Super Marco is leading by 1,000 gold over Benecutie, and Benecutie did not die. Crucial pickups though from FlapTZ, and the fact that they traded for the second turtle for this one, now they will eventually run down Echo. 2.5k gold lead with Bren Esports having Super Marco 5.9k compared to what, 4.9k of Benecutie. And then the transfer of the wild charge, the animation transfer using the flicker. Carl TZ eventually steals this Lord, which kind of prolongs the game. But the fact of the matter remains, Bren Esports are still leading by a lot. They are dominating this game. The battle, you can see here. Watch out for the quad shadow usage as Carl TZ transfers into the bush. There's no escape. Look at that beautiful retraction of the shurikens coming out from Carl TZ. Eventually, there will be overextensions coming out from Bren Esports. And Benecutie is just so good with this Melissa, taking down few just by using models and the dash, of course, outplaying him. Carl TZ opted to go for the ultimate, which we know for sure this is a mistake. Come on.
Yep.
And the thing is, Bren Esports will do this once, and as pro players, they will not do it again. Echo baited again in the middle, and because of the Faramis ultimate, everybody will be alive. In fact, Sanford will be taken out after this. Another overextension coming up from Bren Esports, but it's okay. They took out the inhibitor top lane anyways, and only FlapTZ is dying. Look at him take out Carl TZ. Yawi too late with the Numinum Blast, unfortunately. Carl TZ being taken out. Carl TZ all of a sudden will be here. Watch out for Benecutie dealing the damage already even after being knocked up. Imagine this. The Lord was already in the side of on the side of Echo. They already knocked up the jungler. But still, you can see the connection. The fact that Kyle TZ always hits the shadows, this is very important. One thing that you have to take note about junglers or Hayabusa mains is that if they hit those shadows on the opponents, that's a mark of a good Hayabusa player. My God, don't get trapped in the ecosystem. This time it was actually Bren Esports who defied the system, and they were ever so careful with the trades. You saw through the highlights that all of the trades were in favor of the side of Bren Esports. Even trades that were considered overextensions, Bren Esports still is on top, and that's the reason why they won this game.
Well, and as we go back on how this map is so crucial and how we're starting to heat up this fight, and going back on how Wolf placed it on all of the highlights we've seen today, that's just Bren Esports upping up their face, because you've mentioned that their spike was almost into mid to late game.
Yep.
How did they manage to pull through in Echo? What was wrong about Echo's lineup that they were trying to do?
That's the funny thing, right? There wasn't anything wrong with it. It's a very viable, very Echo lineup. But I suddenly understand why the Faramis would pick on Ferd.
Yeah.
Right? So many kills were basically like a full stop sign for few, because of few. Right? So many clutch moments. The saves were there, always on point. I remember FlapTZ dying so many times.
Yeah.
Possibly because if you wasn't there. Right?
It's really a difficult question, because in hindsight, I think the draft looks okay for Echo. The draft order kind of messed it up. It's like Bren Esports knew it was coming and they were prepared for it. That's, I think, the only reason why Bren Esports won against Echo this time is that because they are prepared. It's like they made Echo comfortable. They gave the comfort picks. Aside from the Fredrin, which they, changed it up a little bit, they know that eventually the tank slot will be the next choice, as Carl TZ was great with it. And they gave the Melissa. It seemed like they didn't have the answer to the Melissa, but they did. I think that was very smart when it comes to preparations coming up from Bren Esports. Like, eventually they allowed the Digi to be banned out, even when it could be good for their composition. Then they switch it up with the Grok. I think that it was a very smart take coming out from Bren Esports.
The team and Coach Duck, you knew what's coming. Now, how we experience game number 1, you folks can experience the MPL Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studio. So tickets are available now via tickettome.net, so get yours today. And as we go back to the action, well, feeling it live, you see 5 Echo fans, you see the Bees here. Go ahead, join us every weekend. It's week number 5, and how time goes, well, we're off to the playoffs soon. That's how this match is so important, because we're talking about how and whose team is going to climb up on top. Ben, as to go back on what we're talking about, how Coach Ducky prepared, they all knew what's coming. They all knew what could be the possibility. So with this, knowing how Echo could open up the books, could we see something new?
That last draft was filled with so many soft counters, right? Soft punchbacks, especially by Bren Esports. They pick up the Fredrin, knowing that Kyle TZ was not going to play a Fredrin, just because they want to deny it. They want to remove that comfort. So Carl TZ is obviously comfortable with the Lancelot, but they had answers for that.
I want to say that it was actually a very, I would say, a pocket strategy from Bren Esports that they wanted to go up against Echo. Fredrin with the tenacity. This is the first time that we see it. Typically, even when you put it in the XP lane, he used concussive blast, right? Or shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Is that
concussive blast.
shot or blast?
Blast, yeah.
Blast, yeah.
But typically that is so that he can have like wave clear. Flap TZ was all on tank mode. He knows his assignment. He knows that his task today, mess up with the burst of the opponents. Don't worry, there will be caught out there eventually for you. Pop your ultimate, hit on people, sustain, stay alive for as long as you can. And he understood the assignment.
Yeah, stay alive for as long as you can until Super Margo can do your job. Can do
Exactly.
the job because they already used all their ultimates on you.
Exactly. Exactly.
That was the plan. It was very simple, very straightforward.
Yeah, a to-do list and how
Yeah.
you go to the groceries, right? Rahart, I know you guys bought you sound design groceries.
I grocery a lot, yeah.
And that's how you do process and time management. And to go and to rate everything on what's happening here right now, Bren Esports, they know what's the time, they know what's coming, and they know what they're preparing for. But for Echo, could we see something new? Again, could
I
they go
guess
back?
I think that they fell into the trap of the Melissa. We did say that it would be good, but we also recommended like Harith. Carry would have been different too because they banned out the Arlot, so I think that they also wanted to.
And they banned out the Beatrix.
And they, yeah.
That was
So I think
interesting, yeah.
I think that Bren Echo will just have to be aware that there could be a preparations that Bren Esports did. Surely the Melissa looked really like a low-hanging fruit. It's a juicy pickup, and they did. So maybe they should be just like, let's not underestimate the opposing team. They have a rotation to counter our rotation, like the Grok rotations up top. So that's the idea here for Echo.
Yeah, I gotta admit too, Ogun was really dead with that Grok on how he managed to get with that heat map. Now in draft, in game number 2, that's how Echo managed to pull something out or snatch something from the draft from Bren Esports. They're now on first pick. Will they consider the Fredin, or will Bren Esports let the Fredin out?
Yeah, I really would like to see that Fredrin actually on the hands of Echo because they have such a good win rate on that hero. Just for that fact, because that's how they manage to win a lot of the mid-game objective taking. It's just because of that Fredrin most of the time, alongside anything that Yaoi would pick up who will get the attention of their opponents, usually very effective, right?
Yeah. Man, this game, especially that we're seeing like assassin on assassin battle, I really wish this will go game 3. It's an early Saturday
wish.
afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's a
We got
great
time. Yeah.
We got time. Everybody's watching. Let's go to game 3. But then again, if we're not granted game 3, at least game 2 will be a very close one, right?
Oh, yeah.
I hope that,
I'd love that equally.
yeah, I would really like that. It's a great way to spend the Saturday afternoon. That's true.
Long games, let's go.
Come on, bring it on. I believe right now Coach Schreber and Coach TikTok, the world champ coaches, have something in mind. Since Bren Esports has a pocket strategy, they could pull something through. And with them being on the first pick, we'll see Chad back in the charts. Frederick, no!
Okay, so there's the
Bren
Dicky.
denies it. Okay.
I hope that Echo doesn't change up too much, though. That's a trap, right?
Yeah.
That's you look at game 1 and you think, oh my God, 10K gold lead. What did we go wrong? We messed up that draft so much.
Yeah.
I hope they don't fall for that trap.
I
By
hope
the
not.
way, was I dreaming or Valentina was completely not considered last game?
No, not even banned, Wolf.
Zero.
That's true, yeah.
So will this be the change-up, or will Echo actually take the Faramis instead as their first pick? My guess here is Valentina or Farsa for Echo. And then the outlier should be like a Theramis. Okay.
There's a
Valentina.
Valentina.
Okay, Wolf
Alright.
climbing out the stats again. Okay, come on, let's bring it out. Go ahead, we'll take it this on Bren Esports.
Okay. They go Claude and Claude Farsa. I think they go Claude for sure.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
And then Faramis. Claude Faramis. That's my guess here.
Okay,
I love how he's pressuring you so
Yeah.
much to make a prediction.
It's like a,
he's,
okay.
he's having fun with this. I
yeah.
love it.
Rock hard, he has a growing stats, and he needs to pull it through. This is one thing that you can have for selling points on yourself. You can actually predict on what's coming. And,
Wait, I'll change it. I think it's Claude Lapu.
okay, Claude Lapu-Lapu, let's see.
It's not. At
It's-
least Claude
Okay.
is there.
Claude, there's a Claude.
Yeah,
That's
well,
important.
okay.
Pretty close.
Still
Pretty
counts.
close. Still counts.
Yeah.
2 out of 3. Not bad.
That's pretty
So
good.
you pick up the Lapu Lapu this time for Echo. There you go. And then perhaps Lolita, actually.
Okay, let's see.
Take it out.
Wolf has 2 points.
It's a show. It's
It was close though. It was.
It's a
It's a
close.
Yaoi pick. It was a Yaoi
Okay.
3 out of 5. Not bad.
Okay,
3 out of
okay.
5. Not bad.
3 out of 5, that's good, it's good. Put that in the books.
I think Lolita. Oh, we did say Faramis later.
Yes, okay, that's 4 points. 4 points, 4
counts.
points.
4 out of 6. Okay.
4 out of 6.
4 out of 6 here.
Okay, what do we do here?
How's the
this is
band
a
now?
different approach to casting, by the way. Only
Slot
happens
machine.
here. Only happens here. Only happens here. Okay, so you ban. I think you ban Lancelot. Oh no, they banned Brody. Okay.
Okay, eyes on Benny.
Eyes on the prize.
They don't
Absolutely
have
ban the
marksman.
Hayabusa for sure.
Yes,
Don't
respect.
give that out.
How's Bren on the last band? Who's
It's
gonna
a-
be Wolf?
Probably a
Beatrix.
marksman, right?
I think this is Beatrix.
Yeah. MM for sure. That's been the pattern, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, it makes sense because one thing the damage that has Echo right now is on to game number 1. It's Benny Cutie's Melissa.
For sure.
So would they want to trim down that damage? They felt that it hurt. So let's see how will they balance through. This is 20 seconds to go, and looking on the screen, they're really taking the time. Who? Gold lane?
I think Beatrix should be the ban here for Bren Esports. Gonna be prepared for it.
Okay. 10 seconds to
Beatrix.
go. Let's see.
Interesting.
They're really deciding it through.
I love not even in the picks, even in the bands, they're okay.
Okay.
Do we include the bands on your stats?
Could be.
Well,
We could, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this is difficult though. Do you pick up the Kadita now for Bren Esports, or the Akai? Okay,
Oh, okay. So Kyle TZ on the Akai?
this is interesting.
Okay. So
Kyle Teasy.
Kyle TZ.
Kyle
So do you just go back to the Barrett here if you're Carl TZ? Then Melissa is still good, although I would think that that you would be better off with like a Moskov, perhaps for Echo.
yeah. Well, that makes sense. The knockback.
Yeah.
If somebody invades you on early game, goes,
Yeah, Melissa or Moskov, only options here. And then thinking about for Echo, maybe Barrett's or Martis. That's the only option that I'm thinking about now.
Barrett's or Mortis.
So
We have
tank jungle.
Moskov.
Tank
Okay.
jungle.
Yeah, we have
Exactly.
4 points on Wolf right now on the Kaisam counter. Let's see.
That's
Echo.
5.
Carry and
That's a
Forza.
carry.
This is weird because
Last pick.
okay, so
Jungler, Valentina.
I think you still go Kadira for Bren Esports.
Wait, who's the?
Or
Oh.
I think the only options will be Grok or Kadira. You know why I did not pick these up, like Farsa as well as the carry? Number one is that there's a threat of the Grok from the last pick of Bren Esports. Second is that there's Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong loves to dive both carry and Farsa.
Well,
Yeah.
considering the lineup of Echo right now, that's a free Black Dragon going around the backlines of Echo, which they
Yep.
can physically and they can really penetrate the ambush. Whoa!
They're on the main
Is this
pick.
true?
No, not.
No,
No
I hope
way.
not. I
No
hope not,
way,
please.
no.
Okay. Okay, so Lolita.
Lolita.
I thought I was going to see something.
Grok would have been great, yeah, actually.
Lolita is very defensive. So the thing is, Bren Esports are putting all of their eggs on this Super Marco basket.
Okay.
And there's no shame in that. It's great. It's great, actually. I'm still baffled about Echo's decision to go carry Farsa.
Wow.
The thing is, I just feel it's bad against Yu Zhong. They should be playing out of their minds for this to work, honestly. And well, Echo is a team that can play out of their minds, so maybe there's that. But
That's risky. That's a coin toss, right? Because
Yes.
it's very difficult to sustain, keep Benny alive in the first place with a very mobile marksman, or compared to a carry, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man.
Okay, let's see how Echo pushes in game number 3 as Wolf and Rockhart say, you like long games? Let's see how Bren Esports uncover this new recipe for a sweet honey. It's taking this to a game number, well, maybe sweeping this game. Let's see how it goes. Who's going to be the jungler? Oh, Carl Teasy on the Valentina.
Oh,
Yep,
that's
yep.
why.
Okay.
Valentina
That is
jungle.
why.
We're talking about not to change so much on Echo. Is this a great window? Is this still enough for that one?
We'll have to see, right? Because this is a rare sight. Carl Tizio on the Valentina. I think there are more opportunities to kind of invade your opponent, to have more control on the early to mid game if you have a hero like the Valentina, very mobile. But there are trade-offs, right?
This is actually very smart because we know that Akai is a hero that wins the red tier battle by using the heavy spin.
Yes.
So what Count Easy will do is to copy the Akai ultimate.
Beyblade battle.
So it's going to be a Beyblade battle around the turtle pit.
Yeah, I can still remember those days. I have one Beyblade that has sparks. Wait.
Oh, you're a cheater then.
The
No, it's
metallic?
pork.
Oh,
You're
that's
a
not
cheater. You're
cool.
a
Why?
cheater, man.
It's good. It's
Alright.
good effects on the spinning battle.
You're a cheater.
It's heavier, right, Wolf? So that's
It's heavier.
cheat.
It's cheating. It's
Bro.
additional. It's not a license modification. You're
with
a
the
cheater,
metal.
bro.
Yeah, I just love how it sparks when it bounces or even clashes
You're a
with another
cheater.
top.
That's
Well,
cheating.
we know how OSX won his games. That's
Alright,
how.
You
yeah.
must
In
you must be
Beyblade?
bad at parties back then. My God, what a cheat!
Yeah, it's one thing. Well, we even have cars powered by batteries, and we have racetracks back then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure your Tamiya was a fake, but it was modified as well.
See? Well, speaking
There are
of
rules, bro.
well, if there are rules back in our childhood, toys.
There were.
Yeah,
You're not
okay.
following it. That's
you don't
why
watch
you don't
the
know
anime.
it.
You don't watch the anime.
Well, that's how we modify stuff back in our childhood toys. But to go back on how Echo modifies this lineup,
look
let's see
at
how
that.
they do.
There's the heavy spin being forced out of Kyle Teasy, so it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to contest this turtle. Although Echo seems to have a pretty good grasp on it anyway. That's going to be a difficult take. Tries to go for it. Carl Teasy will secure that turtle, but Yaoi, it was a bit of a weird play for him to go back in with the Shunpo, but, you know, still got the turtle in the end.
Yeah, he was trapping 3.
Apparently, Benny Cutie is winning the battle top, so there will be a little bit of flirtation here. He will be denied 1 card. Yes, he will be. So
Oh, that's huge.
this is massive.
Yeah,
But
so
Benny Cutie kind of saw that happening. Some spiders, daddy senses, daddy instincts coming out from Benny Cutie too. You know, it's better to lose 1 card instead of losing your life altogether.
Well, that's how he managed to see the possible consequences if he does it now early game. Because on the first game, that was one of their problems, right? The laning stage. How will they be able to pull it through? Because on how Bren does this,
here we go.
Whoa.
Signature Cho from Yaoi. Easy take on Ogwen. And we are reminded, ladies and gents, why the Cho always gets banned out from Echo.
the hands of Yaoi.
Yeah, the man. You can see. Important pickoff coming out from Echo. As they want to really snowball into this, and Carl TZ already prepped up with the ultimate. I think the initial engagement of Bren Esports and Echo under the turtle was quite awkward because they committed their heavy spins. Both of them, right? It's Carl TZ and Carl TZ. Just utilizing their heavy spin way too early. The turtle wasn't low at that point, and we'll see if there will be a change. 26 seconds.
Yep. That's
Dude,
going to
okay.
be Flap TZ, of course, as usual, being the usual punching bag. Every time Bren has a game, you expect Flap TZ to always get ganked over and over again, but
Yeah.
he seems to be very used to it by now.
Yeah, it's one of his comfort picks too. Recall has been denied by Sanford.
I bought some time. All right, getting some of that gold in. It's going to be Fuse subbing in.
Well,
That's how it usually is. So I'm pretty sure Bren's used to that.
Yeah, they got them preoccupied, and they have the turtle on their hands. Echo on site.
Actually, you know what? That delay on Flap might have actually secured that turtle wolf.
That poke, yeah, I do agree with you, Carl. Oh, Carl.
Yeah.
Rockhart, I do agree with you, Rockhart. Because what happened is that we were mentioning how important the Yuzhong will be versus the Farsa and the carry, and him not being in the fight before it started, before he's able to pop the ultimate and get some Sha Essence. That is already massive for Echo.
Yeah, it's the peel, the pushback, and they're looking at how they wanted to activate the first layer of their ecosystem. Oh, Flap easy.
Ah, man, Sanford really putting it in on this Yuzhong. Basically stopping Flap from going to the back lines like we mentioned. Flap is still
what a
gonna
dodge.
try to put up a fight there. Sanford with the micro mechanics on this Lapu Lapu. Gets some of that Shaw Essence and Pew cleaning it up through the end.
You see already, Sanford already dodged one of the possible damage output coming up from Flap TZ. So despite the Petrify combo, he still was alive. Fortunately, there was few to pick up the slack. And Carl TZ
Says hi.
says hi to his former teammate.
Yeah, very interesting. It's a different feel right now with Carl TZ basically saying hi to his old Capitan and his brother from another mother from Bren Esports. And of course, on the other side, it's Super Marco and Ogwen trying to get something done against Benny Cutie. Good
Oh my
block
God, Benny.
against this Benny Cutie with a 2v1 and almost taking out Super Marco as well.
Ooh, he was trapping too. Didn't you?
He tried very hard.
Well,
People-
6 minutes, Wolf. It's not enough.
People usually, you know, when they are going up against 1 versus 2, yeah, you back down, use your flicker to get out. He uses flicker to get in.
Okay.
What the hell, Benny?
Benny, bro. I don't know what's up with Benny today,
We
but
know that you're leading, but come on. It's
Yes. Knowing that how carry was adjusted in the recent patch, you would need more time. You would need more waves to clear.
man.
yeah.
Okay, maybe it's just confidence from Daddy Benny.
Or
Okay.
maybe it's the impulse to make a highlight play,
Oh,
as we
okay.
do see from Echo.
It's Echo's it's Echo's ways.
Yep. Look at Kyle. He's going to be able to lock in Yaoi, denying that way of the dragon from the Cho player. Sanford fighting in with a 1v3, trying to buy some time in, and it's working. Carl TZ able to secure that turtle. Fight's ongoing, and Echo seems pretty healthy still. Fuse knocked up, and there it goes. There's the kick, taking out the captain of Bren Esports.
A turtle and a casualty. It's Echo not getting any ways from Bren. Is this a win for the Orcas?
Absolutely, because they did take out the turtle. Are able to poke out Bren Esports, put them low, and force Call TZ out of the situation. And while that happened, you can see Benny Cutie just pushing middle lane. Getting the mid lane turret is twice more important than getting a side lane turret. So they traded for that. Surely Bren Esports able to get turret up top and give more gold to Super Marco. Is now at 5.5k, 5.3k I mean. But Benny Cutie taking the mid lane turret. This is more map control for Echo.
Ogwen.
for sure.
Ogwen gonna be denied that. Beautiful Shinpo by Yaoi dodges the Numenon Blast. But again, the damage is not quite there yet for Echo. It's very difficult for them to get in position around this jungle area.
Well, on to the advantage.
Yeah, they're
Carl
trying
has
to
heavy spin.
And trying to go for the fight here. Sanford being very brave.
Got it.
On that Lapu Lapu. Bravest fighter for a good reason here. Benekyu takes out tower on bot side. But Super Marco, he's pushing back. They take out Yaoi. Finally getting a 1-for-1.
Okay, it's Echo on the lead, almost 4K. But there's a clapback. It's Kyle TZ.
Wait a second.
There's spot 1.
Oh,
Ah.
wow.
Oh!
Whoa!
Did he see him?
That was a good reflex call there from Ogwen, but he might
My
be in
God.
trouble. There's the flicker in from Benekyu. The Cold Altar will save him for a few more seconds until Sanford
Benny!
finishes him off. Benekyu gonna get locked in against the wall. Sanford might be in trouble here, but here comes the cavalry. They have arrived. Echo locking down the Yuzhong for the kill and the TP by Carl TZ, the boot.
Benny Cutie has done it again. Flicker in. Was that worth it, Wolf?
Eventually it was, but come on. What is this with Benny Cutie? I wonder why he
He's so mad.
has in mind. He's so mad.
He's mad.
Carl TZ, however, playing so well, connecting with the ultimate, the heavy spin once again. And this timing was there. And this time he's also dealing the damage.
Oh, look at that. They're actually still going non-stop. We're seeing the Carl TZ Mage era here. This is the beginning.
Fortunately, it wasn't a tank Valentina, right?
No, he's scratching it out.
Yep.
Okay, I know I have goals. I have stats to fill in on the highest tank damage, but not today.
Yeah. They need the win. They need that win more.
Yeah, clearly. And they've taken the Lord. Okay, let's have a checklist for Bren Esports. How's the damage right now with Super Marco? Is it showing? Is it enough?
Well, not yet, because he eventually will need the Athena shield. The reason why Echo is winning right now is because they have massive damage from their mages, right? So if you see Super Marco, typically he itemized against the carry, so that there will be like a marksman on marksman battle. He's gonna be able to survive with the leg plates and eventually the Wind of Nature. But since he doesn't have any Athena shield or anything, Carl TZ is always a threat. You can one-shot the Claude with the Farsa and the Valentina, so has to be careful. And he's not rocking a Purify. Oh, he does have a Purify. So the problem here is when he gets jumped on, he needs to have the Purify so that he will not be bursted down by both the Valentina and the Farsa.
Sanji seems to be very safe in this game compared to last game, no?
Yeah. I
Okay,
agree.
so with that,
All of his aggression was transferred to Benny Cutie. In fact, all of the aggression of Echo is transferred to Benny Cutie.
He
Another
owned
kick.
it. Oh my goodness. All right, Kyle TZ, heavy spin, able to get out, but again, they suffered so much, and Echo's goal lead is just ballooning.
they just did what happened to them in game number 1. They're mirroring it back to Bren Esports. Look at the peel. Look at that.
Yep, there's just no way that Flap TZ is going to be able to fly to the back lane, because if he does, he's going to get punished so hard.
Yeah, punished. Okay, so Flap TZ, he has the Petrify, he has a chance. He has one thing that he needs to... Ooh, a flicker?
That was close.
Oh,
No,
I thought that was a flicker.
Shinpo, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That sounded similar, right? I
Yeah,
thought it was
yeah.
really close. But going back on how Bren Esports could manage to infiltrate the backlines, it's still possible. So we're checking on Flap TZ, we're checking on Ogwen to make that happen because they still have the flicker, they still have resources to do it. So probably late game, but total damage right now with Wolf saying that they need Athena shield to deflect more. Look at the total damage on 3
Yep.
from Echo with the gold lead.
Yep, even Sanford quietly there, right? You can see Hunter Strike and Bloodlust Axe. They have limited Flap TZ's performance in this game. We were talking about how it should be good versus both Farsa and the carry, but look at him, 5.3k compared to 7.3k of the Farsa and 7.9k of his opposing XP laner. He's definitely struggling this time. Having to go for the Hunter Strike first really, kind of hampered the sustainability of Flap TZ. He needs to find a break, and he needs it now. He needs to find a great initiation.
Okay, we're looking for initiation for Bren Esports to turn this around.
Sanford.
Oh, that's a good scout though, Kyle TZ. He's the best guy to do this scout for Bren Esports, but he doesn't see Yaoi on the bush. Sanji and Benny Q, they're on the side. Bren Esports are trying to crawl their way in. They spot out Ogwen. Sanford dove in. I think that's bravest fighter gone.
That's right.
And that's not a problem though for Echo, but they seem to be very happy to just wait this out. There's the concealed play from Ogwen and the flying hidden, not so hidden dragon. Finally trying to go for the target, but who will it be? It is still going to be Sanji on the back, and there it is. Ogwen, Kyle TZ, and Few, they're trying to fight out around the Lord. Sanford still fighting though. Sanji will win the 1v1. Benny Cutie though on a different trajectory here on the side. Yaoi gets the Lord! What?
Yaoi, what? Echo was all over the place!
Both Akais were pushing each other. So they clashed, and Yaoi was in the middle.
Yeah, they were able to fight it, but Benny Cutie will finally get picked off, so that might not be the complete siege. It is going to be a 4v5, so 4v4 rather. But the Lord has already spawned in. It's rushing into the base.
There's no Benny Cutie. Can they push through? Can they take down one against Bren Esports?
It's going to be massive.
Okay, they're not stepping out the line.
Yeah, no, this could have been massive for Echo, but they lost Benny Cutie with a pretty good proactive play from Ogwen.
Yep. Ogwen really saved Bren Esports in that case, finding Benny Cutie, who happens to be very aggressive again. Getting into the mid lane, was successful in doing his Benny Cutie things. Just taking out the inhibitor turret.
Many cute things.
Many cute things.
Ah.
You see, it was very funny because both Akais were pushing each other away. And in the middle, Yawi was left there because he had Shunpo.
And
He gets the Lord.
And he had damage.
and on the top side was Sanji and Flapteasy with a 1v1. That was actually insane.
It's insane. And the fact that Flapteasy is getting taken out by the far side, it should be the reverse, right? So, a very interesting set of events that happened.
Yeah, and they managed to hold one XP laner. They managed to hold one XP laner from Bren Esports and how they wanted to go through it. It's the team fighting composition, right, of Bren, and they want to scatter everybody and getting those major objectives.
Yeah. In that last clash, I felt like SpongeBob when his eyes were split.
I was seeing that.
The eyes were split. I don't know where to look. But yeah, the objective was the Lord. They took it, but it's not always about the Lord, right? People sometimes win the Lord and lose the game.
Yep.
That's been happening a lot this season specifically.
It's breaking dynamics in gameplay against Bren Esports. That's how Echo wanted it to play.
Yeah, how you play this one is going to be very tricky though, because slowly and surely that goal lead from Echo will fade. It's going to go back to equal soon. We saw that last game when Bren was on almost 10k goal lead. It became almost equalized. So we got to watch out for that. If you're Echo, you got to make something happen. But how do you do that? No Lord. You're not getting any team fights anytime soon.
So they would manage to get right trades against Bren Esports with this, because so you're saying they could have an expiration time in late game.
Eyes on the trade, like we saw in the keys to victory, I guess.
And on how they wanted to play this right, it's this Luminous Lord that they wanted to be after. It's Kyle, TZ, and Carl once again. Let's see how it goes.
All right. We're going to get ready to let it rip here once more for sure. So watch out for that.
They also have to watch out for Benecutie, by the way.
For the region of Yawi.
So,
yes, the most backdoorable team, by the way, in the season.
that's also true.
Of the league. That's
the team with the most backdoors versus the team that's most backdoorable. So
with the softest base.
Softest base.
Softest base. You know what happened back in that season, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, all right. This is going to be close. Once more, Benecutie's on top side. I assume that Bren knows this because Few's backing off.
Is this happening again? Okay.
Oh, the Numina Blast. That's huge.
Wow.
Oh, no. No. That's huge. No more Numina Blast.
But Bren Esports, Echo doesn't know that. Echo doesn't know.
Oh, yeah, it was in the bush.
It was in the bush.
They didn't know.
So we'll have to see if that's going to affect the fight. Flap is
Beyblade
flying.
again.
Carl is in, but Carl TZ gets the Lord in the end. That's the retreat. They're trying to go for the hidden retreat, but the Cult Altar will be enough to kind of just obscure the attack on the Ogwen, but he might still go down. And he will. Carl TZ, that's 2 down for Bren Esports, even though they did get that Lord.
I think this is still defendable for Bren Esports, especially because they have Claude and they do have the Fermis.
Yep, Ghost Burster is usually very good at clearing. Flapteasy! Oh my god, he evaporated there! He's not going to be able to make it out for sure. No minions, though.
Oh.
Will it be in time? Oh, Benecutie!
Right in the base!
Right in the base. Super Marco trying to clear it up as fast as he can. But that will be Echo equalizing against Bren Esports.
No sweep today. And Echo bounces back in this game. Just how they managed to pull through. It's the same reflection. What happened in game number 1? How Bren Esports did it.
I think it was a very good curveball. The first picks from both teams on both their winning games have been phenomenal. Fredrin being flexed into the XP lane and now Valentina into the jungle. And it was very smart because after the Akai, now it seemed like Cartesi had a field day. Except that last Lord, though.
Yeah.
But eventually, they still won I think they still won the Lord dance, which is much more important than the Lord take itself. Because after the Lord take, surely it belongs to Bren Esports. But Carl TZ still managed to output the damage to take out the members of Bren Esports. So Great draft coming out from Echo, I would say.
It's funny because it's like Tic Tac said, you did this to me. I'm going to show you I can do this to you too. That's exactly what he did there for Echo.
Yeah, is this the first time we've seen Carl Tizzi on Valentina?
Should be.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, because based on how the games went in week number 1, it was a different approach of adjustment.
Yeah.
And to take it to game number 3, it's amazing how Echo managed to reset in that small time. Because in that clash, I was looking after Yao who's gonna pick off. I thought by the second he wanted to flicker, he was targeting Super Marco, but he got Ogwin, the Lolita.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Definitely, Carl T, he's trying to go for a different crown here. He's trying to really expand his hero pool. And he's proven today that he can pull off a pretty mean Valentina.
Yeah.
Gotta watch out for that.
That was a beautiful overall gameplay from all. Yawi was on point this game.
Love him.
Even Benicuri was overly aggressive in the early stages. He managed to make the winning plays anyways. Like taking out the Fermis, well, for the second time was great because that meant that there will be no additional defenses, and we know that there weren't any stacks for the passive of the Fermis left.
Yeah, and we were talking about how could Benicuri could manage to do a split because knowing that Bren Esports, they know what could happen next. But ladies and gentlemen, you asked for it. We're going to game number 3. Long games, let's go. Wolf, break it down what happened and how Echo did it.
I think that you still have to start with the draft. I think it was fairly certain that the draft was the issue. It's not because they got out drafted, but the fact that there have been like mini wins that teams were able to get in both of their winning games during the draft. And it all started with the Valentina, which was flexed into the jungle role. We were talking about how the Valentina would be weak in the mid lane. And that's also true with the Farsa when you're going up against the Yu Zhang. So with the last 2 picks coming out from Echo, it was very scary because now you will have a great time for the Yu Zhang. What they did was to shut down Flap TZ instead. So you'll notice later on through the highlights that there were so many rotations and there was a lot of emphasis on taking down Flap TZ. At least, have him forced to recall back to base. So that happened many times, especially on turtle timings, when they were poking Flap TZ so many times. It went to the point where there wasn't enough farm for Flap TZ, and he didn't even have the chance to pop his ultimate near the turtle fight. Another important thing to take note here is that Sanford was also on point. Game number 1 was quite shut down by Bren Esports, but this time he really picked up the stack. There was a point even that he dealt the second most damage in this game on top of the Farsa, which was great. And it was one of those picks that will be great versus the Fermis for sure. And Bren Esports, despite them picking up the Lolita, which would have been great versus Echo, were so many misses as well. And they weren't able to position themselves. It seems like Echo just really stopped the formation of Bren Esports by preventing it from happening in the first place. When it comes to the damage, you can see that Carl TZ really picked out the stack this time, and he is actually the MVP. At a certain point in the game, he dealt the most damage, and that is because of his early boost. The fact that he always looked for the Akai to copy, very disciplined at that factor. He didn't overstep and made sure that he will secure all of those objectives. Surely they didn't get the last retribution onto that last Lord, but still managed to bring it back. And look at him go. Look at his emphasis. Even onto the XP lane, right? You can see it's always onto the right side. There was one time where he went to the left side of the map, but most of his rotations on 5 minutes to 15 minutes is onto the XP lane, making sure that he is always ever present in the turtle fights, and even positioning himself advanced against his opponent so that when he does pop the heavy spin that he copied, it will be on multiple heroes of Bren Esports. So then let's look into the highlights. Crucial takedown on the first turtle of the game. Yawi taken out, but the positive trade was there for Echo. Another pick-off coming out from Echo as they start the fight. Flap TZ being a little bit outplayed by Sanford. Fortunately, does have the help of Few with the flicker, so he gets out. But the fact still remains. They are pummeling down Flap TZ, taking him out or forcing him to recall. A very uncharacteristic, aggressive dive coming out from Benicuri. You'll understand why he went for that play, but the fact that it was a 2v1 didn't go in his favor. Still go on to Few here. And you can see Flap TZ still low. They don't care about the Yu Zhang. And the way that they did it is that whenever Flap TZ shows himself, he gets pummeled down. Eventually, they will be able to take out Yawi in here. Again, Benecutie being so aggressive this game. You can see it. Has a flicker, and we'll use it after the Fire Mist ultimate. Sure, you still take out members, but you know, you trade for your life. Fortunately, the entirety of Echo is there to punish. Sanford dealing the damage, and you see Carteezy locking down Flapteezy eventually with the recalls out. Carteezy to be taken out once again. Look at just pushing each other out, and then Yawi was there. Left. Benecutie again with the aggressive maneuver. Did manage to take out the mid lane turret, but the fact still remains. Okay, we can see the last clash. Carteezy securing that Lord in exchange for his life, but there will be a kick eventually that will take out Ogwin, who didn't have his nominal blast as it was cancelled by the Lord. Eventually, you can see the normal attacks coming out from Benecutie, still managing to take out that that Fire Mist, and the fact that they didn't have any more wave clear really allowed them to finish the game. Wonderful plays coming out from Echo. You see, Bren Esports, unfortunately, were so many misses, particularly onto Ogwin, which is uncharacteristic of this player. Usually, he is on point, even to the point where he is very unlucky with that knock-up coming out from the Lord. But then again, you have to be careful about that. You always have to be mindful of that.
Normally, account for that in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is timing-based. Every 8 seconds, you get that skill coming out from the Lord. So that's one thing that you have to take care of.
Yeah, that's not written anywhere. Just timed it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, guys, watch out. Every 8 seconds, knock up. You know what to do.
Yep.
8 seconds.
That's right.
Be in distance, you know who to target. And speaking of targeting, that's how they managed to... that was actually a pull on how Yawi managed to get that Lolita out of the picture.
Yeah,
See?
actually.
I just want to quote how Benecutie on the carry, flicker in. Oh, yeah. Flicker out for safety? No.
I would
Flicker
say
in, yeah.
when you're showing that
Figure out.
replay, there should be a small... Should be a
Figure
small window here that says, "Don't try this at home, guys." Unless your name is Benecutie, please
Is it,
don't do that.
was there any point in time that he was thinking he was the tank
Yeah.
to set things up? And maybe he's just properly feeding himself, okay, you want me? Take me. And the team is just right in his
And
back.
That actually had some sense because they, Bren used up more resources than usual to take out the carry, right? I guess it got more attention because of that.
Sorry, guys, but from a perspective of former coach here,
Yeah.
that is something that really, you have the right to really just, punish or, talk smack about Benecutie about that. That was definitely an overreaction. We don't have to sugarcoat it all the time, right?
No,
It's very clear. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Madam Mitch, once again, he scolded Carteezy yesterday, or maybe
Yeah.
this is the time that Benecutie will be scolded.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
be like,
Yeah.
Mama
Oh.
Mitch, you're
Yeah. And because as we put it, in the post of Echo social media, Carteezy fears no one. But that face, it scares him
Yes.
completely.
And this time, it's Benecutie's turn.
But in fairness, on the other side for Brent, I also have to kind of scold Flapteezy. He didn't really do
Yeah.
the job that was assigned. Basically, dive a Farsa and
The
a
carry.
carry.
The
It didn't
carry.
happen. All game long, I saw 1 time, 2 times maybe.
I guess this is also because of the fact that all the rotations from Echo was towards the X-Lane. So it's a
That's true.
combination of him not playing well, as well as additionally because of what Echo Esports, Echo did in that bottom lane. And it's also because of the compounding damage from both the Valentina as well as the Farsa. I think that Echo rarely missed in this game, especially with the skills of the Farsa with the Feathered Airstrike and the Valentina. They're always on point, which meant that the magic damage in the early game was overwhelmingly good for Echo.
Yeah, and that's what happens when Farsa doesn't get touched, right? You can do
That's right.
all
You
sorts
are
of damage.
also
AOE,
It's really
the
scary.
border. Yeah, it's just scary. So with this, you've mentioned that it was not the Ogun that we're seeing in game number 2.
Absolutely.
It was something different.
The first turtle, he also targeted it towards the right side and not into the turtle. So that was definitely something that the fans will remember. You saw that. I mean, Ogwen really missed. And then in the last Numinal Blast, which would have been the best for Bren Esports, gets cancelled by the Lord. Right?
It's
Painful. That was painful to
very
watch. To be
painful.
honest.
it's a good meal wasted, right?
I hope you guys heard this all. Say, oh.
You all hear rock hard. Yeah, that's how. Maybe it's just. I can't blame it. They're all over the place.
It was a difficult
Because,
game.
Yeah,
It
they
was.
see Benefit up top. Oh wait, I don't want to have that back in our stats being backdoored again. You mentioned two teams with backdoor plays being backdoorable, so they're wary of the things that let's not repeat the same mistake twice. And that hesitation, that gave a way for Echo to completely punish on what could be the bounce back of Bren Esports.
Yeah, I have to bring that up because if you go back, if you have to answer a backdooring carry, you don't have Cold Alter. Few wasn't there, right? He had,
Yes.
so that was very important in that team fight.
Great point, actually. So those were the resources that kind of was misdirected by the side of Echo. So here's the thing. Will this be a Fredrin first pick again from Bren Esports?
Ooh, that's a good point.
All right.
Utility back again with Kyle TZ. Yep, we've seen wonders in game number 1 with them. So being in the blue side could actually help. But I believe Echo has eyes on what could possibly
I
happen.
think you banned Valentina now if you're Bren.
Oh, interesting.
Unless you want to first pick it.
Is it not first pickable at this point, you think?
It is first
It is still,
pickable.
right? Yeah.
For sure.
First pickable.
But yeah, that's a term.
I love it.
But at the same time, you don't wanna give the Fredrin. So the glue will be there. Joy should be the ban here unless there will be a different. Okay, so Joy is open. Will Bren take it?
Oh my God.
A juicy
Wait.
pick.
I just have to say it's a turn how the turns have tabled.
The turns of table.
Because now it's Diggy being brand up against
Exactly.
Bren. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
exactly.
Well, tables are turning. Let's
Joy,
see.
first pick for Bren Esports.
Let's go. Oh, Wolf
Joy.
counter again.
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
go.
yeah,
Let's go. Let's
yeah.
go.
I think-
Joy.
We have
Fredrin-
4 points.
Yeah, no, I just said
Okay.
Fredrin, so
That makes 5.
You're allowed 2.
Joy
First one.
Lapo, I think you go here. You go Joy Lapo or Joy Valentina actually. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Manage.
Okay.
Wait, what's the
it's-
score? 2 to
it's
3?
sevens.
3 to 3?
Okay.
Do we count game
3 out
number
of 3.
2? I'm counting 7.
No, only this time. Only
Just
per game. It's a per game. It's a
Oh,
per
per
game.
game. Per game
Yeah.
thing. Okay.
Okay.
So-
So you get the Claude here. I think if you're Bren Esports.
Free game straight. Huh.
That's right.
Well, it's not bad.
I still think the Faramis is good for Bren Esports.
Classic matchup.
That's a classic. So Faramis Claude for Bren Esports, just like in the first game.
Oh, Ducky nodded. Maybe he agrees.
Yeah, he hears you.
Here's you.
Okay, so we have 3 points for
Yep.
Wolf right now. Since Echo has the drums, they have the beat of Joy. So let's see. Will it be the XP lane or the marksman for Bren Esports?
Oh wow!
Wow.
Totally different swing.
That's, even I didn't expect that.
The Arlet. Okay.
It takes a lot of confidence to play an Arlot these
right.
days.
Yeah, and he's the most banned in my game.
Ay,
Oh, he's
no!
back.
They quickly
Why?
picked it up. They didn't even give me time.
Okay.
Okay, well,
okay.
That's not
3 out
counted.
of 6. 3 out of 6.
3 out of 6. Come
Okay.
on. Okay, it's
Still
fine.
got
Not
it.
counted.
Still
Not
got
counted.
Okay, on to the bets of Echo.
Interesting. Interesting.
You have a tank. They have the Valentina. Will they shorten down the choices now for Marco?
I wonder what will be the answer here for the Arlet. So there are 3 heroes that I wanna consider here for Echo to answer the Arlet. That's Thams, Terizla, and interestingly the Edith.
Oh, we haven't seen that yet. Yeah.
I played that matchup. It's very good for the Edith. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah. But all of those are off meta picks, though, right?
That's right. So it could be a last pick for Echo.
Yeah. Probably it's a great priority, but not now. Because it could be a 1 poison pick since Echo is onto the red side. They could
But-
use it against them.
Then again, the Joy is already open for Echo, so
So
that
that's-
might be the XP lane.
Yeah. Unless we see Joy Jungle again.
Yeah.
Someone try that hero again in that
Joy
role.
Jungle.
It's unlikely. It's very unlikely.
Well, with these 2 teams, anything is possible. Carl Rockharto.
Maybe.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
We still have to think about. I think we're giving too much emphasis on straight up counters. Teams
Yeah.
don't always think like that, right?
Surely.
Yeah, sometimes they think about the team fight instead. So we never really know.
Well, team fight, they've taken out the Farce. It gave them a really hard time. Right? I guess even
Yeah, that was.
I wonder if Echo still wants to go for the carry as their marksman here. Although there will be a lot of counters. Because there's none left. I mean, even Harith is not gonna work because there's like the Final Slash and the Kaja ultimate.
All right.
Got it. Okay, so they're still expecting something out of these first two picks.
Sorry.
We have an amazing crowd right
You
here.
realize we're looking at the screen and something like that pops up.
yeah.
It's
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, if I were to guess, what if
Go ahead.
this Valentina will be the gold laner? They pick up Ling this time if you're Echo or Hayabusa, and allow Carl TZ to deal the damage. Be the hero that actually carries the game. So I think you pick up Ling or Hayabusa for Echo.
Everyone wants to see that, right?
For sure.
Come on.
Oh,
Barretts.
no. Very underwhelming.
No, okay. I know your expectations.
So bad.
I know, Wolf.
Come on,
it's
Echo.
fine. So
Okay.
they're playing it really safe.
Yeah.
Oh, but they take the carry.
Carry is so good for Bren Esports because of that.
Yeah, the
Now they're
shredding power.
gonna be looking for a mage for few. Which happens to be like Eve is available. Savior is there for few. So much damage and good combination. And there's also that Lilia. That will be really good against all of the heroes of Echo.
Well, let's
But
see.
I think Eve is the best option for Bren Esports.
Yeah, considering that there's a Barras in the side of Echo,
Yeah.
it would really work with their carry lineup and Arlo. Just imagine the danger of how the real manipulation will be.
Oh.
Oh,
I love
Julian.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Wolf. So you have 3 points.
Yeah.
Okay, one more
so
chance.
Difficult. It's so
It's a
difficult,
difficult-
honestly.
Yeah.
There's really no, there's not much. So they will settle for a comfort pick here. What we like about the Beatrix that it has straight up great damage against the character. The range is gonna be there. So at least you will be able to position yourself away from both the Arlot as well as the Kaja. But if you get stacked upon by this Arlot and the Flicker, of course, you still can reach Benny Curie. This is why I like the Kaja and when it comes to the order of the draft, I believe that the Arlot plus the Kaja is such a great opening pick for Bren Esports.
Yeah, and a great combo for execution. Well, this is a tiebreaker match for Bren Esports and Echo. It's the battle and getting to the top. Let's see how they execute this because the danger right now is in the details of the first picks of Bren Esports with high mechanical players with amazing minds of World Championship coaches. You expect the caliber of this match to be this tight. It's game number 3. Let's see who's going to settle the score.
SEA Games representative for 2023 versus the world champions. You can expect nothing less. And I think very much so that there will be more emphasis on mid to early here just because of the Julian coming in from few. And of course, once you hit level 4, Kaja usually just fights right away.
All right, so varying builds here. Flap TZ will settle for the Unbending Will onto the Arlet. And Sanford, we know that the Joyce just has very strong hero. It's just so good. So you will expect Echo to be high octane in this game. The only reason why you want to pick up the Barretts together with the Beatrix is that if you want to end the game early.
Ooh.
So Echo Express should be all fueled up this game. Otherwise, it will be overrun by the swarm of Bren Esports.
I love how you pointed out that Echo has a great gas stop to fuel. And the early game could be their advantage because in some point, Bren Esports could be the speed breaker of this game. Remember, they have 2 heroes could easily break momentum. So we're talking about Kyle TC's friend, we're talking about Ogwen's Kaja. And how we're seeing this possibility of Echo, they're respecting the fact that things can still turn around.
Yeah, man. Bren, if they have all the tools, right? They have so much crowd control, and that will proc Arlot, right? Crowd control procs Arlot. So
Yep.
so many layering that they can do here in this matchup. Sanji almost got taken out. My goodness. And this is what I'm talking about before the game started. Look at that. Bren, they're really trying to make something happen here. But
Folks.
Sanford, you do not ignore the early game power of a Joy. able to make out alive is going to be the Capitan himself.
Did you see that usage of so-called teamwork coming up from Kaltizi? Pushing away Kaltizi, who was chasing him down, and jungler versus jungler battle. Apparently, it's Fredrin which has the upper hand, and that's really bad for Echo.
Yeah. You gotta
Oh,
love
Joy.
it. Yeah. You gotta love that Joy. He does not have a way to get out. Oh my goodness, look at that. That's a beautiful kick. Carl Deasy will be able to secure the turtle because of that.
Oh, now it's, flicker out from Flap TZ. Look at this, 3 against 3. Ogwin looking for a spot, knock up 4-1. Yowie gets few. Flap TZ got to be on the line here.
Chase is on. Oh my goodness. Flap will still be able to take it out in the end. But backup will arrive soon. Not in time though.
Wow, early trades. Bren Echo, is this being healthy? Early game.
Wow. Okay, so what happened was Echo bought time. Carl TZ, knowing that he was poked by Kyle TZ, and they both used their retribution, the decision from Carl TZ was, okay, let them take the turtle first. I'll take my purple buff. So, during that decision coming up from Echo, their thought process was Yawi should be doing his best to delay the turtle take, and he was able to do so. When Carl TZ comes back, since he got his purple buff back, he is a level ahead of Kaltizi. Then, Yawi just utilized his Way of the Dragon so beautifully that was also timed so that Kaltizi will win the turtle fight.
Ooh.
Then afterwards, Yawi was able to knock up 2 people when they were being chased down, and that was the reason why Echo was finally able to get the kill. And now they're leading by 1.2k. The chaos from Echo, and we are talking about the high-octane train of the Echo Express. It is now online.
High Oct train.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry. It was right there. Anyway.
It's good. It's good.
I think that's also
That's a 7 out of 10.
Yeah, there you go.
It's okay.
You gotta look for the wolf score there.
Yeah.
Anyway, 4 minutes, I think it's not bad.
No.
Considering that Bren has a pretty good early game lineup, Echo having a 1.5k gold lead at this point seems very solid. Ooh.
Look at the solid.
You hear the
shot.
crowd.
Just how you managed to hear the crowd say, ooh. Amazement right onto the crowd's voices. And Bren Esports is not getting near this turtle.
Seems to be very happy to take these fights. Again, they are recognizing that their mid-game, early game is still pretty good. That's a cancel on the Daytona's welcome. 2v1 is going to be Bren versus Carl TZ. And they're not fighting. They want the fight on the bottom side of the map instead.
Massive win for Bren Esports. If they still take this turtle, this will be the best case scenario. Carl TZ waiting for his level 8. Might not be able to do so. He's being poked out. And the turtle goes to Carl TZ.
All right.
Slash.
Seem to be quite happy with that. That's going to be turtle number 2. And look at this. They're not. I love that Bren isn't phased by a Joy pick, right? Joy, usually you don't want to fight it before 8 minutes. But they're very happy to go for him, knowing that they have so much advantages with their heroes.
They have the good skill. And for me, I treat Joy as one annoying mosquito in team fights. How do you manage to get through that? You have Ogwin's Kaja. You have the skill set of an Arlet. That's how you manage to put Joy in one, wall. And looking at the items here, Echo is losing the lead up to 500. Something's happening.
Oh, nice pull in. No way for Yawi to make a Way of the Dragon happen. And look at that. Carl TZ just suffering in the hands of carry. Super Marco with his signature carry just tearing it up.
Man.
Oh man, Sanford just lost it. It's 0-3 right now. Just went aggressively against Bren Esports, wanting to contest Super Marco when he didn't have any follow-up. And phew!
Assassination attempt here from Bren Esports will pay off. But I think Few will have to also pay the toll with Yawi and Sanji close behind them.
Look at Super Marco.
Look at the pushback though. It's beautiful. They even force a flicker out of Sanji.
We're talking about Bren Esports could be the speed breaker. I guess they're the ones on full tank right now and fueled to go up against Echo Wolf.
Absolutely. Specifically Kaltizi playing it so well in the past 2 fights that we saw. Always reserving his dash so that Kaltizi will not be able to find the good Daytona's welcome.
Yeah.
And the fact that he won the second turtle after being down by 1,000 gold Echo just lost all of their momentum. This time, look at that final slash.
Beautiful final slash. There's nothing that Carl TZ can do in that one. Basically went down 2-0 as Yaoi also gets taken out. That's a free V5, and the turtle is almost certainly going to get secured here by Bren Esports.
2 crucial deaths. That's Yaoi and Carl, TZ and Kyle completely gets that objective. And now they're pushing. Oh, look at the catch.
Fighting once more. Non-stop fights here, by the way. And Echo, I don't think it's going to pay off. It's 1v5. Stanford's trying to maximize the use of the beats, but it will not be enough. Triple kill for Captain Few.
Oh, my God, Few is just... is ever so reliable, right? You can see him like get 4-2 and 5, getting a triple for this one. 26k damage and a lot of items to boot. Few is just winding back the clock, or it kind of felt like he didn't even leave us a bit. And this is a big problem now for Echo. There's no late game win condition for them.
Yeah.
No.
It's really just impossible. And even Super Marco is outplaying Echo. Yaoi tried to go for him with the Wave of the Dragon, but it wasn't there. And the Barretts at this point being pummeled down. The timing for Bren Esports is now.
Oh man, that's one way to answer it, Cho. Don't let him kick. Use Divine Judgment. Oh my goodness.
And
No
his flicker
intros
was
needed.
down. His flicker was down. How do you manage to get a play?
Ah, this is beautiful so far
what
for
the-
Bren.
Outplayed, man.
Over and over again.
It's rinse
So
and
many
repeat.
times.
House of Bren. Now that you want to take on Carl TZ.
Yep.
Has-
Caldeezy.
Not letting go.
This could be bad. Look at this. Echo.
Everybody right now is so activated for Bren Esports. Super Marco on a 501, not even reaching 10 minutes. This is a happy carry.
Oh my God. I can't believe that Kaltis is actually styling on the rest of Echo this time with the Fredrin. Kind of feels like his approach is very fresh. That's why I really, my initial reaction to the Barrett's pick was like, oh, come on, Echo. You can do better. Because that's what it is. This is not a Kyle Ortiz hero.
Woo!
It's translating very well, although he is getting pushed back now. And there it is. Kyle Teasy gonna get pushed in, pushed out. Everything happened to him, but he's still alive and still punching back against Echo right now.
I see.
No damage.
No damage. It's not enough to compensate Bren Esports' protection on how they wanted to layer their defense against Echo. Yaoi wanted to make a play. Yaoi did the combo, and the follow-up was there, but it's not yet enough.
They threw everything at Kyle Teasy but the kitchen sink, and he's still alive.
Yeah, and
You
you
should have
guys
thrown the kitchen sink too. Oh man.
and you guys mentioned that there's no win condition in late game. Can Echo rewrite that? Can Echo have a chance with that?
Yeah, it's going to be a big question mark, a big what if. If Sanji can do something, or Sanford rather, can do something, but in the end, even Super Marco will be the one to secure that Lord. Carl thinks he's too busy jumping and munching on Ogwin for it to matter. And that is free down for Echo. Oh my goodness. They gotta be careful.
Oh my.
Ooh, there he goes! It's on! It's Kyle Teasy with the recalls!
Even Sanford going to the gold lane. Typically a Joy that snowballed will not have any problems, especially if he rocks the Vengeance. At this point, 0 and 5, Sanford cannot stay in front of the carry. And this is really detrimental to the side of Echo. There's no way to stop Super Marco at this point.
This is one good carry game in the hands of Super Marco. Activated so fast, and now Echo needs to respond with defense. Follow-up. Oh,
No ultimates for Ogwen, no Divine Judgment. Final Slash is up and ready for Flap though. Super Marco also not ready to fight just yet, so Bren, they might have to concede that, and they are trying to get what they can across the map though.
okay, let's trim down one thing for Echo. Now, they might want to see if Bren Esports could commit a mistake, because in some points of engagement, they cannot last the damage on how Super Marco and Few can give to them. So for Echo, who would want to win a team fight, mistakes, isolate, or even wait for the late game. But on how Bren Esports is responding right now, they don't want that kind of way of being treated in late game.
So difficult now to think about ways for Echo to survive this. But they are surviving. And if there's anything that we know about Echo, they know how to come back. They know how to win games.
I mean, sometimes they don't even fight in team fights. They just go for the base straight up. So
That could be
you
the
can't
way.
count them out.
They have the signature Beatrix to go for it. So there's the shotgun onto the base. So
Yep.
there's that.
Yep.
There's still hope for Echo, knowing that these two teams play.
Matrix has so many ways to just go straight into towers, right? It's just
Yep.
you gotta keep your eyes on Benny. But if Bren can keep their eyes on Benny, that's actually a
Yeah.
big win condition removed from the Orcas.
Okay, they're buying some time here. We see it on our screens and all our items. But the most deadliest part here is, well, Super Marco, 702, no deaths. How do you penetrate Bren Esports right now?
His 10K compared to the 7K of Benny Cutie. That's a full item and a half.
Ouch.
1.5 item advantage.
Massive.
It's massive. That's Mount Everest. It's not an uphill climb. It's a Mount Everest climb.
Yeah. Well, how many seasons has Carry been on Super Marco, right? And he's been
Yeah.
winning. There was one season he was deathless on the Carry. I
Exactly.
think.
There was a half a season or maybe like 3/4 of a season where he's deathless on the
Yeah.
carry.
So it's hard to bet against Super Marco in that matchup.
I agree.
He has a recipe book, and when he uses carry, it's just on the shelf. Like, okay, I need to use it now, and this is how it works. And Echo wants to gamble this Lord.
Right.
They would need this push.
Yeah, Echo, they're trying to go for a very high gamble, high risk play with having 3 members on the different side of the map. Few is in there, so he knows. They're very much aware, and there's very little that Sanford can actually do.
Oh,
He
Carl
has to
left.
go back up.
Carl.
TZ, 1 man against 4. Although Few did get taken out. The scouting party has been disbanded.
Rico!
But look at that, Yowie. He's going to get caught out here. Final slash, he stops. He stopped in his tracks.
He was about to recall.
Almost.
Almost.
So Echo, what a weird set of events, right? Sanford and Carl TZ in front of the Lord. Not gonna be able to achieve anything. Sanford gets out. Yeah, sure he survives, but that gave so much attention to Carl TZ, and it was so far away from the Lord tick. It's not in retribution. Oh!
The flicker in from Echo actually is huge. Sanford, he's playing around with fire here, but somehow he is still alive. Sanford, good damage output. He has to retreat, though. Sanji and Carl TC left alone to defend against this Lord. Regens are coming in.
Wow.
Echo with Yowie up front is a big threat to anyone who crosses their path, but Bren Esports seem to be playing this a bit more safe.
Okay. Oh, pulled one in!
Beautiful pull in. Yowie gets eliminated, but again, it's actually pretty worth it because there goes the Arla. Few getting dove in by Bandicuti. Nice slash.
Super Mark is
Enhanced
down.
sword by Few.
The crucial pickup of Echo.
That was big.
2-2, and they can't defend the base.
Okay,
All
so
right.
you see what happened here is I think it was the heroics of Sanji. First, it was his final slash usage as he stole it. Then eventually you can see that Sanford finally makes a mark. Eventually was taken out, but he put Super Marco so low to the point where he died. So that's a big stop and a big bounty that they got out of that. And diminished the lead to 7K. Still, Echo, it's an uphill climb. It still is winnable, and it's going to be dependent on how Sanji will be instrumental in this. The skill that he will steal is going to be very important.
Let's see how the Sansan duos work now, because looking at those stats, Benny Cutie climbing at ranking 3 for the players' goal. But one thing that caught my eye is the damage of Super Mark right now up against Benny Cutie is almost half. That was almost 8,000, 7,000, 8,000, and clearly he got really bursted down there. So there's still a glimmer of hope for Echo to go through. And those mistakes could actually be prevented if Bren Esports sees that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Bren Esports doesn't get caught by a 5-man final slash from Sanji again, they should be pretty fine, though.
Yeah. And to think that this is just a regular season game, how the stakes are so high.
Right,
Well, it's a battle for top 1, though, so it still is very important. But man, who would have thought that it will be Bren Esports the team that will put Echo in, against the ropes like this.
That is a fair point, Wolf.
Well, Carl Lizzy asked for it, right? And this is the team that he wants to face up against the most.
Yeah, and he said that he named Bren Esports as one of their threats in this season because they 2-0'd him last time, and now it's just going difficult. 5K goal lead. Okay, they're depleting the lead in half. We're seeing some light here for Echo, but the base is too open.
Yep, it's a
So
late game
difficult
fight,
still.
and obviously Bren will have a little bit of an advantage in the late game. But as you can see, if Echo can make, they have a lineup that can really make good pickoffs.
Well, is this a pickoff?
Think so. They are going to be concealed. Free man knock up there by Yaoi, but no one is there to follow up. He actually got suppressed, could not get out in time. He has to play around the other members of Echo. Look at this, Carl Tizzy. Once more, he's left all alone. And where's Benny Cutie?
Where's Benny?
Yaoi? Oh my god. Bren didn't get phased at all.
Or go straight for the base this time.
Can
Echo just can't find the opening.
Can they defend it? There's two
I don't think
members.
so.
Oh no.
There still is the ultimate onto Ogwin.
There's 2 members left.
There
They
it
can
is.
clear members though. Yaoi! Oh, not gonna be enough, and that's it. Wow, what a way to
Whoa.
finish it off.
And there goes the confidence of Bren Esports. The Hives and the Bees preventing a reverse sweep against the world champs. Bren Esports prevailed.
Honestly, that was not the way I imagined that matchup would end. It was very, very low key and basically a pick-off and straight to
Yeah.
finish. It's not the way that these games usually go.
So many underwhelming performances coming out from Echo. But on the flip side, Bren Esports were just on point. Everybody's just so cracked in this game. Kaltizi playing phenomenally.
Oh, look at
Few
that.
winding back the clock. Super Marco was, again, proving himself as the best carry player out there. 2 seasons back-to-back against Benny Cutie, who made himself a name for that carry pickup. And it's the road to the top for Bren Esports.
Wasn't Few a Fanny main before?
He was.
He was.
See?
right?
Assassin
So-
main.
I'm happy that you
That's-
boys are here.
That's why he said basically this is a huge nostalgia trip for us because his mechanics really don't fade. I don't know how. Teach us, Few. Teach us.
The mastery, the veterancy, like you guys are here right now beside me. Amazing, amazing. Well, now just Bren Esports completely making a statement up against the world champs. Now they have denied the possibility for a sweep, and they say hi back to Carl TZ. This is one of the aura of retribution of Bren Esports is so high, and they prove everybody wrong today.
Well, they are their SEA Games representatives. They were the champions of that tournament, and now they will be the same team that will represent us in the Southeast Asian Games. That means that it is also important for them to take this maybe MSC, right?
Uh-oh.
Maybe this is the road to MSC.
We don't know.
They will compete in Cambodia anyway, so why not go there earlier, right? So
It's the same location.
same
yeah.
location.
Oh, yeah.
Just wait
same
for a
location,
few days,
yeah.
right? And just be there. And Wolf, without being said, these 2 teams right now, they have the high caliber players. They have the high mechanical gifts, the coaches, and there's no surprise that this match can go head to head. And as I said in the first one, we better strap yourselves for this game because that's how they sell. Bren Esports is not going back down. They're sitting on top, sweet as honey.
Yeah, the future is bright for the Bees.
Yeah, for sure. I was just really amazed on how that went because that series, there's a lot of outdrafts. I think third game is also a very good outdraft coming out from Bren Esports. Prepared once again. Arlot and Kaja all together, countering what Echo wants to do. They also limited the heroes of Gartizi. I'm sorry, man. I just can't get over the bats pick. I think it was very underwhelming. I don't think it does the job,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Maybe the minds of Carl TZ that by that moment is more of playing it safe. But one thing that's the spark in my head was they have no late game assurance. They had the late game answer. And they want to play it on their own way. Well, that's Echo's flavor. That's how Echo managed to pull the highlight plays. They're the house of highlights for a reason. They're the world champs for a reason. So there's no surprise that these 2 teams can pull off such unorthodox ways that we cannot even fathom. Now, Let's call over Mara together with Bren Esports right on stage with their winning victory. Bees, how are you back there?
Ito ang serye na inabangan ng lahat and Bren Esports, the victor. Congratulations! Hinila ko talaga itong si Kyle TZ. Oy, wow! Pandora, yung sinasabi nila. Hinila ko si Kyle TZ because I sense great confidence in you. Tinititpihan mo na si Yawi, ah.
Ano lang po, binawian ko lang po siya. Tinitipihan po kami ng first half.
Kaya pala. Kasi hindi ko yun nakita sa'yo before. Pero ito, game number 1. Nag-one-on-one kayo ni Carl TZ sa bottom lane. Hayabusa versus Lancelot. Assassin versus Assassin. You've been pointing out since nandito ka sa MPL, nakapasok ka, na idol mo si Carl TZ. Natalo mo siya doon sa one-on-one. How did that feel?
Sobrang saya po nung natalo ko po siya sa 1v1. Kasi nung di pa po ako naglalaro ng ML, kumbaga sila Flap tsaka sila Carl po ang inspiration po para maglaro po ng ML. Kaya po nung napatay ko po siya sa bot lane si Carl, parang sobrang nakakagaan ng loob kasi yung idol ko po, kinakalaban ko na po ngayon.
Ang galing naman. Pero ito, kung hindi siya tank at may damage, sa tingin mo same pa rin yung result?
Hindi po.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, honest ha. May masasabi ka ba kay Carl?
Nice game sa'yo, Carl. Kita-kits sa playoffs ulit.
That's really nice. At may napansin ako after day 1, Coach Ducky, you had like this exhale of relief. And then pumunta ka sa dugout ng Echo.
Yeah.
You were alone there. You said a few words. Can you share us what happened there?
Close kasi ako dun sa coaching and management nila. Dahil na kay Mitch, one of my closest friends. So, ayun, nagpapasalamat lang ako kasi binigyan niya akong jacket. Ayun, binigyan niya akong jacket. Ayun. So, yun, maraming salamat sa Echo for the very good game. And of course, sa Echo fans as well. Maraming salamat sa pagpunta. And to all the Bren fans na nandito ngayon, maraming salamat.
Binigyan ng jacket, but if you guys want to get the Echo jacket as well, they're on sale right at the front.
Yes, available siya out front, guys. So if you guys want to buy, make sure to check out Echo's merch.
Tingnan naman kalaban, pero pinopromote yung jacket ng kalaban. Pero Brendan mag-order din kayo sa Bren. Ano naman, few. Eto, bago ko interviewin ang yung TZ brother, nandito ka, ikaw ang nag-iisang manlalaro from season 1 na champion caliber pa rin. At nasa active list pa rin, part ng main 5. Nag-iisang manlalaro simula season 1 that's still part of the main. What is your secret na hindi ka pumapalya and you're still so good? You're still here.
Siguro yung gigil ko lang din sa paglalaro. Tapos yung passion ko sa paglaro. Kasi gustong-gusto ko talaga maglaro ng video games eh. Hilig ko talaga yun eh. Tapos yung gigil kong bumawi kasi nga nung season 8 pati season 9, parang nahinano sa sarili ko. Tapos gusto ko talaga bumawi ngayon.
Pero ngayon, ang lakas! Few lang malakas! Oh, Flap naman, si Flap. Flap, dito ka, Flap. Oh, kanina in-interview ka with Carl. Tinanong ka, gusto niyo ba game 3 or sweep? Sabi mo si Carl na bahala, yan tuloy, hindi niyo na sweep. At sabi nga nila, kayo yung inaabangan talaga nilang na game kasi SEA Games team kayo, and this is what everyone has been waiting for. So how was this fight for you guys?
Masaya po. Masaya po kami kasi nakatapat namin sila Carl. Kasi si Carl, kaklose namin ni Kuya Pew. Kaya yun, masaya kaming lahat na nabigyan namin ng magandang laban yung mga fans.
Nag-usap ba kayo bago magsimula yung laban?
Ay, yung dyan lang sa
Dito
upuan.
lang. Ito na yung time mo. What do you want to say to your TZ brother, Carl?
Nice game, Carl. Nakachamba lang kami.
I love the relationship. Everybody, once again, give him a round of applause. Congratulations to Bren. And that is what it's all about. Both teams showing how close they are, showing sportsmanship. This is the first time na na-experience ko pinopromote yung merchandise ng kabilang koponan. Once again, we feature different teams every week. So, if you guys want their jacket, go ahead at the front. Ang ganda talaga ng laban na naganap ngayon. This is what everybody was watching out for, and it did not disappoint. So let's see what our casters have to say. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. That really was a good fight. A healthy relationship, to be honest. And also, I didn't expect that to happen in the last part of the interview. How they actually promote each and everybody's
That was
merchandise. I love it. I love the jacket, by the way. And also Bren. Amazing design. But to highlight this game, Bren Esports prepared for this match, and how to translate the interview of Kyle TZ. He looks up to Carl TZ the moment he went into Bren Esports. He waited for this day, and he waited for this chance to go up against the world champions.
Yeah, that was like, I think this is the new battle of the besties. Obviously,
Oh, yeah.
this is it. If there was a battle of the besties, that's it. You promote each other's merch. Well, that's what best
Right.
friends do, right? So,
Yeah.
You're right,
Doesn't matter if you're like the enemy or your arch enemy, you promote their merch.
all fun.
Well, that's how Bren Esports looks good, but how they managed to pull through stopping a reverse sweep, we'll break it down. It's the Hive getting this one.
You know, I really feel, and I still believe that this was a draft problem for Echo why they lost that game. And it was just Bren Esports either out drafting straight up, just outskilling when it comes to like the draft order, or they prepared heavily for Echo, because that's what I felt. Additionally, the second important reason why Bren Esports won this is night and day comparison of the performances of the players. Bren Esports were playing so well, all of their members are, while Echo, they were just not on the mark. Let's start with the draft, however. The great opening coming out from Bren Esports, man, it's so amazing to see that they first picked up the Fredrin and then the Kaja and the Arlet. This was the checkmate move that they gave the joy and they countered it. Sanford went 0-5 before he's able to find the first play that he did correctly. So he struggled all throughout this game. You can see that Echo eventually found a lot of like problems for their Barretts, which was fourth pick by Echo. And to me, that, you know, when you were watching this game and we were drafting, I didn't shy away from expressing my disappointment on this Barretts, and I think that it was reflected in game. Carl TZ is just not a Barretts kind of player. And unfortunately, Echo weren't able to capitalize on this. They lost so much of the control after the second turtle of the fight. However, you have to hand it to Echo. They made a great play in the first set of the turtle, where they went in and waited for Carl TZ's level 5 by taking the purple buff, then taking the turtle afterwards. But Turtles 2 onwards, Few was phenomenal already, just like literally just killing everyone all across the map. You can also see that Sanford was always the victim of the overload of damage coming out from Echo. And the fact that Ogwin is also focusing on utilizing his Divine Judgment on important heroes. You can see Few's timestamp in here. So that's going over the mid lane and then eventually going to the gold lane. So that's actually the lane that the only lane that he visited, that he rotated to. And it was so important for the rest of Bren Esports to have emphasis. And in fact, there was a time where you can see that Super Marco was leading by a lot. Okay, Sanford being taken out first. This was already bad for Echo, but he bought the time. Eventually, Echo still managed to take the turtle and then won the fight afterwards because of Yawi's 2 months knock-up. Still, Echo still wants to go for a kill afterwards, which was interesting because that was definitely a mistake from their part. And look at this. Divine Judgment onto Yawi immediately. Kaltizi not having a good time. And then Sanford isolated once again. Death number 3 for the XP laner. Kaltizi receiving the final slash. And the combo was there from Bren Esports. Just cannot do anything about utilizing this Barrett. And again, Sanji with a stolen final slash. But the Flap TZ original final slash was better afterwards. They found 2 kills, eventually getting the turret. Then Sanford also taken up by Few with the skills already cooled down. Yawi taken out once again. Everybody's just dropping like flies here for Echo because of the damage overload. And they were getting outplayed. Kaltizi exposed to Super Marco. And they were always trying. Again, Sanford dying 0-5. This is the common denominator for Echo. They're just losing their explainer. And once Sanford got away, finally got away. But Kaltizi was left out in the open. He still chased, right? So it was very weird to see Echo play like this. Super Marco eventually taken out. Sanford finally hitting the mark, getting a kill onto an important hero. Well, Super Marco was taken out. Then, Benny Cutie just can't find the opening. the moment that Sanji was taken out, there was nothing that Echo can do. Carltese left in the open. Lord was reset. Bren Esports is doing everything that they wanted to do. Benecuti just can't. And in the final exchange, the ultimate of Ogun was available. He flickered in even under the actual fountain or actual well of Echo's side. Using the Divine Judgment, it was already, the final nail in the coffin. Echo was just outplayed and outdrafted in game number 3.
And I can say that was one phenomenal experience that we've seen.
And I will echo those
today.
sentiments. Please, Carltese, don't parrots anymore.
Yeah,
you're
it's just not it.
It's not for your hands because you're just too good. You're too fast.
Yeah.
Use it, right? Heroes like Barrett, you can't be fast.
Yeah.
Right.
It's more of a utility type, right?
Leave it to old people who have locked fingers like us.
Yeah, leave it to us.
Yeah. Do the fast ones. Do a Ling. Do a Fanny. Anything. Anything. So now as we look after the matches of the day, we have Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines coming right up because these two teams are ranking at 5 and 6 today. Once again, I am OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Wolf. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. We're going to have a coffee backstage. Don't go anywhere. This is MPL Philippines Season 11 English Desk.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam na.
Oras na namin to. Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Welcome back to the home of the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world. That's right, you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. The second head-to-head that you're about to witness will feature the development of one of our unsung heroes, Miko. After admitting his struggles to fill in the role left by our Hall of Legends inductee Chaknu, found comfort in his teammates who reminded him na ang barangay ay isang pamilya. Now, with reassuring teammates and a refreshed mindset, can Miko overcome their opponent, Kekidut, and the team and prove that time is not on their side? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
They've both faced every challenge with no intention to lose. With both of these teams ranking 6 and 7 in the standings right now, they need to have a clear vision. That is to climb back up. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Reptar for the match of ONIC Philippines and Barangay Smart Omega. Both of these two teams are really struggling to climb back up, and the window is closing. Playoffs is almost around the corner.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because we're at this point where it's the second half of the season. We talked a lot about this yesterday. And yeah, it's crunch time for a lot of these teams, so they got to get things together here.
Yeah, you have ONIC Philippines, whose battle cry is ONIC time. It has to be their time now. They got to start getting those wins.
Now.
But
It's
of
now
course,
time.
it's Omega timers as well. It seems like they're following their age-old story of us. The longer the season goes, the stronger they get. Maybe.
Well, as the stronger the team goes, well, enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing a number via mobile number portability or MNP. With Smart.ph, switch to Smart to know more. And as we discuss of the caliber of this match, Barangay Omega had a great momentum of taking back a win. Miko taking off the pressure with Chak Mamba not being present in Smart Omega.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that, right? Because Miko set out to prove the Bashers wrong at this point. And we actually talked a lot about this last week when we were comparing roamers and the whole disciplines, right? The different disciplines there are of roamers. So now you're kind of at this situation again. It's, yeah, Miko's here to prove a point. He's got those big shoes to fill. And also even Kekidut, right? We were talking about Kekidut a lot and how he's kind of been trying to figure himself out, I feel like, and exactly where does he fit in that discipline of roamer style.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because I remember the last time we talked about Kekidut with his hero pool and how he plays. Reminds us a lot of how Baloyski played.
Ooh,
and when you think about Kekidut, it seems like he's slotted more into this ONIC lineup better than Miko has. But again, that is coming from the pressure of the fact that people are comparing him to Chaknu. We've set up what kind of, we've talked about in the past what kind of roamer Miko is. He does prefer the setup tanks, although he has those utility roamers available for him. But Miko is a much more cautious version of the Chak Mamba. He loves to play from the reverse counter punch style. However, we've seen once he has once he gets his hands on heroes such as the Cho, my goodness, like, he can set up the tempo really well for Omega.
Well, thank God for this graphics and highlights on our screens to watch. That's how Miko shrub off the pressure. And, well, knowing Chakmami has a big size, a big shoes. Well,
do you know Chapnu's shoe size?
Possibility.
I'm gonna let that one go.
Is that wait, that's what you just said. You know Chapnu's shoe size.
Yeah, and that's how Miko wants to fill in that role, right?
Okay,
Guy's got a size 13, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just 11. But now on our player feature on the screen, let's translate this a little bit. And as Miko says, and also, right, he's here to prove the Bashers wrong. And when he feels down, that's when his playstyle gameplay is affected and also ripples to his teammates.
Yeah.
But once he has this motivation, I would really show to everybody that I can prove the doubters wrong.
Yeah, that shows what kind of player Miko is, the mindset that he has. Like, he knows he can't let the pressure get to him. Because if that happens, then it's going to affect the rest of the team. Miko is the leader type. We've known that. He has a coaching past, and when he was like leading the second team of Omega last season, MPL-Philippines Season 10, he really was the leader type. So it's good to see that he's still comfortable being the leader now for Omega.
Looks like Miko is up and ready. Now let's throw it over to Odin. Odin, what do you have first day for this match against ONIC and Smart Omega?
Maraming salamat, casters. This is your very own Odin na nagbabalik mula sa courtside. Dumayo naman tayo ng kabilang barangay at kasama natin ngayon ang Smart Omega. Tawagin na natin dito si Miko. Halika, Miko. Parang ano yung pinapakita mo kanina? Parang naiiyak-iyak ka. Kinakabahan ka?
Oh.
Ayan na.
Low. Kinakabahan po ako.
Kumusta? Naka-adjust ka na ba sa mga past few weeks?
Opo, nakaka-adjust na po.
Masaya ka naman?
Masaya po.
Ayan. Miko, since bago ang roster ng Smart Omega, nabanggit noon ni Coach Pakbet na mas comfortable yung Smart Omega na nagsisimula sa bottom para mas motivated. Na-adapt mo na ba yung ganong mindset?
Opo, pag sa ilalim po kami nang galing, bawal na po kami matalo eh. Kaya mas gigil po kami manalo pag ano.
More pressure, more motivation. Ganon. Hindi ka naman naiyak ngayon. Kanina pa siyang gumaganon bago mag-start eh. And napapansin na ngayon ng ibang players yung gameplay mo. Katulad ni Kelra, sinabi niya noon na parang napanghihinaan siya ng loob pero nung may nagawa kang gameplay, sabi niya na, parang kaya pa. Isa pa, nung laban nyo against Echo, nabanggit ni Yawi na parang siya yung pinag-iinitan mo. Ibig sabihin nun, nare-recognize ka na ng ibang players. Anong nafe-feel mo?
Hindi po yun, chamba lang po yun.
Chamba?
Binibiro lang po nila ako.
Grabe naman chumamba si Miko, no? Thank you, Miko. Tawagin naman muna natin si Coach Ito Max.
Hello
Coach. Sabi ni Ito, umiyak daw kayo ni Kelra. Totoo ba yun? Umiyak ka nga nung umalis siya?
Hindi po. Nagpapasikat lang po siya.
Ay, nagpapasikat.
Hindi, pero syempre nalungkot kami. Kaya dalawa kami sa pinakamalapit sa kanya eh. Hindi naman kami naiyak. Sinuportahan naman namin siya sa gusto niya kasi matagal niya na rin gusto yung talagang maging player.
Ngayon, Coach, nagpasikat si Hito sa ibang region. Naka 2-0 sila tapos siya pa yung MVP. Baka meron ka ngayong gustong sabihin kay Hito.
Hito, congrats. Tuloy-tuloy mo lang yung pagchamba mo.
Chamba lang din, Coach. Grabe naman pala chumamba ang Smart Omega. Any message po para sa inyong fans?
Sa mga fans namin, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta sa amin kahit na hindi consistent yung team. Nandiyan pa rin kayo naniniwala na kaya namin makabangon. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat.
Thank you so much, Coach Ito Max and Miko. Maraming salamat at makikita natin kung sino nga ba ang chachamba sa laban ng Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines. Balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. And going back to translate on how Miko pointed and answered that interview beautifully, this is no surprise for Smart Omega to be in this situation. They want the pressure and they keep on accepting it. Well, it's just short form of cramming going to the playoffs, but this is still a good way of developing their own story with all the teams present right now.
You know, I think one of the biggest things is that all the teams have had to go through this at one point or another, right? We've seen this even from last season. Just look at the last series. How strong Bren is now. And kind of, I feel like with Omega, yes, they have this history, but obviously they had to make changes, and they have to have time to settle in. But that's the thing. A lot of their fans, a lot of the Barangay hoping that, you know, they don't wait too long. Because, yeah, as you mentioned, the playoffs are approaching, right? And they need to be able to manage at least to secure themselves that spot and then continue to improve where they need to going into the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because both teams would want to walk out of this with a 2-0. So this might be an absolute war yet again, another 2-1 series, because both of them understand they need to maximize the points as much as possible.
Well, now it seems the matches are all heated up. Let's call on our teams. Barangay Omega and ONIC Philippines, ready on stage.
Fresh off a victory, they're more determined to keep a stronger force to climb and make it to the top. Barangay Magingay, it's Smart Omega! They treat every obstacle as an opportunity to create a winning technique. Will they be able to take back their groove to make their time move? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Itumax and Coach Bluff Z. It's Smart Omega versus ONIC Philippines. Who is going to rise back up?
And I'm kind of feeling it right now. The lineup of Smart Omega. They're ready to take one against ONIC Philippines.
I think this is the biggest thing again, right? And is it going to come down to the roamers? Is it going to come down to jungle? And is it even going to come down to the XP lane? Because that has been this trend so far in Season 11 is actually it's not just one role that can pull the punches and carry games. So Miko specifically has his work cut out for him. But if Renzio can secure, hey, even if it's the R-Lot, man, that we've seen popping up here a lot, and he can utilize that pick the way he wants to, this will allow Smart Omega to actually get the game that they want, and possibly either of these teams, like Renmar said, want that sweep. They want that 2-0 here.
Yeah, here on the side of ONIC PH, Nets and Sensui, Ryota, Super Friends, and Kekadud. We talked a lot about the roamers earlier. These are two teams who actually put a lot of focus in their gold lane in terms of their draft win conditions. However, if any of them want to get the victory here today, their gold laners need help. On the side of Omega, Keller can't just be the only condition. On the side of ONIC, it can't only be just Nets. Super Friends needs to pop off because ONIC can at least count on Sensui to secure the objectives. That has been the theme for Sensui for MPL Philippines Season 11. He has been an absolute monster in terms of being able to win the Retribution duels in the jungle. We're going to need to see a little bit more of the Season 10 Super Friends. The Super Friends who can set the tempo, who can win the game for ONIC PH.
Well, we're talking about on the first day went for ONIC Philippines. As Nets say, it's a normal day. But on week number 5, as time goes by, they need to all activate all at once, because being at the spot of 6 and 7, you need more time. You need more ways to have this sweep, right?
Yeah.
And as Brenmar is placing it right now, they need to have more ways of actually having all of the amplified members to go up in attack.
You know, again, at this point, if you've been saying it's a normal day, well, it's time to change up your day. It's time to change up your daily routine here, because you got to have these changes, right? You had to make these adjustments, and it's now the time to really show what you've learned from that first half as not just individual players in their roles, but as a team, and how this works out for them. Because if you look at the top, right, the top of the standings, each one of those teams had to go through that in their own way in different seasons, and now it's like, oh, look at this ball of synergy that these guys have. And that is what I feel like both these teams here have actually had to come back and really find out this season.
Yeah, I'm really going to be looking at the mid laner picks if we're going to see anything spicy.
Well, speaking of hot and spicy, let's call on our analyst for our keys to victory for this match. Midnight, what do you have for us?
Second round of bout, laban na ng mga timers, Omega at ONIC. Para manalo, ito ang kailangan nilang gawin. Atin sa atin ng Infinix ang ating keys to victory. Now for Smart Omega, ride your momentum. Hindi pwedeng Omega timers lang or late game lang ang pinaglalabanan nila dito. Ay pwede silang makahanap ng tsansa sa early game na kapag-establish ng momentum or ng kanilang lead para ma-utilize nila yung kanilang gold standard na si Kelra at makahanap ng early game space para makagalaw sila dito against ONIC, and of course para mabutasin yung objective gameplay ng kanilang kalaban. Now for ONIC naman, double time, they have Omega Timer. Directly opposite dun sa keys to victory nung una, dahil ito naman sila dapat yung mag-ride ng momentum kasi hindi ka dapat umabot sa Omega Timer. Nakita na natin again, time and time again. At this point, hindi na kayang i-explain ng science yung Omega Timer dahil kapag dating talaga late game, yung decision making at yung teamfight prowess ng Omega ay hindi mo talaga matatawaran. So if you're ONIC, kailangan yung mga objective victories mo ay nagtatranslate and nagko-convert into more objectives and more lead para masara mo kagad yung game. Now, for both teams, it ain't over until it's over. Again, very similar to the two keys to victory. Pagdating ng late game, importante rito yung mga pwestuhan ng mga roamer dahil ito ay labanan ng mga clash, labanan ng mga lord takes, labanan ng end game condition. Kaya pagdating ng late game, hindi porket may lead ka na ay tapos na yung game. Kailangan may control ka pa din. And yan ang kailangan ingatan ng dalawang teams ito between ONIC and Omega. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. To break things down, the third point, it ain't over till it's over. Something tells me that these two teams has both good end game conditions.
Yeah, and it's funny because both these teams also have the possibility to, when everybody's clamored around the Lord, let's say it's like that third, fourth Lord, we've seen both these teams just kind of take off and, win from a split push or the backdoor play or whatever you want to call it. So that is something. It's not over till it's over. But also, you got to point out, it is you can't deny the fact that Smart Omega is used to playing from a comeback scenario. Like they have to get back into the game, and I feel like it's something that even if it's not the original guys, it's still their play style. So that's why you have pretty much ONIC Philippines. Hey, it's double time. You got to watch out for the own Omega Timer.
Yeah, it's interesting because these two teams both have had some of the most memorable 3-game matches so far this season. Earlier in the season, you had ONIC facing up against NXPE. Week 2, day number 3 was an fantastic matchup. Even late game turnarounds, especially for ONIC on the hands of Super Vince using a savior at one point. And then, of course, Omega going up against Echo earlier in the season. So these two teams really have it in their system, have it in their identity to push it to the limit. The thing is, though, as we said, us both are hungering for points, or they're hungering for the 3 points to climb up even further, to build up their gap even more against TNC Pro Team, who's sitting at the 8th spot.
Lovely.
We go back to the player head-to-head, onto the roamers, onto Miko and Kekadut, their hero pools, how they play. If we talk about two teams who have gold laners in Kelra for Omega and Nets for ONIC PH, who they're so used to setting as their main, sometimes only condition, then it's definitely going to be up to the roamers to set the tempo, to control the game long enough, maybe even short enough, to quickly scale up their gold laners.
That's right, Renmar. And looking at all the previous matches of this ranking up on the previous match of ONIC and Smart Omega, 2-1. They've taken down the barangay, and that was Kelro on the carry. And we also have marksman choices. But look at this. Is this enough?
Yeah, we were making a point earlier about roamer picks, the unique pools of Kekadut. But we also saw in their last matchup that the roamer, if I'm not mistaken, the roamer jawhead pickup for Omega clinched them that game number 2. So there are still a lot of things to watch out for in terms of the roamer picks, not only for ONIC, not only for Kekadut, but for Miko as well.
Well, as we discuss all the possibilities on how these two teams can battle it out, so one thing that tells me if the roamer is the target here for these teams to actually win, well, Smart Omega, ride your momentum.
Not only that, but I think both these teams here are the teams to pull out the curveballs, right, when we talk about the draft. Because actually, you know, it's funny because so far in this second half of the season, I know it's only been 2 days, but we've actually seen quite a few already from other teams too. Even like that Fredrin being flexed into the XP lane, although it was priority picked, you know, first pick, where you think naturally, oh, it's going in the jungle. Well, you know, we'll see if that pops up here if Fredrin is left open. Because right now as the bans are coming out, this looks more, you know, similar to a lot of what teams are doing. They don't want to deal with the dig anymore. Surprisingly, also the Faramis is taken out. And which is funny too, because Faramis, I feel like, there's games where it works amazingly, it has its moments, and then there's games where it kind of falls off. The same can be actually said with Joy. Like, I feel like Joy is just always banned, but there's games now, even more so than before, where it's like, man, maybe that Joy's not so much of a threat. Maybe we have these answers for it.
Yeah, and now we're about to see some few ones for Smart Omega. They started the Arlot meta, so this could actually make something up or take something out of ONIC Philippines in the first phase.
Yeah, okay. So, will ONIC give up the Fredrin to Omega? Will they give up the Kaja? Will they give up the Valentina? Kaja's a first pick, or rarely seen. However, Valentina and the Fredrin are both open. So it's going to be up to Omega to decide which one they're going to be giving up. Cho was removed. ONIC did their homework. They're respecting the heck out of Miko's Cho. Fredrin is the first pick Omega. That opens up the Valentina and Yu Zhang maybe for ONIC. ONIC can also rush their gold laner and then use the third pick to answer the gold laner pickup right away if Omega are going to show that for the second and third pickup.
No, fair point. Now ONIC would see that potential because in the Fredrin, Omega wants to still play it really in the utility side. And it's much more effective. But Valentina pick up here on ONIC Philippines, as Renmar is putting it, it's setting things up for their draft.
Yeah, not only that, so they lock in the Valentina. This is kind of what you expect, right? Because it's either you take that Valentina or you take that Farsa here. Now the other option is, do they want to go ahead and lock in their next pick? Even we've been seeing a lot of marksmen being picked up early on, but they're going to opt for the Kaja, which at this point we don't know 100% where it's going. And Eve is on the flip side. So they don't go for the Farsa. Instead, they lock in the Eve with the Arla. And like we've been saying, the rise of this hero alone just in the past couple weeks has been amazing.
Yeah, and now ONIC PH does not have a crucial XP. Oh, wait, no, yeah, they can still steal the final slash. So it's interesting. Omega gave up the final slash and the real world manipulation to ONIC. It's going to be up to Super Prince to decide which ultimate he's going to be getting. And that adds on to the point we were making earlier, where if ONIC want to win this game, it can't just be all nets. Super Prince needs to regain that identity of his as being one of the carries for ONIC PH. He did that a long time ago up against NXP earlier this season. That was their last win. Now with the final slash and real world manipulation, he can do just that. ONIC decide to pick up their one of their favorite XP lane picks in the Terizla.
They did this in the first game when they first met. They picked up the Terizla.
Yeah.
So, and they won that game, if I remember right? We saw that graph earlier too. They won that game, so this could be a good, I guess, a good utility for them because the way this the lockdown works with the penalty zone, but also because you have the on-demand Divine Judgment, you have a lot of pick-off potential. But you also, like Renmar mentioned, I think one of the biggest things here is, how do you utilize the Valentina ult? Because you already, with the two here on the table from Smart Omega, there's already so much kind of decision-making that has to go on. Do we want to take that real-world manipulation, or do we take the Arla? And honestly, I think it's better that he takes the Arlot final slash, because we've actually seen so many amazing Valentina ultimates using the Arlot final slash. as we've seen Arlott himself use it. So I think that's going to be crucial here because we've seen this pair before, right? We've seen Eve Arlott, and it's actually quite deadly. So you need to be able to answer that, and I think they've done great, right? ONIC Philippines, they're going to play around that, especially with the Turizla, man. If it gets bad in the box, hey, just throw the penalty zone out, and you can follow up with it.
Yeah, another point we have to make here, though, is I have experienced the pain of being an Arlott without a concussive blast going up against an XP laner who has really good wave clear.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Ryota, if that Arlott is going to go into the XP lane, most likely it will. What might end up happening is that we're going to be seeing Ryota get out of lane much quicker. He's going to be a little bit more proactive with his rotations because of just how fast he can clear the minion waves. That will change, though, if later on Renjo decides to pick up the concussive blast instead as his emblem.
Well, let's see, because if you guys are really pointing out, because the Rizla pickup is so important, because that was one problem that teams that needs to, they keep on doing a formula up against this Arlott, because in some of the games that we saw, that's one thing that Smart Omega needs to worry about. Once they ride the momentum, they just need to keep moving forward, because on the other end, ONIC can use it against them. They have a momentum breaker. They have two heroes that can actually make things work. With the Valentina now, what's going to be the fourth pick? Will it be the marksman for ONIC Philippines?
They can save their marksman pick for later. Two marksmen off the board. Yeah, they can decide to pick it up later. They can just go for their jungle, but nope. They go ahead and be safe. They pick up the Beatrix. They don't want to give any more great wave clear to the side of Omega. Now, the lineup of ONIC, relatively good, well-balanced. Brody's still going to be available here for Kelra if he wants to pick it up, but also the Moskov, as we've seen, has become a favorite pick for Kelra compared to other gold laners. I mean, his Harith's already gone, the Beatrix already out. Moskov looks like that might be the option, unless he has a Nathan under his belt.
Well, Nathan, in the post-app update back in the week number 1, it wasn't that really good because we kind of check out the data of how Nathan could actually perform into the first game that we saw today. So if they want their own flavor, well, yeah, Omega can still take another one to show something for the table. Well, it's a Moskov and a Franco.
Yep, as expected. And so they're going to be matching the suppression that ONIC PH has with their own suppress on the form of the Franco. So it's going to be you said it earlier, it's going to be a Miko game, man. If he can land those hooks or just that one big hook to win the game for Omega, that's going to set it. And that opens up a Grok pickup for ONIC, which begs the question, will this Grok be going in the jungle? It probably will, considering that it's up against a Fredrin, and we've talked about it before, how Fredrin jungle, if Akai's not on the table, actually surprising that we didn't see Akai here, Grok is also one of those junglers picked up because of how it can avoid control abilities around the objective fights.
Interesting, right? Grok jungle going to be locked in here. So both sides, I would say there's quite a bit of CC for both. It really just depends how they overlap it. And this is interesting too because prediction-wise, we've got a split, right? We've got a split here. And honestly, between these two teams, it can go either way. And with these two drafts, it will come down, obviously, to the execution factor. But so far, early game, I got to say, it could go in favor of Smart Omega depending how they start. And that is exactly on the hooks, like you mentioned, Renmar. If those hooks are landing early game, the snowball is going to kind of get out of control here for Smart Omega.
It's all about riding the momentum for the Barangay to take back another or getting back their win to climb back up. And now let's see how ONIC Philippines goes with this one, because this is one way of proving that they can still make it back on the scoreboard.
All right.
So it's a tenacity,
yeah,
Arlott.
Tenacity. Not going to be a concussive blast, but he's going to be chasing the sustainability, which is understandable because Miko isn't going to be playing front as much. It's more for pickoff, so it's going to be up to Renjo and Ryzen to really provide, well, actually usually just Renjo and Stone because of his real-world manipulation to provide the spacing for the other members of Omega.
Well, as space is concerned, there is a Terizla as well, and also kicking it onto the Kaja. So there's a lot of ways of picking off everybody early game. And we're talking about how ONIC Philippines could actually make their lineup work. What's the window on what they can do against Barangay Omega?
Oh, the thing is, Super Friends and Kekadut can be the ones to set it for ONIC PH. They'll be the ones to help their team cross into the late game because this lineup is more for Nets focus. That's a good hook by Miko.
Yeah, gonna be a nice hook. Ryzen coming in and clean up the kill. Does he grab it? It's Ryzen with the first blood. Smart Omega starting off this momentum with the hooks we were talking about. They're still going to press the situation here a little bit more in the mid lane. They got to dodge a hook, and they do it.
Yep, we were talking about it earlier. It's going to be the Kaja and Valentina for ONIC. Set the tempo for them so that they can get to the point where Nets is well farmed up and can fight. So, the moment Miko saw an option there, they went ahead and committed the hook plus the flicker to take Kekadut out.
Who could have thought like a face-to-face? Let's do an iron hook. Oh, flicker, you forgot about that. So if that is Miko setting up everything for Omega, this is one way of amping up their early game power spike. Now ONIC on the other side, they have the turtle with them. Let's see how this goes.
They come in, they get the CC on Ryota. There's the penalty zone. He finds 2 here. Now Renzio going to be in trouble. They're trying to get the kill. Sensui gets the turtle. Plus they grab Renzio. That's a big win here for ONIC Philippines early on in the game to even things out, despite that first blood they gave up.
Yeah, that's why you pick up the Grok going up against the Fredrin, and why you got a Fierce Sensui in the jungle. Teamwork makes the dream work for ONIC, ranked first in average kill participation this season with 72.18%. So they are still holding on to that stat line that we actually highlighted last week for ONIC. Or was that 2 weeks ago? It's been a while since they've had that #1 spot for that specific stat line. Yeah, Sensui still on point with the Retribution battles, one of the best so far this season.
Well, I say, whether if we're talking about Retribution battles, imagine how Ryzen will go up against, well, we're talking about the jungler of ONIC, that's Sensui. Well, landing all those possible Retribution steals are really on point most of the time in their games.
Yeah, he's pretty much, when it comes down to it, right, both junglers more or less the same thing, whereas I feel like Sensui has that big play potential, right? Especially with this Grok jungle, he's got the wild charge. But what we're seeing so far from Omega is them just overlapping some of the CC. Flicker going to come in from Kekadu. They're trying to lock down Ryzen. He scoots on out of there. Going to be just fine. The rest are going to disengage here. Quite a few members, both teams bottom side. But as I was saying, that's the thing, right? Sensui does have kind of that surprise factor, whereas on the flip side, Ryzen is just going to be kind of smooth with it. That's usually what we see some Fredrins, right? And the ability to taunt, the ability to get those little knockups here and there is going to be greatly overlapped for the rest of the composition that they have, and that's what ONIC Philippines has to play against.
Yeah, and everything that we set up about these two teams earlier, them very gold laner condition dependent. It's going to be up to the roamers and the Miz to set up the lanes. That's what we've been seeing. Miko and Stone and Kekadut versus Super Friends have been the deciding duel so far in this game. And if Omega has that one big hook combo on them, ONIC has their own in that Flicker Divine Judgment coming in from Kekadut.
They need to have a clapback or a counter, but ONIC Philippines has, look at this.
Oh, there's the penalty zone once again, same place as last time. Ryota going to take quite a bit of damage. Sensui securing the turtle again before Ryzen falls here. They trade members, Ryzen for Ryota, but another objective going in the hands of ONIC Philippines.
Oh, that was just Sensui being so much better there in terms of the Retribution battle.
Wow.
Same timer, it's just that Sensui, again, just doing it.
And it just keeps on going. It keeps doing good. Sensui, on the other hand, man, the Retribution battle up against Ryzen, he's been on, like, with Smart Omega Season 8 or even longer in different teams and experiences. To have yourself an advantage in terms of taking major objectives, that's one way of upping up the morale of ONIC Philippines right now, even on their progress.
Yeah, another thing that we've also seen is how Ryota's timing with the penalty zone always, so far for the past two matches, skirmishes. He's always had like 2 or 3 caught in there. And Omega needs to start sidestepping that and watching out for the penalty zone, because that little setup that they're getting set up upon is what's making it easier for ONIC to win a team fight for those turtles.
Well, now the goal is not too far for ONIC Philippines. They want to get their hands on this first-tier turret down bottom. Ready for an engage.
I thought they were actually going to push that one. A couple hits away here, too. And you could see, right, even with Sensui on this jungle Grok, the fact that Omega had 3 members in that bush next to a wall, you're kind of like, you probably don't want to be in that area. But, so they avoid that whole kind of catastrophe that it could have been. But there you go, just like that, a turret is finally taken for ONIC Philippines as they get that little bit of a space advantage to work around, especially as that next turtle's coming up here in just about 14 seconds.
Yeah,
Well,
usually one of the conditions here for ONIC is to quickly break down that enemy gold lane tower so that they can start rotating like 5.
You're going to find a target once again. It's the perfect one as Ryzen's going to fall. That's a whole lot of box of real-world manipulations coming down. They get the flicker out from Stone, and just like that, ONIC Philippines is going to secure themselves the 3rd turtle of the game off the decision of Kekadut there.
Good pull from the Kaja, right on point. They all know they want to have this objective with them, but on to 3 straight turtles. ONIC Philippines, with no contest, secures this one.
Yeah, and that wasn't a big surprise. That wasn't even a big surprise play coming in from ONIC. Maybe a little bit of the conceal, but no, it wasn't even a flicker committed there by Kekadut. He just pretty much used that Divine Judgment onto Ryzen, which is, I feel like, was a slight miscalculation by Omega, because the last thing that they saw is 4-5 members of ONIC from the bottom lane going towards mid. In that scenario, Ryzen shouldn't have been positioned that close to those middle shrubs. And what a snipe there now by Nets to send Kelra back. Looks like Omega going to be losing this. Oh, quick dash by Kekadut to even avoid it. Those are the moves.
I can even feel the crowd right beside me. I'm like, ooh, that was so close with an iron hook.
You could hear that crowd going, woo, woo.
This is what we expect for a Franco game, right? You all need to land the hooks. You all need to make it work. But that sniper shot from Nets, almost half HP onto Kelra.
Oh, they're actually going to be hunting for more. It's a double conceal response here. Now Kekadut going to get trapped a little bit here. Does pull Ryzen. Can they get the kill on him? They can't find him. 2 real-world manipulations going to come down, and everybody disengaging. Very messy of an area to fight in. Ultimately, they both call it off here. They still got about a minute or less before that Lord comes up. Both teams still looking for any space advantage they can get. They hold on to both Tier 1 turrets in the mid lane.
Yeah, and ONIC with full control. Omega need to contest if ever ONIC are going to try to make a play for their middle tower. ONIC PH, they've just played this game so well. They didn't need to do anything super flashy. They just stuck to one of the things that you have to do when you are up against a team, waiting for their marksman as the main win condition. At around minute 5, minute 6, you go for a big play to make sure that your gold laner wins the lane, wins the tower, and that's exactly what happened. With Nets having the lead in the tower, and now even the Retribution steal coming in by Sensui. ONIC are just doing everything perfectly to shut down Omega's play.
Okay, with now the Lord present onto this 9 minutes of the game, Sensui, 14 seconds for the Retribution. It's on for Ryzen. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, Omega's going to try to start a fight. He's going to get pulled once again. Kekadut finding the mark. Can they get the kill? Nice final slash, though. Does Kelra have enough damage? Ryota's going to flicker out. He's going to get stunned, though, into the wall as Kelra grabs a kill. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Sensui using the Retribution to escape. And right now, Smart Omega's in a good position to possibly take the first Lord of the game here, but they just call it off. They don't want to take the risk just yet.
Well, Omega's going to need to make adjustments in how they're fighting in the main objective areas, because so far, that was a heat check there by Nets. Ryzen keeps getting caught out in the main objective fights. Ryzen was frontlining there for Omega and ONIC. The moment they see Ryzen just even a step too far from the members of Omega, they will not hesitate to take him down.
Well, it's a team fighting capability of Omega, who can be a threat in ONIC Philippines lineup, but that pull, that pick of the isolation is key. And with this point in time, is the momentum right now of Kelra looking good?
Still needs a little bit more. It took him quite a while to actually take down Ryota's Terizla. Let's see if Omega can take this Lord.
We're getting closer.
Press the situation here. The ice hook. They find the target. It's Ryzen. That secures the Lord, though. Now Net's gunning down Ryzen as he's going to fall. Kelra grabbing his own kill. It's ONIC Philippines on the run here. Nice final slash coming through from Renzio. A double for Kelra. The question was, does he have the momentum? Now he does. As the eyes are set on the mid lane, gonna miss that hook, but they get the turret.
Oh, what a tremendous play by Omega, by Ryzen. Earlier it was him. It felt like that was like Ryzen telling Omega, guys, sorry, I've been out of position for the past few ones. Let me make it up to you. Here's a Lord.
Yeah, yeah. Let me pay it back slowly. And going back on the replay, remember, look, break it down how it went with Smart Omega.
All right, man, Sensui just lost that Redry battle. And it's great that Miko even got a hook there onto Ryota. able to secure that kill. And of course, real-world manipulation, one of the most punishing ultimates to go up against after an objective team fight. 2 members of ONIC got taken out. And of course, the beautiful final slash coming in from Reggio. Just like that, Omega finds a turnaround. And yes, definitely, Kelra is on the board right now. Very close in terms of the gold versus Nets. Already has the 3 core items you'd want to see on a Moskov. DHS, Golden Staff, and the grocery side as well. Kekadu gets pulled back.
Interesting interaction there. That was a hook and then a divine judgment, and then neither of them moved. So, you know,
amazing, right?
But now, it's ONIC Philippines got to just defend as many turrets as they can. They're going to lose a couple here, and it comes down to, you know, this play that Smart Omega just made with that first Lord of the game.
Yeah, I also saw a glimpse on how Ryota tried to hold down 3 with the penalties of, almost 3/4 of HP onto Stone. Is the winning condition of Nets is on the green light right now for ONIC Philippines.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're very close. He's second most dealt in damage. And again, we said it. It has to be Nets plus someone else. It has to be Nets plus Super Friends. Look who's at the top of the damage board here for ONIC Philippines. But Stone's placements and timings with the real-world manipulation as an Eve has been punishing for ONIC PH. Keller and Nets neck and neck in terms of the gold.
Wow, it's close. Almost about a few cents away. And then they're still trying to cover everything up to not getting pushed in the base of ONIC. Because if split, whoa, that was so close. Everybody mind their distance.
They know the range. That was if it was just a little bit closer. Because that's what I was going to say, you know, when you were leading into that, is like, both these teams have pick-off potential, and they're kind of following up on that. And then now it's at the point of the game where you saw how the gold breakdown was. Both these gold laners are going to really shine. Yes, Kelra had a little bit of a slower start, and Nets is kind of just like heat-checking people with the sniper. But at this point, it's really going to come down to those two's placement and which team can grab those gold laners first to get that advantage. Or even for ONIC Philippines, just try to get rid of Stone, you know, because he is having so far an amazing game on this Eve pick.
Yeah, it's more of the invade for the lineup of ONIC Philippines, and that makes total sense if they have eyes on what's the primary target in team fighting capability of Barangay Omega. Now they're making the Lord dance. Oh man, they really know their distance.
Sensui right at the tip of that iron hook. Oh, let's see if any team will reset it or if anyone's going to pull the trigger first. Look at Super Friends. He has the real-world manipulation on him as a Valentina. So it's going to be timing and usage of the real-world manipulation. Oh, here comes the conceal play coming in by ONIC.
There's Kekadud. He goes in with a flicker. They find Ryzen. They can't get the kill they're looking for just yet. Ryota still holds on to the penalty zone. He uses it. He flickers out, but Calra's too big. He has the damage he needs. Taking out Ryota. But they secured the Lord here. It's ONIC Philippines going to run. Ooh. They get the flicker out. Sensui is in trouble here, but at least he secured the Lord for the team. ONIC Philippines just waiting. They're going to have to defend here the best they can. At least they've got the Lord.
Was actually somehow Nets who was able to secure the Lord there for ONIC PH. That looked like it was just one simple basic attack. Both retributions used by the junglers at the exact same time, but it was Nets saying, hey, this is mine, this is ONIC's time for the Lord. But Omega made the right call there. Even though they lost that Lord, they continued to fight. After taking down the Ryota, they decided to go for the chase. Now, one of the crucial things to happen was that somehow Omega was able to force out the flicker from Super Friends as the members of ONIC were running away. So that's information that for around 70 seconds or so, Super Friends will not have his flicker on him. During that time, will Omega make a play to go after ONIC, who doesn't have their main escape tools?
They're going to press the situation again. They find Miko, but now the response, the counter punch back as Kekadud falls here. Ryota in the midst of it all, he's got to do his best. Goes in with a penalty zone. Going to be able to find multiple members. Nets now shuts down Kelra with a huge play. Now looking for Renzio. He can't run away from that. Double kill for Nets. 3 down. Smart Omega.
Just 2 sniper shots onto Kelra.
A sniper to the face. A sniper to the face is a shotgun, but it's still a sniper. Nets. That was all him. That was all him.
And he managed to play it safe with the distance. Keller was so far away in that team fight.
He was up closer, but the counter punish.
Yeah, he can't escape from that one. Taking one for the team there at that point.
Yeah, that was Sensui saying, oh, you guys go. I'm fine here. I will literally be back because I respawn.
Well, there's one thing that Sensui sacrificed. We've seen 2 chances that he sacrificed himself for his team to get back in the base. And it's one thing of like pulling Omega away for the possible worst case scenario. Because right now the threat of Kelo, they're riding the momentum, they're riding the damage. So at some point, ONIC Philippines, I'm seeing struggle on the defense.
And I love this too because you pointed it out, both gold laners here are just on point so far for the team, and it's so crucial as we see these skirmishes and team fights kind of unfold. Despite both roamers doing exactly what they have to do, but Kekadu's been pretty solid so far in this game.
All right.
Ooh.
So,
man, those hooks.
ONIC needs to do a bit of a better job here trying to find Stone, because Stone actually just built up a brute force breastplate. Yes, he's going to be tankier, but it's a perfect item for 1 Eve because you're going to be getting even cooldown reduction out of that. So ONIC needs to expend more resources trying to find Stone, because if not, Omega, we've seen the counter punch being tossing out the real world manipulation to catch 2 or 3 members of ONIC who are trying to get away after already winning an initial pick-off. They have to be careful about that. Ryota just built himself a blade armor as well, so the damage that Keller can dish onto him is going to reflect back. So Keller needs to be careful of that fact.
Oh, they knew Sensui was there. They're going to punish him for trying to hide. Nets can't help out with the backup fire. They lose their jungler here. This is the green light for Smart Omega to go ahead and take out this Lord. Does ONIC Philippines still want to try to contest this? Kekadu waiting just in that bush. He's got the immortality too, but it looks like the call's been made. ONIC Philippines backs off.
Oh no, ONIC just lost information where everybody's headed. They're more focused on clearing the waves.
Man, that was just Omega showing they've done their homework. That is familiarity of positioning, preference of area security. They knew Sensui was there. It wasn't even just someone was there to get the info. That was just Omega going, I'm pretty sure someone's here. Let's commit the conceal. Let's commit ultimates. And it was the prime target that they wanted to find, the jungler. My goodness, that was just Omega so prepared for that scenario.
Man, the census, and now they have a push. They have a Lord on to mid. How is ONIC defending this? Do they have the right tools to counter back against Smart Omega?
Well, unfortunately, Super Prince doesn't have the ultimate that he's looking for just yet. So they're going to have to fend it off. They lose the mid lane inhibitor turret. They might lose more. There's the real world manipulation coming out from Stone. Going to zone them back a little bit more here as the top turret goes down too. Super Prince still looking for his own ultimate to steal. Can't find it. ONIC Philippines still on the defense here.
Yeah, they have a good wave clear. Do we still have a good winning condition for the Yellow Hedgehogs?
Oh yeah, they still got it, but Super Prince needs to get that real-world manipulation. That will help them with being able to defend. They have a respectable wave clear here on the side of ONIC. They just need to be careful not to get caught out by a hook. Be careful not to get absorbed inside a real-world manipulation. The thing is, their lineup is great for holding. It's going to be difficult for them to find a way to turn this around outside of their base. They can try to force something, but it has to be one of those, oh, the moment we get one target, let's get out of here. If it's the jungler that they get, if they somehow find Ryzen and catch him off guard, then they can push forward and try to contest for the Lords.
Now we're seeing how these two teams, if they commit a window of mistake, that's one thing that could be the end of this game, because we're just looking one turret left at ONIC Philippines base.
Look at the build on this Eve. This is built for I want to get the hell out of team fights and survive. Yeah, Ice Queen one, you have the glowing one, and then the Brute Force breastplate, cooldown reduction, and the Enchanted Talisman, picked up the Immortality. This is Stone understanding how big of a condition he is for the side of Omega, that he prioritized items that gives him sustain or movement speed.
Yeah, that's mentioned the pokes that he's been doing throughout the game.
Yeah, and the damage as well.
Not only that, but the fact that Stone is playing pretty much back to the point where Super Prince can't get that ultimate. Like, that's one big thing, too, that he's able to pull off so far. And now ONIC Philippines actually has to also work past all these immortalities, right? So that's something another, as they get ready for this objective.
Again.
Oh, my goodness, what a hook! They find Ryota. Can they help out? Turn this one around. Sensui making his way. The final slash was used. They're going to back off here. Sensui comes in with
Oh,
wild charge.
the snipe.
Kakadude's going to be in trouble now. Can they help him out? Immortality pops. Renzio now going to be the focus. There's the slash coming through. They're trying to get the 1-for-1 trade.
Oh,
they get
the
it.
basic.
Nets flickers out.
He's burning.
But look at the slow. Look at the taunts here. Sensui on the run.
Again.
Can he get out? Has this immortality, but it's going to get popped. Super Prince now. Zoning them back. They couldn't find the shoot they were looking for. Ryzen now, we're trying to go down. Still looking for the kill. They get it. It's a messy fight, but it's a 2-for-2.
Who won that? Who won that, Remar?
We did as viewers, but Omega still have the advantage in terms of being able to position around the Lord. The thing is, though, both junglers are down. With the Moskov on the side of Omega, they can burn down this Lord really quickly, and they will try, as Miko will provide the zone and the info. Let's see if ONIC can do anything about stopping Kelra from getting this Lord.
Yeah, but look at the base of ONIC Philippines right now. There's a wave push. There needs to be someone back there to even to hold something off.
Yeah.
And they would really want this Lord. They would really need a push from this one. That was the most longest hook that I saw up top there.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy how after that long exchange, we only lost like 4 in total,
Yeah.
like 2 per side. It's one of those fights where you'd think, oh, it could be like both teams losing 4. Nope, we just lost 4 in total. My goodness, and it all started because of Ryota. Unfortunately, one of the most painful things that can happen to you as an MLBB player is just using a movement ability and walking into a skill shot. It's exactly what happened. It was Miko who was able to land that hook, but it was a mix of bad luck as well on the side of Ryota, just walking into that.
Yeah, purely good intentions for Omega and ONIC just to bounce back up. So they know that they have a good push up there for a smart Omega, but for this one, they would really want to contest this Lord. They would really want the push, but that was so
nice.
close again.
Good
That
that he
was so
dodges it.
close.
Yeah, that is a really mobile rock. when it's beside the wall and has Power of Nature charged up.
Oh.
See, look at him. He doesn't need to worry about the crowd control once he has that Power of Nature up on him.
He's
That's
a rock.
ONIC's turn.
He's a wall.
They're trying to look for Kelra.
Kakadude, he had his eyes set. They're going to go ahead and
Oh,
dodge
they
that
wanted
one
to
too.
Is there a counter punish?
Lord's still going to be here. They
Renzio.
go and give it to Ryzen, but they can't get the follow-up they're looking for. Kelra's unleashing here. Going to still be chasing them off. Kakadude quite low. They're going to get zoned out a little bit. Still be fighting for this Lord here.
Since we're still there.
He's gonna get it.
Junglers secure it for their
Oh,
teams.
that
Which
spear.
one?
They're
the
low.
Spear landed a nice iron hook there, and they're all lined up into the penalty zone. They go. Ryota with a setup here. Kelra's taken out. A massive play from Ryota, and in the snap of a finger, ONIC Philippines dominates the Lord Pit.
Ryota and Super Prince coming up big. Able to create the space and get the play to stop the members of Omega from fighting on even longer. Can they rush this Lord? No, they can't. They might just give this up to Omega. Here comes Omega for the swing back.
Oh, look at the can they still do it?
They're going to have to fight for it. Nets, though, he's got to be careful on his positioning. Miko with immortality, he's going to miss this penalty zone from Ryota. The base also being worked on here. Looks like they're just going to reset.
Oh, the snipe.
Dome gets a shot, but he backs off ultimately here. And again, we're at the stalemate. A lot here that ONIC Philippines has to worry about.
And this game is just too close. Too close at any point. It's just the window of mistakes. The wrong decisions could just be the way of winning this game. But look at this, how ONIC Philippines managed to hold through this Lord. Nobody's still getting it. They're just forcing everything out.
It's round 2, baby.
And Ryota just setting up the perfect penalty zones up against Smart Omega. This is just getting deadly.
Going back to that long team fight earlier, I can't seem to recall or confirm if it was a final slash coming in from Super Prince that helped set that up as well by ONIC. Maybe we'll see it later in the highlights. But as it stands, if you're only watching it now, 25 minutes in, ONIC and Omega are dancing for the 4th Lord of the game. Omega has the lead in turrets. ONIC have the positional advantage here as the members of Omega are a little bit more scattered. The members of Omega have an opportunity to go for a backdoor play if they want to. Go for that split push. Who is going to show up in the map first? Look at Kelra in the middle. Miko getting information their top side. ONIC, they are putting all of the eggs in the Lord basket here. Oh, this could be a big backdoor play here for Omega if ONIC aren't careful. ONIC are now behind the enemy lines. I think they know. They understand now where Keller is. They see him in the map.
Yeah, they're not
They
gonna...
sense him. They're not risking it. They know what's going to happen. They know the possibility here. There's complete veterans on these teams.
They canceled the recalls. Now they have to run back.
Oh, no.
ONIC are caught with their pants down, probably, because look at the top side, too.
It's going to be up to Ryota to have to defend there. Then one more get back. Sensui just in time. That could have been really bad here for ONIC Philippines. They're going to go ahead and pull Miko. So they got
the minion.
The Divine Judgment out. They can't find the connections they're looking for. You can see how much ONIC Philippines is struggling having this mid and top lane inhibitor turret down.
We're on the edge of our seats right now.
OSX, you mentioned earlier how it's going to be down to the little things, those micro decisions, the small things that we usually overlook or it's hard to see. Miko could have gotten a good hook there onto Kekadu, but just at that moment, there was a minion that stood in front of Miko to block that hook. Kekadu could have been flicker hooked back to the members of Omega. But again, just down to the little things, and we find ourselves in the same scenario. One of the longer lore dances so far this season. 33,000. Here's a conceal.
Oh, they're going to go in. Super Friends quite low. He's got to back off here. The hook's going to land on the target they're looking for. The follow-up, though, just isn't there. Kelro waiting patiently for his moment. Another hook's going to land. Ryota now still has that immortality, holding on to the penalty zone as well.
Oh,
Renzo going to go in, trying to find a moment with the final slash. Going to get pulled himself. Still no follow-up there. They're going to get zoned out. Sensui, pretty much full health bars. And now Smart Omega actually going to go ahead and start up this Lord. They know they want to force ONIC Philippines back in this area.
The life, steal, and sustain of Ryota. As I can recall, that was 3 knockups onto him, and he still lives.
Oh, they're going to be in trouble here. The lockdown is there. Plus the taunt. Sensui comes in with a wild charge. They can't get the kill on Kekadut, though, as he flickers out. And Ryota had to go back and defend the base. They're still going to be working on it here. Ryota goes in! The 4-man penalty zone on top of it. Can they follow up with a kill? It's only 1 down. Kekadut falls. Nets still being very careful. Even with a setup like that, they couldn't find the targets just yet. Renzio still going. Keep an eye on the base as well. The minions are there. Super Prince has to go back.
Can they stop Sensui? Finally, this rock has not gone down. Sensui still somehow gets away.
What?
The snipe stops Stone from chasing after Sensui. 30,000 on the Lord. And Sensui still up somehow, but he gets caught in a real-world manipulation.
Okay.
ONIC Philippines can't get close.
Still going to be fighting for it. It's up finally. One of the longest Lord dances of the season. It's finally secured here by Smart Omega.
Somebody took it finally, but how's the items now? I don't know. The gold doesn't matter as of this point, but how's it looking for Barangay Omega?
You see here, Keldra built up himself an Athena's shield so that he can sustain a little bit of the damage coming in from Super Prince and technically Kekadut as well. It's full damage here for Nets. And there was an item pickup. We gotta point out here the Queen's Wings on the hands of Ryota. That will allow him to sustain a little bit more damage, and if after he lands those penalty zones, have a little bit more time to lifesteal through the damage, so that he can maximize his first skill and use that as much as he can.
Yeah, he can hold off like 4 or even 4 pickoffs from the knockoffs of Smart Omega. He done it earlier, but he can still do it again. There's still a way to hold this through. They have good defense, man. It's almost 30 minutes onto this game, and Kekadu is just way around. Way around the back end of Smart Omega.
Kekadu behind enemy lines here. Another hook's going to land. Real world manipulation comes down too. It is Ryota that they grabbed here. They got to be careful. He's still got the penalty zone. ONIC Philippines still holding on. Another hook's going to land. Ryota still going to get locked down here. Has the immortality. Kekadu Ryota still lives. The pull that he wants. Ryota's still alive. Nets still on top of it too. They finally get the Lord down. Losing their last inhibitor turret. ONIC Philippines, they've got to hold on. They still have quite a few ultimates available to them. And it's Smart Omega trying to size up the situation. That hook's not going to land here, but so far, so good. ONIC Philippines staying in the game.
Man, how are they holding this through?
Yeah, Super Prince doesn't have an ultimate to steal. Knock up there.
Kekadut still holding on to 2. The hook's going to land again. He can't get away from this one. Kekadut finally falls. And now Renzio goes in, gets the final slash on Nets. No follow-up just yet. Nets firing from a safe distance. No one falls either from Smart Omega.
He's burning.
They're still going for it. The hook lands. Nets is taken out in a huge play from Miko as they clean up. ONIC Philippines looking to punch in the game here. Game number 1. 31 minutes in. Renzio getting Sensui. And the crystal's going to be focused on.
No, they're still defending.
Stove. Can he do it? A couple hits away.
Minions.
Immortality popped. And a suppress. What? But he goes down. ONIC Philippines stays in the game.
What is happening? They still managed to hold the line. Everybody just standing up. Even us right here. Super friends.
You aren't dreaming. Everything that you've just seen is real. This is the reality we live in as Omega and ONIC are putting on an instant classic of a game number 1. Both teams desiring the points, desiring better placements as we are more than halfway through the season, and now ONIC have found the moment. ONIC have found the turnaround. They have found their time. Ladies and gentlemen, that was only game number 1.
And that was 31 minutes. That's how you hold the line in a tug of war against Smart Omega.
I'm shaking. I've got the goosies, boys.
My God.
Oh, wow.
I was out of my chair.
Wow.
Hey, oh man, what a game. What a game number 1. As I was seeing it unfold in front of my eyes, I'm like, how did they manage to defend that long? And then the way that turned around at the end there, and the base was 1-2 hits away maybe?
There was minions.
But when it's,
wow.
Unfortunately when it's an Eve, it takes a while to get that last couple of hits in. So just an amazing game there for game number 1.
I am lost for words there. For all the times that we witnessed on how their winning conditions might work, yeah, it ain't over till it's over. For these two teams. Who wrote this Keys to Victory?
Oh, no, that wasn't me. That was a writing team. That was a writing team understanding what these two teams bring to the table. We talked about it.
Yeah.
These two teams have had the history of showing some of the best 3-game matches this season. And in the first game, they deliver an absolute worldie of a first game. Wow. I have to analyze that?
Good luck, man. Good luck. Good luck.
Oh, no, I'm excited. It is an absolute honor to analyze this game. That was crazy.
I'm glad it's not the Big Damn Report. I'm
Yeah,
glad
it's okay.
I'm glad it's you.
We're so
man.
happy it's you, Renmar, because there's a lot of games
wow.
we were expecting today. We were not expecting this to happen, and it wasn't even the tiebreaker game.
That was nuts.
Who knows? You know, who knows at this point how game 2
gotta
and
breathe.
hopefully even game 3 goes. But I will say this. It was I can't wait to see you break down some of the macro and micro play from both these teams on both sides because it was simply brilliant at that point.
Oh, Barangay Omega and ONIC Philippines. Give us one good another show. Renmar, good luck. Break things down.
Okay. Where do we begin? As always, what do you want to talk about? There was so many back and forths throughout the game. When it comes to two teams who understand or have a reliance on their gold laners, really setting the late game or being the late game winning conditions here, you're going to have to supplement those pieces really well. Omega supplemented their Moscow with a strong front line. Renjo building tenacity, building items as well to really just hold the front line and absorb damage as he's going to be dashing in and diving in onto the members of ONIC to scramble them. And of course, having the real-world manipulation, Ryzen as well with his kits as a Fredrin, built for that Moskov. And of course, as well as Omega, as we saw there, fulfilling the conditions of getting those hooks as a Franco over and over again. They did everything they needed to do. But ONIC also did that. It's not as clear-cut for them in terms of being able to hold for their Beatrix, but of course count on Nets to position really well. And at the same time, Super Friends getting the key ultimates, either the real world manipulation or the final slash of the R-Lot as a counter setup or counter engage tool for ONIC PH. So, both conditions of teams. Late game reliance, gold lane reliance, supplement those with good pieces, check. Now here's what they did in game. Sensui won all the Turtle Retry battles. ONIC broke the first gold lane tower first. Ryzen won the first Lord Retry battle, and that's what turned it around for Omega. Because up until then, ONIC were controlling the game. They got Nets out first, they had the lead, but then Omega turned it around with that Lord secure. So, after everything we talked about, it then became about the story of the jungle and the story of the being able to secure the major objectives. Going back to ONIC though, they were able to secure their early conditions, take control versus gold focus lineups that dive onto the gold lane. And Omega winning that first Lord. Ryota is the MVP here because, as we mentioned earlier, it's not as clear-cut of being able to hold for the Beatrix, but the itemization of Ryota, shuffling things around, picking up the Queen's Wings, having the Oracle, Dominant Size, Anti-Cuirass as well. He built that to Rizla to stand. And multiple times you saw there in the end, Ryota was just either on purpose or by just the skill of Miko kept eating up the hooks of the Franco as well. But he held that front line down for the side of ONIC. Multiple times, the clinchers, the turnaround conditions in the team fight was Ryota being able to land the penalty zone onto 4 and 5. Throughout the game, you're going to be seeing here a mix of highlights. Hooks coming in from Miko, Omega being able to respond, and Ryota with a well-deserved MVP, because if you go back earlier into the game with the turtle fights, well, he kept landing those penalty zones, and all throughout, he was landing that penalty zone. He knows the strength of his ultimate is going to be, it's going to be up to him to either counter-punish or initiate for the side of ONIC if Kekadu's setup is gone as well. Of course, with the singular setup, he is the group AOE setup alongside Sensui's use of the Wild Charge. But we have to talk about how these two teams really play those objective team fights. They're some of the best micro decision making we've seen this season, nay, across the entire world, with how well these two respected each other's capability to come back in objective team fights. We talked about penalty zones. That was a massive one as well by Omega, because that opened up the opportunity for Nets to take down Keller. That was earlier in the game, halfway through the game even. But all throughout, both teams understood the positioning of one another and the tendencies, similar to that play that we talked about earlier from Omega being able to spot out Sensui, hence why they were able to secure that second Lord without a problem. But ONIC, when it came to the team fights, man, if it looked like both teams were scared to fight, it wasn't they were scared. They needed to be careful. They needed to be cautious. These are two lineups that are, again, gold lane dependent. So they needed to hold on, and they needed to find the best possible positioning. But there, in the end, with a real-world manipulation put down, a beautiful final slash in here by Renjo. But Kellra really needed to watch his positioning here as the members of ONIC were looking out for him. Unfortunate as well that they weren't able to get Nets. He used the Wind of Nature. They finally got him, but in the defense of a lifetime. Ryota able to survive, even though getting that Winter Truncheon, he was out for a long time. Super Friends getting the real-world manipulation. Him getting that real-world manipulation secured that win for ONIC and secured that defense. I wish I had a longer time here, but because there were just so many things that happened there in the smaller scale look into it. So many abilities used at the right time, sidestepped at the right time. Everything that we set up about these two teams and their tendencies, who's going to set up the tempo of the game, who's going to determine who's going to be the victor. We saw everything, and in the end, it all boiled down to one crazy ending of a crucial Valentina pick being able to get the real-world manipulation of the Eve and use that to take down the members of Omega, and most importantly, Ryota shuffling items there, pop the Immortality. As the Immortality, he was about to get revived, gets the Winter Truncheon, and him being able to stay alive meant that they were able to defend even more.
Thank you so much, Renmar, for breaking everything down, because
I tried.
Yeah, by just
So many
me
things.
looking at the game, they were just holding on to the life, and there was no way that the other side was dominating. It was purely tight
Yeah.
in most of the directions.
forth,
And
back and forth.
that Queen's Wings pick by Ryota, he was the one standing like he was a big, well, if they have a rock, he's also a guy who looks.
He was a
He's a
sponge.
very strong
yeah,
guy.
A sponge. Yeah, a sponge. Yeah, think of
with
a
a big hammer.
Big hammer.
Yeah, big hammer, and just it set things up, and that's one thing to have a counter punch up against a Smart Omega. But man, give us more games today. But now,
Is that MP the King?
is he? Oh, he is! It's MP the King. Back in next, but he was in Season 9. Now we're on to our next game face of the day winner. So just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in the green background. So when the camera is right in front of you, go ahead and make that
Whoa.
game face of the day. Ooh.
We have a Pikachu.
Well, I think we have a
in a
potential
onesie?
one. Is he the winner? Yes, in full 1C suit, and that is his game face of the day. Congratulations.
If that guy came in here wearing that, knowing that there will be a hashtag Power of Smart segment, good on him, man. That's play of the game right there.
I thought you were going to say if that guy came in here with that onesie and it's like, what, 34 degrees in the Philippines today?
Yeah, it's super hot.
I don't know how he's doing it. MVP deserved the game face of the day because, wow.
Yeah, he looks cool right now. I'm pretty sure he's sweating buckets underneath all that.
He's wearing it like a champ.
We
It's yellow.
To be fair, in that whole game, I was sweating buckets because I was like, where is this going to go? And everything that you broke down there was exactly, I mean, just we talked about it even in the draft, you know, and with it, a lot of this even being between the two roamers, the sets that they had to make, and they were both doing it. But, you know, I love this Turizla pick in the hands of Ryota especially because there were some great moments there where, yeah, most of the times he was getting like 2-3 people in the penalty zone. But there was a couple times where I think he had 4, maybe not 5, but it was close, right? But he had like 4 people, and it's just nice to see Turizla, man. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's just nice to see heroes that aren't always locked in and like have that kind of impact in a game.
And even in off-meta hero picks, ONIC Philippines is not afraid to try. And against an Arlott, it works well. Because in some games, Omega, they're one of the teams who started this Arlott pick, and it's being effective in an EXP lane. And ONIC Philippines is not afraid to use our Turizla here.
Yeah, that game was just both teams. That was like, again, I am not over-exaggerating when I say that was one of the most, one of the greatest displays of individual skill by two teams. Because they knew their conditions, and everything they did in the game, in the small clashes, the skirmishes everywhere, was to meet those conditions. Everyone fulfilled their checklist. It just all boiled down to one crazy ending. Perfect. And one team getting their condition checked out even more. And those small adjustments with the items, the ultimate timings as well. Wow, it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. If there are a lot of people out there who loves to make analysis content,
yeah, like breakdown.
You gotta break this game down.
Yeah, you need more time, and you can do it.
Yeah. Like, I feel like I only said the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more you can break down in the game. That's how great it was. A great showing by both teams.
Highlight of my Saturday. That's my highlight.
That's well, that's only game 1, man. We don't know.
But if we have 2 more games like that, I'm not complaining.
2 more games like that.
But if that's the case, I'm gonna need more water.
Same.
Give it to us, Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines, man. This is the crucial part of being or ranking in 6 and 7 in the scoreboard. And it's one thing they need to be worried about. Time needs to be on their side, but in game number 2, we were talking about adjustments. We were talking about small differences. Will they change something up? Because early game or even late game, man, it ain't over till it's over.
I like it. There's 2 changes right there, right? The Eve band comes out from ONIC Philippines, and the Kaja comes out from Smart Omega. But there, you know, that's not the difference. We do see Fredrin locked in right away.
Oh.
That is also different.
First pick?
Yeah, first pick. We haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah, man, with how long that last game was, both teams already went into this game knowing their full drafting game plan. The picks are... Okay, I've wanted to see this Arlott and Lancelot together because just the thought of having an Arlott plus a Tanksalot together sounds so annoying to go up against because they're both just going to be dashing all over your face.
Yeah.
And yeah, going back to the bans earlier, both teams respecting the 2 of the picks that gave them a lot of trouble in the Eve and the Kaja. ONIC clap back here. Will they get the Valentino? No. They get the Natalia and the Lunox. So now, okay, we're seeing some crazy stuff here.
I was thinking of different ways because you just mentioned there's a lot of slash, a lot of dashes. I was thinking like, okay, they need a good hold, they need a good catch or good tank. But with this, they have the Natalia and Lunox, and ONIC Philippines doesn't even not even bother to use this now, and even the first 3 picks.
Remember when I said these two teams are the teams to throw curveballs?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, here we go.
Curveball right there.
There's some curveballs here, and I'm sure when people see this, this Natalia pickup, I'm sure a lot of people have seen the clip going around. I think it was in MPL, the other MPL region. I think it was in the hands of Boloyski.
Yeah, MPL
right?
Indonesia. He got a maniac there with a Natalia.
Got a maniac. And, I'm sure, again, there's like this influence, there's like this legacy here with ONIC Philippines specifically that some of these heroes that are known for being played on these teams, and now you get to see it unfold here.
Well, the Brody pick for Smart Omega was a bit of a safety precaution here because they wanted to prioritize their lanings correctly, right? Because up against this, Nets uses his hero as well. But for the banning phase or the second phase of Smart Omega, what's left for them to take against ONIC?
Well, they still need the roamer, and the roamer pick is the biggest question here for the side of Omega, because they're going to need something that can really help heal for the Lancelot. Because that Natalia will try to bother that Lancelot. By the way, you see there on your screens the members of ONIC Arsenals from the MDL. That's the MDL team of ONIC Philippines. So, to take away the Savior, honestly, that's a good read. We still don't know where this Lunox might go. It still can potentially swing into the gold lane. It is going to be surprising, but we have seen it once this season. It was a win for Benny Cutie, if I'm not mistaken. So, they're just trying to check out across the board. They take away the Kufra, so now ONIC knows that they're just trying to take away some comfort roamers here for Omega who can check bush to bush, but at the same time set up plays by doing so and peel for the Lancelot. Omega are going to need someone to peel for this Lancelot.
Okay, there goes the respect ban on the Terizla. We're talking about a catch, right? We're talking about the tank that could go up against the lineup of Smart Omega. They don't have their roamer yet, so on the side of ONIC Philippines, you don't want that possibility of having that problem of being having a present Kufra on their hands. So now will it be still the XP lane, or will it be the tank choice for ONIC Philippines to ban out against Smart Omega?
Honestly, it could go either way here. Are they going to be thinking about they don't need to worry about a Hilda ban. If you're Omega here picking up something like a Rafaela, even though it's that would answer the Natalia, that wouldn't answer a lot of the other things that you're going to be lacking.
Oh.
ONIC decided to take away the Kadita that could go into the hands of Stome. So the Farce is still available on the board here, but again, that will beg the question, what roamer are they going to get to peel? Are we going to end up seeing a new roamer here that we haven't seen yet this season?
Well, with all the photos being showed up on our screens as we look back on throwbacks, there's a possibility for Smart Omega to do it. So the Grok is still open.
Yeah, they can
Franco.
go
Wait,
Grok.
Atlas is open.
Atlas is also open, but again, how are they going to peel for this Lancelot? This Natalia is going to be going everywhere. Cho is still open. Maybe they'll pick that up, but they still pick up the Faramis. Yeah, they're saving their roamer pick for last. This is what's perplexing Omega right now, what their roamer is going to be.
Okay, so I just got to say that Valentina, on the other hand, is still present for these two teams to take. So will it be the Atlas or will it be the Franco for ONIC? Because there's a lot of ways that they need to catch these heroes on the side of Smart Omega.
Not only that too, but the thing what I'm wondering is, do they lock in an what is the XP lane option here? Unless we're going to be surprised, right? And the Fredrin doesn't go into the jungle.
Yeah, it might go into the XP lane.
Okay, we have a Valentina. And there's the Yuzhong. Okay, so now
Okay.
we got an XP lane answer.
Okay, so called it. Valentina was still on the board for ONIC Philippines. And how is this? But there's a lot of magic, but against the lineup of Smart Omega, where's the boat now? Where's the boat weighing in this game?
They might be leaning towards a Ruby at this point. Maybe even something really new. Because not only do they need a peel for the Lancelot, they need a peeler for the rest of the team. But then that's a lot of pressure on the R-Lot here. I think this is just also the rush onto the Lancelot that got that's biting Omega in the behind right now.
Okay, so let's see.
A high loss? I don't know.
Okay, we're just all over the books here for Smart Omega.
Cho's open. But you don't expect. I mean, in the hands of Miko, I don't know how I feel about the entire lineup of, like, Smart Omega looks almost like it looks like it makes more sense, is what I'm trying to say, right? But at the same time, when you look at ONIC Philippines, you're putting a lot here also in that the Natalia, right, for Kakadu.
We're just trying to read through the draft right now, and with all points considered, maybe because if the Cho being the last pick or option by Smart Omega, there's a lot of ways that ONIC Philippines could evade those kills in early game state, right? So maybe it's their own way of executing this. But how is this, Renmar? And looking at all of this one, and then going back to your analysis back then, it was clearly just me wondering, maybe this is just Smart Omega's way of flavoring this game, and how it took in game number 1. It was 30 or almost 32 minutes. Let's see how it goes. But at this point in time, early game, and the macro ability, I'm leaning towards ONIC Philippines with this one. We have a Natalia game.
Okay. So for the side of ONIC PH, there's going to be a lot of pressure, as Nice said, onto the Natalia, but Ryota as well. If ONIC PH pull this off, it might be on the back of an MVP performance on Ryota. With them not having a traditional tank, it's going to be the Yuzhong providing a lot of the space here. On the side of Omega, however, the question is, who are they going to pick off, and will they have the damage to supplement that? Because Omega are severely lacking magic damage. That Lancelot is going to be built for tank. It's not going to be the damage Lancelot that we know. It's the Tankcelot that we're familiar with. So it's going to be an over-reliance on Kelra here. ONIC has magic damage, the burst physical coming in from the Natalia, and then the Fredrin as well. So on paper, it looks much more balanced for ONIC. So again, there's so many questions here in terms of like how these two teams are going to pull it off, because it's both of them ended up drafting incredibly unorthodox. Actually, Omega seems a little bit more orthodox here, but the lack of magic damage might hurt them.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to leave it up to the pros. Unorthodox ways requires unorthodox measures, okay? I'll leave it up to them. They have good judgment on this.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. And they are made for this. So let's see how the story goes. I'm excited how to even witness this, because at this point, Omega is just trying to have the algo of the first objective. That is the turtle up against 3 members of ONIC Philippines. Call the cavalry in. Everybody is here.
Yeah, and everybody's got pretty much their level 4s for the most part, too. They're going to go in, focusing on Miko. They get the flicker out. Still going to be fighting forward. It's Ryzen. That does secure it. Nice little setup there. It looks like they're just going to disengage. So, no one falling, but Smart Omega able to grab that turtle. And, you know, it's funny because you were all asking those questions, OSX, and I was just sitting here thinking, you know, it's nice. It's nice to be kind of perplexed.
Yeah.
Because we're so used to seeing a very similar draft patterns and drafts, and it's nice that you actually see something like this. And yeah, you leave it up to the pros. They've obviously got a play style in mind here, but it's interesting to see how it all does unfold, especially with the lineup that ONIC Philippines has.
Well, let's see. Okay, let's start with one thing in mind. So let's not go over the place, because for me, the lineup that we're trying to break down right now is unorthodox as we speak. But let's think of the macro capability of these two teams. We have a Natalia, we also have Cho. We have pickoffs, we have surprise gank, we have steals. But in this point in time, Omega is really a good job in the hands, well, Miko on the other hand, preventing so much vision on Kakadu that he can give for his team.
Yeah, and that's what pretty much Miko just need to do at this point. And Kakadu is actually having a difficult time finding those pickoffs, those entries that you'd want as a Natalia, but there's one.
Miko going to enter that bush. Can't get away that time. Didn't have the flicker available to him. First blood being drawn by ONIC Philippines, and it goes in the hands of Kakadu. So being on this hero, Natalia, the way that it works, that's already a nice little momentum effect that's going to go in the hands of Kakadu to allow him to be a little more confident, finding these picks, putting pressure, especially where it needs to be, and that's also on Kelra as the game unfolds.
Yeah, that was a good call there by ONIC. So they were able to pull that off only because Nets had the lane or minion advantage. So the moment he knew that Keller wouldn't have room to even make it to the shielding, he went ahead into the mid lane so that they can secure the kill onto the Miko. This is great positioning by Miko, though.
Nice. Miko gets away the Dragon off. Should be a kill here. They get the Brilliance out. Kekadut there now to back him up. The flicker comes out from Nets, too. Kekadut now on the focus on Kelra. Gonna get knocked up. Can't get it, though. Gets punished. Now Kelra with a kill here, and Smart Omega working on the turtle. Ryzen secures it. Now Renzio gonna get the brunt of the damage here. Super Prince making his way. They get the flicker out. Smart Omega turning things around.
We talked about unorthodox drafts, unorthodox methods. Omega are just going full orthodox right now. Very principled, very fundamental, not giving an inch of room for the Natalia to make a play. Although he almost got Keller there, he didn't have his execute up at that moment. So without any access for pickoffs, Ryzen actually even able to freely jungle. We have to talk about the Ryzen factor now, the Lancelot factor. First two major objectives going to the hands of Ryzen. That turtle was contested, but Ryzen was still able to secure it. So this is just pure willpower by the jungler of Omega.
Sensui gonna get kicked away from his team here. Can they get the damage out? The Cult Altar comes out too. Kekadut could be in trouble here, but Kelra doesn't have the damage he needs. Now it's Kekadut that falls to get another flicker. Nice stampede. Super Prince, though, still able to survive for now. They go in, they find another. Super Prince falls. 2 down for ONIC Philippines.
A trade of 2 to 1. That's how they make the Tides go in their end. Because you were talking about how Ryzen could make things work. I say they're upping up their game right now.
Yeah, good call for ONIC. They needed to balance out the controls that Omega was getting on the turtles, but Ryzen able to steal away there the orange buff on Sensui. So it's a level advantage over the Fredrin. So look at the items right now. Gold laner still neck and neck. No clear advantage just yet. Although there is a Bladed Despair already on that Brody.
Oh, Miko just entering that bush. Kekadut was waiting for the moment, but they find it now.
They're here.
Miko going to be the focus. Stone trying to help him out. Cult Altar comes out. Disengage again for now. Smart Omega still survives.
Yeah, once we start seeing the full 5v5 team fights, though, we might see a shift in the direction of this story. So little by little, actually, we're even starting to feel it. ONIC getting a little bit more control in the map. They have the turtle advantage here. Let's see what ONIC will do to stop Ryzen. Will Ryzen be able to secure another turtle and the third one for Omega?
ONIC would want this. There's 5 members here. Who's going to get it? Whoop.
Ryzen, he's going to watch out. Nets goes in. Sensui able to secure it now. Ryzen on the run here. Can't escape the CC, though, as he falls to Ryota. Finally getting some punishment back here. Now ONIC Philippines lessens the gold gap, but they still have their work cut out for them. Just like that, they find a little hope.
All right, so Omega actually went for the tower turtle gambit there. They were able to get the tower top side. They gave up the turtle, but they're giving up a tower in the bottom side as well. ONIC clear winners out of that.
Something tells me right now I'm seeing a loophole in Omega, but hold that thought.
Okay, the battle for the purple buff here. Sensui might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but he goes in. That's hard for Kekadut. He couldn't get the target he was looking for.
Renzio.
Still has the execute, but can he escape? Stampede comes out. Renzio looking for the killing blow here. Can't catch up just yet. Gonna get stunned by Sensui, knocked up as well. And now it's Kekadut that survives.
Sensui with the block. Actually, the Renjo committed the vengeance onto the Crammer there to get a bit closer to Kekadut. But Sensui getting there just in time. So now we're seeing here the question marks that arose from the Omega draft, even though they were a little bit more orthodox. It's now, how are you going to face everything that ONIC will throw at you in terms of the Natalia and the Yu Zhong? So far we've been seeing Miko unable to find that setup, because now he's forced to use the Way of the Dragon as a means to kick away the Natalia when Kekadut comes in.
Okay, so it's all about forcing out resources here. Looking at these items right here, I only see steel leg plates and molten essence. Something tells me in those team fights they need proper defense items. How do they even hold it? Because Storm is the only one could actually make a good way of sustaining out life in Smart Omega. And that's one thing they're lacking about, the defense of being in the team fight power of ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's all up to the cult altar. But let's see if Omega can set up a play for themselves here, but since we has the info.
Sensu are going to get crashed down on multiple members here. They get the Colt Altar around, but they might be in a bad position. Miko gets the way of the Dragunov, finding Kekadut, the right target. They also get the Brilliance out from Nets. The stun's going to be there. He has to flicker out. Here comes Ryota with the Black Dragon form. Looking for the setup himself here. Not going to be able to find Renzio, but it's Sensui that takes him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the fight for space around the Lord continues on. Ryota just going to be that front line for now as both teams get it situated.
Now, at this point in time, they would want to take this Lord because there are almost 2-member casualties on ONIC and Omega. And we're talking about the defense. On the damage side, it's ONIC's way of pressuring the side of Smart Omega. But I say the Barangay is really doing a great job in terms of micro and macro management to not get ahead.
Yeah, exactly. This game could be so much worse for Omega at this point, but they've done all the right decisions to not give ONIC a clear advantage. Full 5-on-5 though. So far, Stone's timing with the Cult Altar has been crucial for Omega, but ONIC have been counter-punching really well. The timing of Ryota's entry, Kekadut being able to focus down the target as much as he can. Good positioning by Kekadut actually right now in this fight. That's a clear line for the back line of Omega. But Omega understand that and they're adjusting. Again, we're just seeing great individual decisions by both teams right now.
Oh, that's the kick.
Miko going to go in with the kick on Sensui. Still going to be fighting for it. Renzio goes in too. There's the Cult Altar. Keep an eye on Kekadut. He's going to be looking for Kelra if he can find him or any target he can. Get the numbers advantage. Kelra already using torn apart memory. Lord still being worked on here. Now Stone could be in trouble. It's Ryzen that secures the Lord. Kekadut falls here. And right now, Smart Omega still punch it in. A flicker for a flicker. They get the Brilliance out. Stone comes in with a stampede. Finds Nets. The flicker's not going to help him. He didn't have it available. And now the focus on the mid lane.
Omega's Ultra Instincts are shining here. The last thing we mentioned before that all broke out was great individual decision making. That's what we saw there. Kekadut had a clear beeline for Kelra, but the torn apart memory used by Kelra, I don't even think he used that with an intention to find the Natalia. It showed where the Natalia was, hence why Kekadut couldn't dive Kelra or Stome. Speaking of Stome, his timing here with the Cult Altar is one of the main conditions here for Omega, and he's been doing it to near perfection, really holding on to it and making the most out of their main tool to defend and sustain the team.
We're talking about defense here, armor, whatever items, but it is just Smart Omega maintaining and doing a great way of sustaining the team fights. Now they need to worry about where is Kekadut will be coming. Because this is one thing that they need to worry about. The wraparound of ONIC Philippines in terms of damage could be really high if they can't prevent it.
It's crazy because you can see kind of at this point in the game, right? Kekadut, yeah, he got the first blood. He built a little momentum for himself and the team. But at this point, right, mid to late game, it's a lot harder, right, to find the targets that he needs and to continue that kind of threat. He is always going to be a threat, but it's a lot harder for him to actually find these targets here.
Yeah, it's really just been Omega from all positions 1 to 5 doing everything correctly. Credits to Miko for stopping Kekadut from just snowballing all over them. And here comes Omega with a concealed play. Not going to commit anything. Sensui able to secure his purple buff there. And at the same time, Ryzen secures on the early turtles of the game as well. This could have gone, again, very south for Omega with how well ONIC drafted. But Omega said, you know what, we're just going to outplay them, and they've done that. They've played this so well that ONIC couldn't find the big lead that naturally they should have had. There's just credits to Omega showing up here against a wonderful draft from ONIC.
Yeah, they just outplay and outlast. Smart Omega is holding on how they are pulling it through. But on to the other end of the late game situation, we have the gold lane Lunox, and we also have a good way of Super Friends of stealing some ultimates. He has the ultimate of Stone. So probably that's one thing that they need to be secure about is how will they maintain the HP bars and the damage capability of Smart Omega. 4K gold lead. Comparing it to the first game, this was the highest, gap lead that Omega has started up against ONIC.
Yep.
Well, right now they're going to have to battle. Whoa, that was a misplay there. Miko in trouble. They get the Cold Holder out in response, but he's ultimately going to go down. Actually, he's still alive. What? Somehow, even though the mistake was made, Miko lives to call back to base and get back for this dance because, wow, I didn't think he'd survive that one.
Cold Altar still again. Make everything work.
Yeah, and that's a testament to, well, the lead that Omega have built for themselves. Maybe a little bit more items of defense. Therefore, Miko helped them survive. But you saw their ONIC were ruthless. The moment they saw that committed by Miko, they were quick to react and go for the play. They just couldn't finish the job, but maybe they might now.
Miko back for round 2. Not going to go the same way. He finally falls here. Now ONIC Philippines fighting for this Lord. It's Ryzen and Sensui. Battle of the Retribution's going to go here, and it's secured actually by Kalra. Somehow gets it. Renzio has to flicker out. ONIC Philippines still trying to press this fight on. Ryota pops the Black Dragon form, looking for the team here. Under the turret they go, but it's a little bit too much. They have to back off.
How did Kalra manage to get? He was too far away. I know he's too far away, and he didn't even use his Tornapop memory.
I think it was close enough to deal some damage onto there. But you saw there the synchronized dive by the members of Echo. The moment they knew, okay, there's no way we can reset this, might as well just dive Sensui. Great timing by the members of Omega there, but ONIC, you saw them, they were positioned well to try and contest that. But again, it's just Omega doing everything right.
Well, that's how Game 1 makes you better from losing in that battle, because those windows or those chances, that's how smart Omega responds and resets in some point in time that they want to take this to game number 3. Well, hey, this is one high caliber match. We all want it. Oh, look.
Well, that's exactly what they wanted to do, right? They get that brilliance out from Nets. They prepare themselves here. They might actually decide to just back off until next objective. But this is the one thing that I got to say about Smart Omega is they can't. This is something you don't often see. Them having this kind of lead this big early on, right? A lot of the times they're known for coming back into games here. So you don't want to see them let it slip through their hands, because that can still happen, especially even if we take a look at the previous game, right? ONIC Philippines, they're going to be in a good position to actually defend and contest things, but a lot of it is relying on Kakadu, Super Prince as well. Nets, we haven't seen that type of effectiveness just yet, right, from this Lunox pick, and how it's going to transition into damage. Miko, though, they're actually finding it out in the mid lane. Ryota going to fall here. Smart Omega just forcing the mistakes out. Kakadu falls. Everything I said can be erased because Smart Omega finds their own moments.
Speaking of finding the right avenues, Kakadu wanted to make an ambush play, and they didn't make the cut even for the defense.
Yeah, it was Miko who found that ambush play with the conceal. Knockups.
Oh! Renzio goes in with the final slash, and they clap back here. They finally get that turret down. Can they extend it on? Or do they look to close the game? Another comes out. Miko with a kick. Renzio is quite low. They're looking to clean up here. Super Prince backs off. Stone goes in. Can't get it. The crystal goes down. And we go to game 3.
We wouldn't have had it any other way. We want to see more of these two teams after the show they put on in game number 1. Now Omega clapping back against the lineup that could have been deadly against them. They somehow found a way to force a game number 3.
Wow, amazing. The lead, the advantage, the micro decisions. They have everything in check. Smart Omega still bouncing back for this game.
I was saying, man, they can't let it slip through their hands. And, Kakadu being spotted out, that's all they needed. So if that was, Miko that found that out and he got that information, you had 2 fall right away from ONIC Philippines. And, from that point, that's match point, right? I mean, that's where you need to be. And Smart Omega, they played amazingly against the fact that this should have been early game, not dominance, but an early game advantage here for ONIC Philippines. And I feel like it was starting there, especially with that early kill, the first blood that Kakadu had. But then, unfortunately for them, they couldn't capitalize on that lead they had early on, and then it just quickly went in favor of Smart Omega.
They just found the right place, the right positionings to stop ONIC from snowballing early on, and that was the right call. They were respecting Kekadu's play on this Natalia. This is a comfort for him, and they just stopped that immediately.
Well, speaking of stopping it immediately, that's just Smart Omega. And everybody, we're asking for game number 3, and we have it. Renmar, break things down what happened in that game.
All right, so we talked a lot about the roamers. They were the focus of the storytelling for this matchup, and we got to see it play out even more so here with the Cho and the Natalia. There was always going to be a risk that Kekadut and Super Friends together will be able to build a big snowball here for the members of ONIC. But the thing was, the members of Omega, they adjusted their positioning and their rotation so that it would stop that potential snowball from happening. Multiple times you saw Kekadut trying to find a pickoff, trying to get into the key areas, potentially disturb Ryzen's Lancelot, but Miko was always there. If it wasn't Miko, Stone was always there. They made sure the key areas to where Natalia could go to was always covered by a member of Omega. It was like they were playing with a buddy system. The only ones who didn't really have buddies in these games were the XP laners. Omega always had someone somewhere watching their teammates' backs. And that's exactly what they needed to do. Plus, bonus points as well for Ryzen being able to secure the first 2 turtles of the game. Turtles that were well contested by Onyx, and Sui was there. That was just Ryzen winning key Retribution battles against one of the best Retribution duelists in MPL Philippines Season 11. That's Sensui. The MVP of the game is going to be Stome. However, we talked about the buddy system. Stome was everyone's buddy here for the side of Omega. His timing, his positioning, and when he used that cult altar, him being able to just position himself so that he wouldn't get caught out, but at the same time still have his teammates just at the edge of the cult altar so that the effect wouldn't go away. Stone deserved this MVP performance, alongside, of course, a great showing from the roamer in Miko with the Cho performance, getting those setups there in the end. What this clip there that we saw of Miko could have been the story for most of the game for Omega. But again, it was just them covering each other. The concept of the buddy system. Always have someone paired up with your other teammate so that the Natalia wouldn't be able to get a key pick off. He was able to get one there onto Kelra, but that was one and few. For most of it all, it was just Omega being able to freely secure objectives. Even though they lost that turtle here after a great response by ONIC, Omega decided to go for the turtle gambit, which they'll give up a turtle to get a bit more space on the top side as well. When it came to the full objective team fights, however, credits as well to Omega and especially Ryzen for being able to secure those lords up against a full stack of ONIC. We talked about how this could be a different story once it got to the objective team fights. Once it was full on 5v5, but Omega held on. Omega played individually great and great as a team, so that ONIC couldn't get what they wanted, so that ONIC couldn't get that snowball, and so that ONIC couldn't get those major objectives. This could have been a much more difficult game for Omega, but they made that look relatively easy. Going back to the checklist, ride your momentum. Omega had the momentum. They decided to ride it in that game. Double time. They have Omega timer. ONIC drafted game number 2 for double time. They wanted to end this game quick, but Omega didn't give them any space. It ain't over until it's over. We saw it in game number 1 with ONIC-PH holding on for one of the most beautiful defenses and turnaround games we've seen this season. And now in game number 2, Omega forcing game number 3. I keep going back to that third key to victory. It ain't over until it's over, and these two teams are just carrying that spirit for this entire series. What they're doing in game, their decision making and drafting is beautiful.
Speaking of something beautiful, thank you for that analysis, Renmar, for being really accurate.
Thank you.
Right? Because right now, and looking back on those checklists on those keys to victory, looks like ONIC Philippines needs to double time a bit with Smart Omega and just how they managed to pull through on that draft, on how unorthodox it is. Well, This is just them playing it all, plain and simple.
Yep. Which is funny because I actually like that, again, that draft from game number 2, or even if you look back at their previous game in game 1, technically there was some curveballs there in terms of the draft, right? And in game 2 specifically, like that's why we're calling it the orthodox, unorthodox, and everything else. So I'm wondering how they kind of take what they learned from game 1, game 2, how do they adjust for game 3, and what this exactly means, because man, game 1 was what, 32 minutes, I think. Game 2 was, what was it? It was a shorter game. It was much shorter.
It was
like
around
15,
15 to 17 minutes.
15 to
actually,
17.
yeah.
So now it's like, all right, and with that too, like I said, ONIC Philippines had a pretty snowbally lineup that they should have gone with. They did have a little bit of scaling potential too, but Smart Omega just kind of punishing them. And even with the mistakes that like you saw Miko kind of make in terms of positioning, they were able to like survive that. So I'm wondering, if you're ONIC Philippines, how do you adjust from this, right? How do you take all of that from game 2? How do you adjust it so that you can possibly get this series win? Now, the same can be said for Smart Omega, but honestly, if they play similar to game 2, they should be fine, even if they decide to throw a curveball in again. And I think one thing that can change is don't give the Arlot.
Yeah, Arlot has been a menace for this series so far. Renjo has been playing that incredibly well. But I feel like one thing that we should mention here for ONIC, though, is that they tried to go for that snowball lineup. Maybe they shouldn't be over-aligned on that.
Yeah.
Maybe have a lineup with a capability to snowball, but that was a lineup just built for, okay, we'll get the kills and we'll win battles early on, and then we'll end this game quickly. I think Omega in game number 2 showed that you can't draft like that against them. You're going to need something a little bit more balanced, something that can still also, if ever it doesn't go well in the early to mid, you'll have enough to hold on so that you can bring in the late game for your marksman if they decide to bring in a physical damage marksman there for nets.
Well, I believe ONIC Philippines needs to have a good insurance policy if they go up against Omega. As them looking at all the players that we've seen today, with all of their extraordinary performance, who do you target? Everybody's a playmaker in Smart Omega, and how do you manage to even pull one? And one thing to commend as well is the positioning or the macro presence of Miko all throughout. In the presence of a Natalia, he was really on point in guarding those borders, because if I was in his place, I would be really out of my mind. Where's this guy?
Yeah.
Where would he be coming from?
I would be crying. If I was shown that scenario against a Natalia, I would be crying.
Well, I think that was like, whether you're crying or not, right? Whether you're shedding tears or not, the great thing about it is because they had actually a couple different options to deal with it. They had Miko on the Cho, where he could possibly spot her out. But also, like you mentioned during the MVP show up there with Stone, the fact that it was like that buddy system that he had, and he was able to kind of cover the grounds with that, having the cold filter there, it solved the Natalia issue really, really well. And when you pick Natalia, that's kind of like where you're putting not all your eggs in one basket, but you're putting a lot of these eggs in that basket when that hero is locked in to be able to make those pickoffs and those plays. So if you can't get it more than maybe that first blood and that second kill that he had, then it becomes really like, was this the best option? Because now we're just kind of like, of course you have kind of this vision aspect to it, but it's like, what can we actually bring to the team fight? Especially because it was paired with a Lunox pick. And was that the second time that I think Lunox was picked up so far?
Yeah, the gold lane.
Yeah.
It was a glass cannon lineup. Again, it was ONIC wanting to do a very specific thing.
Yeah.
And I feel like you could sort of like imagine and put yourselves in the situation of Omega where you're just telling each other, guys, so just take it easy, play around the objectives, watch out for the Natalia, make sure you always have someone with you so that you don't get picked off. And they played that really well.
Well, let's see how ONIC Philippines adjusts on game number 3 as the second series of the day goes. Man, we're having 6 games straight.
Yeah. Might end up getting 9 even.
Might end up getting 9.
We'll see.
I said this because we've been having a lot of these series now go 3 games. And it's even more important now, second half of the season, like we've been talking about how crucial it is, especially points, because, you've got some teams that are stacked on the points, right? They're doing really well. But then if you've got multiple teams that are fighting for literally every single point they can get. So why not go the distance? Why not go 3 games? And that's why you see all these teams, if you look at their play style, if you look at their gameplay now, and even on an individual level, there's so much improvements that they've made from those first couple weeks. And that just says, like, they learned their lessons basically.
I believe in winning, and I believe in losing, that you learn more. And for those to see those ways of how will you improve yourself, this team has the factor, or having this attitude that could make or hone good players to get back on their feet, because the points now is at stake, because the match right here, we're on a tiebreaker level. Who's going to go up? Who's going to go down? But on this drafting, it's ONIC Philippines on the red side.
Wins, losses. ONIC hasn't gotten a series win since week 2, day 3. Omega are fresh off of a victory against TNC in week 4, day 2. Both these teams forcing a game number 3, or showing a game number 3. They're going to be walking away with 2 points, but it's better than nothing. The draft so far, pretty similar. It's going to be a joy ban by Omega. And so far, they are following a similar drafting pattern. But instead of banning the Firemen, they ban the Kaja instead. And ONIC are respecting the Tanks-a-Lot pickup there. They felt that even with the Fredrin on their side, they struggled going up against a Lancelot. So that opens up the Fredrin there. For Smart Omega, this opens up the Valentina for ONIC.
Okay, no changes for Smart Omega, something that they can really rely on. And also for the ONIC Philippines, will it be the EXP lane, will it be the mid lane? Because we can see an orthodox picks again. But for this point in time, they would not want to experiment and just go to their strengths.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to... I think we see them pick up the Valentina here. I think it's one of the best cases for them to work around with. But interestingly, so they're going to pick the Eve instead, meaning that we'll probably see Smart Omega take the Valentina. So now it's going to be that situation again where you have, the fighting for that real-world manipulation. Maybe they just felt like, too, that they don't want to lock in the Eve, or they don't want to lock in the Valentina because they don't want to keep chasing these ultimates, right, to really have that value for them. So they also complement it with this Cho pick.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like he's happy with it.
Interesting.
And no Valentina. Oh, they're forcing Smart Omega to take it. Okay.
Yeah, Omega can take it, or they can even just decide not to pick up the Valentina. Although it would make a lot of sense for them to pick it up, so they'll have the real-world manipulation for them as well. And of course, ONIC respecting the Cho performance that Miko had in game number 2, they decide to pick it up for themselves. What will it be? It is going to be the Valentina. Is it going to be the Arlot? Yes, it is. So Valentina, Arlot locked in here. Now, here's the thing. If I'm ONIC, I need to lock in my jungler here. Because if I'm Omega, I wouldn't be shy with taking away the Grok and the Akai with those bans.
Yeah.
And immediately, you're already out of really good options up against that Fredrin jungle. So it has to be the Grok or the Akai locked in here by ONIC.
That makes total sense, because if ONIC, their problem also was one of the main objectives in the first 1 and 2 games.
What if this is a jungle Cho and they take in the Terizla again?
That is a possibility. No, it's going to be a
never mind.
glue.
Yeah.
There's XP lane glue.
XP lane glue.
Oh, Omega, it's clear they should just take out the Akai and the Grok already. And if this is going to be a jungle Cho, however, at least ONIC would have already locked in their jungler. But you could see that struggling up against already what the Omega has showed here, especially up against Valentina, who will most likely have the real-world manipulation. And, of course, the Fredrin.
This
interesting moves here.
The reason why I'm scratching my head here, too, with ONIC Philippines is, why give up the Arlot again?
Yeah.
For the 3rd game in the row.
Yep.
And just kind of, the way that we're seeing this hero alone, not just in this matchup, but in alone, how it's been rising, and how even Arlot himself has his own utility to him, like depending on how the playstyle you use, the emblem set you use. But so far, I mean, if you just look at the way Renzio's been doing things, it's worked out really well for them. So, maybe that could be the change too. The reason why they decided to go with this first phase of picks, even the glue, right? Maybe the glue will help them a little bit more here, but still, I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a difficult time if the setups and the CC is used correctly from Smart Omega early on, especially.
Well, they're not afraid that there's an Arlot in their presence, and they want to trim down the choices of Kelra, the Harith, and you have the Moskov. So as we look upon the possibilities here of the same picks that Kelra can get, will they still trim down the tank choices of ONIC Philippines on their last ban?
I really think they have to take out one of the options. Yeah, okay, they're still taking out the roamer, so
it is.
I honestly, if I'm ONIC here, just put that Cho in the roam role and then just pick up the Akai already for your jungler. You're gonna be super tanky, but then the gold laner pickup you can also pick up now. Either just choose Beatrix or Brody. What would you rather have, and what would you rather have go to the hands of Kelra?
Well, if you want to reach a good distance, Brody's still good here.
Surprised we haven't seen much Melissa too.
Oh wait,
Like-
Melissa's actually still open. Yes, that would be great for the members of ONIC. But no, it'll be the Claude.
Yeah, fair enough. Still a great answer for the Claude because there's a lot of ways that they can be ambushed again, and more of like of the season, the setups that you guys mentioned. They need something to escape the path to even give a counter Wrath. So let's see how smart Omega plays this. So it's a gold lane. It's the Beatrix of Kelra. Let's see what will be the tank option of Smart Omega.
Ooh,
It's a
they
Grok.
get the Grok.
Still.
Yep. So it's gonna be a roam Grok, Expillion, Arlott, Jungle, Fredrin, ONIC PH. They can change the makeup of this draft with this last pick. Is it a roam Cho? Is it a jungle Cho? Is it the roamer or the jungle that they'll be picking up for the last pick? That's why they can't pick up the Akai. They're up against a Valentina.
Yeah.
They have to think twice about picking it. They can't pick up the Atlas also. Oh my goodness, this show might actually end up going to the jungle. They're just going to pick up a roamer that isn't so punishing if the ultimate of the Valentina steals, or if Valentina steals their ultimate.
Okay.
Could it be a Kufra? No, it might be lacking.
Martis.
Okay.
For
So
ONIC.
it's
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen him use this. So with Sensui, they're going back on the drawing board on how they wanted to win this game. So I believe this is Martis for the knockup. They have a good amount of CC, but the damage will be fully relied on nets and super Fritz.
I feel like their bases are really covered, like for both teams, right? Like bases-wise, from early game to late game, it's all covered. Honestly, with this one, it just comes down to one who gets that momentum started quicker than the other, and because you have to consider the fact too, you're going to have for the most part 2 real-world manipulations to work against, right? Like. And whatever team works against those, especially when it comes to the objectives, is going to come out with the advantage from that. So that's crucial because, you look at both these drafts and we get the last look here. They're very well balanced from both sides.
Yeah. And I feel like we're just going to revisit the story of game number 1 yet again. It's going to be up to the roamers and mid laners, their individual plays, how they play together as a pairing to set the tempo for their respective teams, which ultimates are the Valentina going to be getting, how well can Stone time his ultimate and use of the real world manipulation, if that will be the ultimate that he'll take. Same question for Super Fritz. It's like a version 2 of game number 1 in terms of storytelling and what to watch out for here and who to watch out for.
I love it. Let the story unfold. Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines. Who's going to climb back up? The points matters now as it gets close to the window of the playoffs. Let's see how they manage to pull this through a second version in game number 1. Nets and Kelra, I say they needed a good amount of way of pressuring the Filipino Savage back in the gold lane.
Yeah, they're going to have to... I mean, that's exactly why you kind of see Kakadu parking himself there to see that eventually he might be able to put pressure on Kelra. We've kind of seen that even from the previous game, right, where both gold laners, they have a rather good start, and then their transition from mid to late game, they're carrying their games, right? They're carrying their teams. So that's why Renmar even mentioned, a lot of this does rely on these, the roam and the jungles even. And now the focus on Ryota here. Sensui's going to make his way. Can he get there in time? Still looking. Ryota finally going to fall here. Rising in the first blood. The Decimate comes out. Renzio falls, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Ryzen's going to scoot on out of there. All this before that first turtle of the game comes up. Stome also has to forced to use the flicker.
Okay, so just an XP laner trade. In terms of crossing onto the mid of the late game, what we're going to be looking for here is the rotation of teams in the 5th and 6th minute. if anyone's going to be giving up a turtle just so that they could get a gold advantage. Where are they going to rotate? Are they going to commit the full 4v4, maybe even full 5v5 for the turtle at around 5th to 6th minute? Those are going to be the timers to watch out for here for both teams.
Yeah, let's see how the trade goes for Barangay and ONIC Philippines. Oh, they're pushing out one.
Yeah, they're just doing zone out control here the best they can on Ryzen. They're going to get knocked up, though. Bad place to be in as Kekadu going to fall. Turtle is secured here, though. Now Renzio unleashing. Sensui trying to get out of dodge. They get the turtle, but they're running for the hills. Can't get away from the barrier. Sensui falls.
Great timing on the barrier there to ensure that Omega would get the overall win in that scenario. They lose the turtle, but they knew they could and should punish and kills. But Ryzen might get punished here if he could get away.
Oh, he's going deep.
Kekadu and the rest of the team here, they're trying to help him out. Razor's Wrath, though, gonna punish Kekadu, and Ryota falls too. Smart Omega punishing.
What is this, man? How Ryzen manages to put it right in his face? That's just so scary. I just imagine how he managed to pull that through.
Yep. Gotta respect that Fredrin. That's why the Fredrin's like the #1 pick all across the world right now. The damage you can dish out there with the Appraiser's Wrath. Busted. And right now, ONIC, they've got to slow things down. It's not a massive lead for Omega, but they cannot afford to have that happen to them again.
Oh, they force out the flicker out Super Prince. So the pokes here in distance on the side of Smart Omega.
See, this is what I'm going to say it again. I'm scratching my head, right? You give up the R-Lot in the hands of Renzio, who's been playing it phenomenally the past, now 3 games. The guy's 3-1. And still, they're looking for another setup here. Not going to be able to get away from that. The 4-man pretty much gank in the river. They find Kekadu, who is also struggling here. But going back to the point, even Ryota, right? Ryota's not having a great game on this glue. So now it begs the question, ONIC Philippines, you're having a tough start here. How do you crawl back into this?
So many questions. But can they even contest the second turtle is a big question right now for ONIC. If I'm ONIC, I wouldn't. I'd take it easy. I would get objectives elsewhere first, maybe try to push a turret. Once you get to confirm that there's a lot of members of Omega on one side, go somewhere else.
Yeah.
But they're going to try to contest this. If they can get this, though, they got to get away. They cannot give up a counter-punish kill here.
They're doing it.
They're going to try. Ryzen does secure it. Now Kekadu has to flicker out on the run here. Should be able to escape just fine. The objective ultimately go in the hands of Smart Omega. And Kelra just pretty much in vacation mode, doing exactly what he wants to do here.
Yeah, the switch up in the EXP lane.
Yeah, and that was the timer that we were talking about earlier. Who will be positioned where and who will rotate where at around the 5th minute turtle. And we got the answer. Kelra immediately switched lanes, is now topside. Got a good amount of damage on that turret, so that topside turret for ONIC PH is going to be in dire straits here. ONIC decided to commit a lot to try and get that turtle, but they couldn't get it. Omega, big wins all across the map so far here. 7-1. Their counter punish. Their decision making again, carrying on over.
Their gold lead is just showing, and it's starting to climb by the minute.
It's at this point, you're almost 6 minutes in. It's very difficult to really press any situation if you're ONIC Philippines. Even with a Cho on Kekadu, half the time if you even get in range and, with his flicker being down, you're going to get kind of deleted, off the map. Even if you get the kickoff and you don't have the follow-up you need right now, because even just looking at the items here, they're behind in the firepower department.
Yeah, enchanted talismans here for both mid laners. So they're committing on getting their skills popped off as quickly as possible. Gonna take a lot of time here for Nets on this Claude. 3 items is what we're looking at. Only has a DHS. Already ability to spare there for Kelra, so he might be packing the sniper a bit more, Renner. But it seems like he has Bennett in his hands right now. Just knowing that you have a lot of crowd control for your setters. The Terrify from the Valentina, the stun coming in from the Wild Charge, or the knockup coming in from the Wild Charge of Miko, that he can just immediately respond with Bennett's Rage right away.
We're talking about angles on how ONIC Philippines could bounce back. I say Kekadu is having a really hard time to make good setup plays. Mika's doing a really good job in holding him through, in making those and working those combo flickers just by that wall. setting up right to his face. No contest on this turtle, but smart Omega is still playing it and doing it simple. Take objective and go.
Yeah, this is a struggle. Sensui should be fine here, but you know, with giving up the turtles just like that, it's hard to see, but it's probably the best decision, right, for ONIC Philippines. Just give those up somehow. Try to buy as much time as possible, because that's the thing too with a Claude pick. You know, with Nets here, he did just pick up the golden staff, but he's going to need a little more time. But they might press the situation. Miko going to be quite low. They go in with a flicker. Can they get the kill? Ryota takes out Miko, but on the backside now he's in trouble. 2 falls so far for ONIC Philippines. Renzio goes down too. Nice trade so far. Net's going to be in a bad position. BMI's back. Ryzen was waiting for him. Goes in with the Appraiser's Wrath. It's a killing spree, and he gets punished. But at least ONIC Philippines grabs a couple kills.
The counter punish has been the main tool here for Omega. With the ability kits that they have. Look at Keller already freely hitting the mid lane turret. That falls. ONIC PH responded to that well. Set that up for themselves very well here. But Omega, time and time again, they're just always ready to counter. And I feel like this is also ONIC needing to understand that they need to play around the real-world manipulation of Stome a little bit more once Stome has it. If you know Stome has it, if you can't get that clear-cut win, you gotta get ready to get on out of there. Because if they're expending so much to take down 1 or 2 members of Omega, that Stome is still up, Kelra's still up, your key targets of damage dealers in the opposing team are still up. So ONIC need to be a little bit more cautious here. They just, over and over again, getting counter-punished. The targeting right now of ONIC isn't going so well for them.
I hear you, Renmar. They need to be more careful on their next steps, because the damage department, as we go back on how we look back on those items, is not yet enough. It's not yet even close to go up against Kelra, which could be a means of not risking everything right now and putting your eggs in one basket at this point in time. ONIC needs to take more of those moments to build it in the later stage of the game. No contest, no whatso. You're just doing it right. ONIC Philippines, okay, they might have an answer, but it's not now.
Oh my goodness, ONIC, if this is how this series is going to end for them, it'll be a heartbreaker. Omega for sure will be happy with the learnings that they got in game number from all the games so far. This is them just playing again in peak performance. It's like we talked about how this could be a potential repeat of game number 1. So far, it's just a repeat of game number 2.
Yeah.
Omega doing everything they need to do to make sure ONIC don't meet their conditions or delay the winning conditions of ONIC for as long as possible. And with this Claude on the side of ONIC, yeah, it's delayed. At this point, I don't see ONIC finding a way to come back until maybe around minute 15 to 17.
Yeah.
But that is if ONIC don't get like an absolutely crucial major pickoff here, which the chances so far are very low.
We're just looking at ways on how ONIC to bounce back, because on the lead of 6.1 in the side of Omega, their damage hurts like hell as of this moment, and if you want to add 5 minutes, you need to have great defense. Because for ONIC here, they can't even go out the base, they struggle to make a setup, and as how we put it, this is one way of just caging them and not being able to get those objectives. And we have a push right down bottom.
Well, Kelra had his eyes set on where Kekadu was setting up, even giving him the sniper shot, going to force him back. Because the play there was for Kekadu to come in from behind and hopefully kick Kelra, right? That's the plan, but not going to happen.
That was close, and Kelra sensed it.
And they had an idea. They saw him, they knew he was there. So now ONIC, it's going to be defend for as long as they can. And it's up to all the members of Omega to just not be overconfident. They still have to respect the pick-off capability of ONIC, the punish capability if they overextend too much. Now, but ONIC though, yeah, it's going to be quite some time until we see them fight back.
Well, they're forcing them out of the base with 42 seconds for the main objective to go. I say their defense could buy them more time. But with the lineup right now, yes, they need to respect this fact. But if they're over and they're over the map right now, they could be pick off.
Okay, they go in with the Way of the Dragon, but they're going to have to flicker out. They still might look to go for it, but Kelra just going to send the bullets flying and send ONIC Philippines back here. So this is what we're saying, right? Nets is starting to get to the point. He's starting to have a little bit of that damage. He's got probably almost four items completed here. So as long as Nets can do that, continue to farm up, and Super Prince doesn't go down, that is the best case scenario for them. Right now, what I would like to see is when they actually get confident enough in that point, they contest, maybe not this Lord, but maybe the next one, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the next one they can actually contest, because they should be able to defend relatively well against this one.
Yeah, I like what ONIC are doing here. They decided to flow bottom instead. Let's see if they're going to continue that push up until the turret. They know they won't be able to. The members of Omega are already on their way bot, so they decide to recall back. Free Lord there for Omega, but yeah, ONIC right now just running guerrilla tactics, getting pushes and resources in other parts of the map, knowing that Omega are barely giving them room.
Well, is there room for ONIC Philippines to grow a chance to go up against the late game? Well, it's just, that was just 3 minutes? It's 7.5k gold lead.
Yeah,
of Smart Omega.
When you have this kind of lead, right, and you're really lacking in pretty much every area here for ONIC Philippines, it's hard to do much, all right? And then aside from hold on at this point. So now they've got to do that against this Lord. Marching down, look at that. Already the damage even on Sensui, who's supposed to be one of their front lines, just getting quickly brought down to half health. They're going to lose that inhibitor turret. And right now it's just ONIC Philippines holding on for dear life. Still going to work on this Lord here. Keep an eye. Renzio also might look for something. He used the final slash, but not going to find any connection there. They lose another turret. ONIC Philippines now possibly will lose their last one. Does Smart Omega want to punch this one in? So far, so good. But it looks like they might just back off here, trying to actually see if ONIC Philippines wants to connect on anything, but doesn't look like it.
Well, Smart Omega, well, they're probably waiting for the waves to come in. There's no point of hesitating now, but look.
Conceal.
They use the conceal. They're about 10k ahead now. Miko going to go in with a wild charge, and just look at that damage coming out. Kelra unleashing. There's the final slash coming out from Renzio to fall. ONIC Philippines still holding on here. Nets also has the blazing duet, so he's going to be looking for his own angle again. Looking for a successful defense. They hold on for a little bit longer, but the damage from Stome has to be respected. Another wave going to come in from the mid lane. Can they hold on for a little bit longer? He has to go back here. Stome extending a little bit. Sensui trying to buy some time. Can't find it though. Another falls. That's going to be it. Smart Omega in a dominant fashion. Another almost 15-minute game takes the series 2-1.
A tremendous showing for Barangay Omega. A 3-game war against ONIC. After the heartbreaking loss in Game 1, where it was ONIC's time, Omega said, it's the Barangay shot and we are not gonna miss, and they didn't miss twice. A reverse sweep for Smart Omega. 2 points added to them on the board, but ONIC will walk away with a point themselves.
And they're willing to give it all. Barangay Omega preventing a reverse sweep against ONIC Philippines, and now slowly getting those points in. They might have a chance. This is not new. Them being in the lower spot in the regular season is not new to Smart Omega, and they want that pressure. They accept it, and that's where their pressure and all of the wonders work for each of everybody back in their team.
Man, you know, it's crazy because when you think about it, you know, we're talking about second half of the season and everything, but for teams like Smart Omega and, you know, their fans of the Barangay out there, it's like, well, that's enough time. You know, we'll get things together and we'll get these points that we need, and it's similar. It's familiar territory that they're used to. So with this, you know, grabbing those 2 points, it's a great start for their second half of the season.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're for the fans here of Omega, but not only Omega but also ONIC, these two teams really showed a lot of great individual skill, a lot of great signs for their fans that they are still in the contention of making it to the playoffs slot. They're not gonna let their fans down. Again, that Game 1 is incredibly memorable for I think all of us who got to see that. The great individual skill shown, the micro decision making. Although as the series went on, Omega just kicked it into another gear. It's like they didn't want that heartbreak again. They're going to turn it around for their fans. The promise that they made at the start earlier during the interviews, of course. So for Omega and ONIC fans out there, you look at this series with a lot of pride and a lot of hope. I feel like these two teams, all the players showed a lot of hope for their fan bases here.
Well, looking back on how they managed to pull through in all of the challenges, I say Barangay Omega is up and ready to go back up. And now with all of this, all of the unorthodox things that we cannot explain, this is just them being in their own form, in their own way. Miko just showing way of greater confidence in Chakmamba shoes. And that was the story goes in this game. How would you feel something that's so big of a part of Smart Omega and they managed to pull it through against ONIC Philippines?
This time, too, I mean, you know, there were still obviously some mistakes that out-positioning that Miko made, but he looked a lot better this time. And the same can be said if you look at the first few weeks. It was him trying to get settled in, too. And then, so that just shows how much they learned from not only today, like the series of today, but from the previous weeks, how they've adjusted. And even in the case of across the board, man, Renzio, like I said, I don't know how he got his hands on this Arlat 3 games in a row. The guy was making plays left and right half the time, and you know that's a surprise because I'm sure now teams will see this and be like, all right, don't give Renzio the Arlat. Let's either take him or we ban him out, right? So overall, I just gotta say it's nice to see them find form because a lot of people were wondering how is this going to work out for them, especially with big names like Chaknu not here, right? And that's what we were talking about earlier on. So now, and people have to, I'm sure by now, everybody understands. Every role plays a part, but Rome, man. Like, Rome is one of those roles that's just kind of underappreciated for the mass majority.
The heroes, yeah.
But my God, does it change the course of a game here? And that's kind of what you see with this, with this team specifically.
Yeah, and again, these are two teams who are far more similar than, I'm sure they realize it, that they're more similar than they think. Because, again, these are two teams who rely a lot on their gold lane. But then with that being the case, in terms of their identities and drafting, usually drafting for mid to late game power spikes, it falls a lot in the hands of the roamers, of Miko, Kekadut, and of course their partnership with the mid laners, specifically Super Friends for ONIC and then Stome as well for Omega. And for 3 games, we got to see that the identity of these two teams, their preferences, just play out so clearly. If you're wondering how Omega and ONIC play, you saw it. That was it. Those are their team identities, and that is what's going to carry them on forward into their hopes of making it to the playoffs.
Well, now, if you're a member of, or a fan of the Hedgehog, the Yellow Hedgehogs, they need to get back on square one on how to really get the hand of the Philippine meta right now. Because I even watched your episode on how you were explaining the strength of the Philippine meta and how it becomes getting stronger. And to think about this, Smart Omega was the first team. Well, Renzio was the first one to possibly to use
the Arlot.
Arlot.
It was the first one, yeah.
And he saw that potential, and even in my rank games, it was completely banned, completely used by everybody. And they saw all of the potentials to unlock these possibilities. And that's just Smart Omega. Now let's throw it over to Mara Aquino to get with the Barangay up on stage for their winning moment.
How about that match, everybody? Congratulations! Smart Omega! Barangay, mag-ingay! Kailangan ko i-commend ang performance ni Miko. Actually, ikaw yung nag-lead nung final clash at dahil sa'yo, nanalo ang buong koponan mo. Now, may interview na nagawa with you at inamin mo na one time nag-struggle ka to fill in the shoes ni Chaknu and it was quite hard for you, especially reading certain comments. So, but today, ang ganda ng pinakita mo, kitang-kita nag-a-adjust ka. How did this game feel for you? You did so well.
Yung una po, totoo po yun, yung mga first week po nung MPL, sobrang nahirapan po ako, lalo na yung ibang fans, parang hindi po nila ako tanggap dun sa na si Chakno po yung pinalitan ko. Pero ngayon po sana, medyo nag-a-adjust po ako, tinatry ko po yung best ko, ayun, thank you po sa suporta.
And talaga, it's really difficult to fill in the path of someone who's left, but sometimes, we have to go where there is not a path yet, and you leave a trail. And we can't wait until we see the trail that you leave for MPL. Ngayon naman, Stome, lalim ba nun? Stome, yung game, nagduda yung ilang. Yung game number 1, grabe. Okay, naalala niyo pa yung game number 1? Wala nang inhibitor turret, yung kalaban nila. Nandun na kayo sa base. Sabi nga ni Manjin, isang one hit na lang kayong dalawa ni Calra. Namatay si Calra, ikaw yung natitira. Konti na lang dapat sweep yung laban natin ngayon. Anong nangyari doon at gaano kayo ka-wild nung hindi nyo natapos yung Game 1?
Masyado kaming natuwa nung tatlo na yung napatay sa ONIC, kaya medyo nanggigil kami. Tapos, nung tinatower lock namin, wala, natulala na lang kami din.
So, nanggigil kasi kayo. Si Kelra hindi nag-tower lock eh. Eto, pero papunta ng Game 2. So, yung gigil, dinala nyo sa Game number 2. Ano yung usapan doon? Paano kayo nag-adjust?
Very confident kami, kaya namin outclass yung ONIC nung Game 1 pa lang. Malas lang talaga yung tower lock, kaya ayun, Game 2 and Game 3, mabilis na lang yung game.
Bumawi naman. Bumawi. And speaking of Kelra, nakita namin nung nanalo kayo. Ang ganda actually, nakakatuwa panoorin kasi pagpunta nyo dito, pumunta kayo sa side ng ONIC, tapos binuhat mo si Keke Dude. Parang ang close nyo. What's your friendship like?
Since nung amateur pa lang kami ni Keke, close na kami kasi lagi kami magkalaban sa tournament. Lagi namin silang tinatalo. Kirk Angel.
Oh. Parang ganun din ba dito? Ano sabi mo sa kanya?
Yung amateur lang po yun.
Ano sabi mo sa kanya kanina?
Sabi ko, bawi sila. Good luck.
Oh, that's nice. You've matured so much, ah. Congratulations. Give it up, Barangay, once again, for Smart Omega. Good boy si Kelra. Congratulations. Go ahead, take your bow. Thank you. Smart Omega, doing their thing. Thank you, Coach. Thank you. At maganda ang ipinakita ng buong koponan, including Miko. Hihimayin natin kung ano nga bang naganap sa larong yan, kaya babalikan na natin ating casters. Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara. We talk about on the first part of this broadcast that we need to see players of both teams to step up their A game. And this is just Smart Omega doing their own thing up against ONIC Philippines.
Like I said, they have to. All these teams do. And, we have another series after this, and it can be said the same thing, especially for TNC, right? But, with this matchup alone, I'm still scratching my head. I can't wait to hear it broken down by the man of the brains here on the table. But that's the thing, right? Because if you're ONIC Philippines and you've been following them for a while, you gotta also wonder if you're a fan. Like, what's going on here, right? So,
really? Now, nice to, we're both scratching our heads. Now, Renmar, go ahead, solve this for us. Break it down.
Okay, we talked about how this could potentially be a game number 1, part 2. This was more game number 2, part 2, because even game number 2, ONIC leaned on the idea of ending the game quickly. Glass cannon, potential fast scaling, early to mid, snowball, end the game early. In game number 3, ONIC seems to have leaned on too much on the idea of end the game late. That if ever the members of Omega get the early to mid control or they end up winning the main objective battles and that ONIC will have to defend, then they'll have a late game condition. However, picking the Claude in the position that they did at the 4th pick with the tools that they had in the Eve, Cho, Glue as the previous picks, ONIC leaned too much on the idea of late game. While Omega had the lineup for potential mid-game power spike, take control around there. It's also more punishing for ONIC. This could have been a much closer game, but the key moment that happened was after the first turtle, Omega got the counter punish. After that long sequence back and forth, it ended up 6-1 for Omega in terms of the kill score. And then by the 9th minute, it was 10-3 in the kill score in favor of Omega. At that point, they already had 2 turtles and 3 turrets. Let's compare how Beatrix and Claude scales. Beatrix scales much faster compared to a Claude, especially if you get the start like that. That was led up by the MVP performance of Miko on the Grok, setting the tempo and getting the counter punishes after the wins that Omega would take. But compare the first items that you build up if you're a Beatrix. Blade of Despair first item, hell yeah. Then you'll rush the Malefic Roar if ever you're not going to be going for another thing such as the Hunter Strike. But usually it's BOD, Malefic Roar. On the side of the Claude, you get Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, maybe a Corrosion Scythe later on, and then you won't get those big damage items until later into the game. early to mid scaling marksman versus mid to late scaling marksman. Early to mid scaling marksman got the quick kills early on, the quick lead in kills and resources broken. So it was just textbook again for Omega in terms of what they needed to do. Similar to game number 2, they needed to stop the potential snowball of ONIC PH with Natalia, Valentina, Lunox on their side. So Omega played their cards perfectly in game number 2 to stop that from happening. Here in game number 3, it just so happens that Omega also ended up getting what they needed to get to make their lineup shine even more, helped by the fact that Miko had an MVP performance on this Grok. The vision he was getting, the plays that he was calling, how they would get into certain key areas before Kekadut, and Kekadut wouldn't be able to set up. Well-deserved MVP performance here for Miko. We also have to bring up the Renjo factor as well. I am also scratching my head as to why that's 3 games in a row for the Arlot. After the first 2 games, it probably should have been a sign for ONIC that, yeah, maybe not give that Arlot anymore. But then again, maybe they didn't have it in their toolkit to play an Arlot for themselves, or maybe they just felt like that they could have had something as an answer up against that Arlot. Gentlemen, I feel like it was also, again, it also boils down to the fact that it was incredibly unfortunate that ONIC got counter-punished twice, and by the 9th minute, the lead for Omega just ballooned already.
Yeah, that was the way this kind of series unfolded, where, you know, game 1 to game 3. It's kind of crazy, again, when you look at the way especially Smart Omega played game 2 and game 3. Very dominant, to be honest, and I hope they can continue that on throughout the rest of the regular season.
Well, it's all about rising back up in this matchup because Smart Omega not being phased at all, that they are starting to climb what they wanted to achieve, but for ONIC Philippines, they need to go back on what went wrong in this game because this is a team who has the mentality back and how they started in Season 10. They have the way of getting back strong if they know what their mistakes have been committed. And I believe that's one thing that we're trying to expect for in the next weeks to come. They need to come back stronger. But for the next match, we have Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. Once again, my name is OSX. This has been Naisu and Renmar. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. The action will continue right here in MPL Philippines Season 11.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. It's the last series of the day here in MPL Philippines Season 11. Much like our other unsung heroes, our rookie code breaker who had to stand in for the KDA machine knew it wasn't gonna be an easy task. But 4 weeks into the regular season, Yue did not settle to meet expectations. In fact, he exceeded them. Magpapatuloy kaya ang pagpapakitang gilas ng ating standout middle laner kontra sa kanilang kalaban and Escalera? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
There will be no shortage of action here, especially around the mid lane. Here in week 6, it's Blacklist International versus TNC Pro Team. Welcome, this is the English desk for MPL Philippines Season 11. I'm Rockhard alongside Naisu and Reptar. Yo. I know you guys casted that last series. I hope you guys have recovered from that, because those were very long games that we had today so far.
You know, we had some good food. Actually, yeah. Renmar and I had like a quick 10, 15 minutes to eat. And now we're back and ready to go because, yeah, this is going to be another great match. Again, I always love Saturdays. Triple headers, we see a lot of action. So I can't wait to see this one.
Yeah, the reigning champs in MPL Philippines looking to get even more points to climb up in the standings, maybe even get into the second round. That's what they have their eyes set on. But of course, the NC Pro Team currently at the bottom of the standings are looking to fight to climb up and make it to the playoffs.
But obviously, aside from standings, the question that we have to ask today is Yue already worthy of the Blacklist jersey? It's not always about wins. It's not always about points. It's proving yourself to your team, to your fans. It's a very big question, and Yue has really filled in some pretty big shoes. Being left by Haji, and so far, it feels like Haji is just somewhere around here, just piloting that mid lane, because it really does feel like he's stepped up pretty much big.
Yep. It's funny that you mentioned that, because we actually talked about this even in the previous matchup, and this has kind of been the trend for this season is, you know, some of these bigger names, these long stay names are now not here for some of these teams, right? And yes, all across the board, shoes had to be filled. So this time specifically, Yue against the, Haji, the KDA machine. Yeah, you're right. His hero pool, very reminiscent of Haji, the play style there, the way that he's kind of, and I think it was Wolf that mentioned this, it's just kind of like plug and play, right? For the most part. And it's usually works out pretty well for them. But obviously Blacklist International also has had some of the struggles that they've had to work around with as well this season.
Yeah, US already had his fair share of MVP performances for Blacklist International. His hero pool and playstyle similar to that of Sands of ONIC over in Indonesia, who's also a Valentina specialist. And his heroics has already helped his team secure a playoff slot in ONIC. US Heroics, though, so far has put Blacklist International in a spot that shows and proves that they are still contenders. They can still make it into the playoffs, but now they have their eyes set into the second round. US contributions should not be overlooked. It should be deeply scrutinized and looked at by teams if they want to stand a chance up against Blacklist.
A lot of casters are actually calling him like the Valentina man.
Valentina
I
man.
don't know if you guys heard that. Filipino has also said that. So overall, I think Yue, he will see a little bit of statistics to prove that he really is kind of doing a good job in filling up the shoes of the long-time mid laner for Blacklist International, Haji. And so far, so good here. I have to say, it's going to be a tough battle for sure for the Phoenix Army, seeing that pretty much they're facing a Blacklist that is obviously a little bit different compared to what we had before.
Yeah, you know what I'm really looking forward to here? Of course, it was already said in the storyline earlier of Yue versus Escalera of TNC Pro Team. And I love that that's the headline because these two mid laners, they're very assassin mindset. Like, they know when to use the flicker forward, plus their abilities to get the kills. Escalera feels more of like an assassin than he is as like a support mage. He knows how to get the kills, but Yue has already shown flashes of that, although Yue has a little bit more of that cautious side to him. He knows when to pop off. This is why this match is going to be exciting. The mid laners, man, they're going to be looking for kills.
I actually have to agree with that. Remember, US stole Lords using a Valentina before.
Yeah, he could steal Lords as a Valentina also.
Valentina man, right? We'll see. But you know what's funny about it too is the fact that like there's so much Valentina being picked across the globe, right? In all the MPL regions and tournaments and everything else because it's a great hero, right? Obviously, you can there's a ton of utility. But aside from that, my point here is the way that it's played is really what it comes down to. And yeah, Yue is one of those players that you don't know if he's going to be playing aggressively on it or if he's going to be playing defensively on it. He's sometimes, even the way he just uses the Terrify mechanic to peel for the team, actually it works really well for him too. So we'll see if that is going to be up for a contention between Escalera and Yue as we get to the match.
All the mages, Valentina, Farsa, Eve, Kadita, all those things.
Beyblade battle earlier, you saw that? You saw the Beyblade battle?
Yeah, the Beyblade battle earlier. I don't think we'll see a Gord Naisu, but I will support you in that desire and say maybe a Gord.
One day. If it ever happens, I hope I'm casting the game. Because I'll do nothing but cast the Gord.
You want a Gord POV cam? Nice, who's got you. So we'll see that in a little bit. I'm very excited because obviously Escalera has also been putting up some pretty good stats. We can't always talk about Blacklist, right? Because I feel like TNC, they're starting a little bit slowly, but we're getting to week 5, right? So the points are starting to matter here a lot for these teams.
It's not a slow start for them. It's a crawl.
Yeah.
They have been struggling. They already have a sweep victory over ONIC PH. They were able to get a point in their last match up against NXPE. This is going to be a true test for TNC Pro Team, and it's just they need to get a point here. If they can't get the victory, if they can't get the sweep, they need to get a point to contest up against ONIC PH and Omega, who are the closest to them in the standings right now.
Yeah, there's basically still, I mean, for TNC specifically, there's still hope there. And I feel like if you look back at the previous 4 weeks, it was this whole time of them really trying to settle in on something, like whatever roster they wanted to play with, because they had so many options. And, you know, with their last couple matches, it feels like they found that. So let's see if it works out.
Yeah, slotting in this, that, here. Well, we'll find out who plays today as we see our players walking into the stage.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion. It may not be the most optimal season, but they have shown that they should be a team to respect and watch out for. Welcome to the stage, the reigning champions of MPL Philippines, Blacklist International!
Hopes and belief for a mid to late season turnaround for the Phoenix Army remain high. Can they show that the Biyaheng Tagumpay is on the road to a climb in the standings? Hearts burning for a victory. It's TNC Pro Team. And their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Master the Basics. Agents versus the Army. Blacklist versus TNC. Breaking codes or rise as one.
There is absolutely no lack of energy coming in here in Shooting Gallery Studios as we see our teams here. First off, Blacklist International. Interestingly enough, obviously, we heard some news about Super Red. I don't know if we should talk about that right now. Yeah. Maybe later on. It's going to be very interesting. Obviously, this team so far has proven that they still got something going for them. Not a perfect run, but obviously still pretty good.
Yeah, the best qualities that we know Blacklist group play, how they play together as five, respecting their timers, respecting their opponent's timers as well. The conditions still definitely showing up all throughout the season so far for Blacklist.
And this is the mix of the adobo that TNC is going for here in game number 1.
An interesting adobo.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know, man.
They got the dance buff, man, right? So they got that, and it's Innocent, King Kong, Jesus, Escalera, and Ben Things. And one of the things, too, that really needs to be pointed out is Ben Things and Escalera, because we've talked so much about UA, that mid-lane matchup. Well, if Escalera needs that success, that help here, it's also going to be really reliant on Ben Things, because you already know, like, you've been following Blacklist International for, I'm sure everybody out there has been following them for a long time. You already know, oh, my Venus is going to be there, right, for UA. So Ben Things, this is also crucial for him to be able to step up, and that's exactly what he's done in the past. So those two across from each other alone is going to determine a lot for this matchup.
Actually, I feel like Ben Things has been doing that a little too much.
Yeah.
Because in the previous games I remember casting for TNC, he seems to be initiating a lot, but very little follow-up is being done. I don't know if you guys remember those games.
Yeah, the chemistry, the timings, the ability to go together needs to be more seen here by TNC Pro Team. Again, Blacklist, one of the teams best at playing together as 5, as 4 in those skirmishes or big team fights. TNC need to be at the top of their game, playing together as 4, as 5 if they want to get the victory here and start racking up points so that they can make it to the playoffs.
And so far, I think that with this matchup that we have, obviously TNC is going to be it's an uphill climb, right?
Yeah,
a little bit of uphill climb for TNC. I wonder what they've got in the mix. Like, who's gonna stand out aside from Ben Things? Because I know Ben Things loves to do that.
Yeah.
That's something that we're going to have to answer here in the keys to victory, the TNC and Blacklist.
Ito ang kailangan gawin ng dalawang team natin, brought to us by Infinix. Keep it simple, play for objectives, but watch your sides. Ang alam natin sa Blacklist International ay alam na nila yung kanilang sistema, yung black box nga na binubuo nila during team fights. Pero dahil masyado silang nag-focus doon sa mismong box ng team fight, minsan napapabayaan yung side lane. And this is one thing that you have to take note of kapag TNC kalaban dahil meron silang mga ganong klaseng pocket strategies. Para naman, dito sa TNC, kailangan iban yung mga heroes essentially, the Oh My Venus. At alam na natin yan. Nakita natin na yun yung tinarget din ng Echo in their previous series, that was yesterday. Nagkaroon sila ng success nung napigilan talaga nila yung hero pool na comfort na meron si Oh My Venus. At kung sakaling magbibigay sila ng ganitong mga heroes, kailangan handa sila with burst heroes. Kung hindi nila kayang iban lahat, at least prepared sila with all these burst heroes na kailangan nating isipin dito, lethal dapat yung tinatry nila. Yung mga heroes na gagamitin nila talaga kaya mag one-hit delete. Para naman sa dalawang teams, eto na, XP laners and roamers, bring your A-game. Nakita natin dun sa previous win ng TNC na malaki din naman ang ambag ni Jesus bilang isa-sub ngayon na player for TNC. Edward, we know for sure na na-activate siya kahapon. Kapag na-activate etong dalawang XP laners natin for this particular matchup, whoever is better mas madaling mananalo yung team kung nasan siya. Yan ang kailangan abangan ng dalawang teams natin at kailangan nilang gawin. This is the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
All right, that's pretty much plain and simple for Blacklist. I love that. Just keep it simple. Don't overthink it. And for TNC, it's like, all right, ban Venus.
Yeah.
Is that the call? Is that the right thing to do here?
You really got to take away Estes, Faramis, Diggy. Most teams ban those heroes away from Blacklist International. But it's not just going to be just those three constantly banned. It has to be a mix of two of those three and then another one depending on what side you're in. Because, of course, if you're red side, you will have to ban the 1-1 away.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, are you willing to give up the Fredrin 2-wise? So those are just like a template to follow, but don't necessarily make that your only thing. There are still other bans to watch out for TNC.
You know, it's funny because this is kind of something that's happening even with a team like Echo, where you see these targeted bans coming out towards the XP lane for Echo. It's, you know, a lot of the times it's against Sanford. So that is a step, but like Renmar mentioned, there's still a lot to kind of fall into place for the matchup.
Yeah.
Actually, that is very true. And I think Redmar has been watching a lot of teams that are trying to beat Blacklist because that seems to be very, very specific. That's a good pattern to follow. Maybe Coach Lith can kind of take a page out of that book that you've been reading there. But obviously the Fredrin, I still think is a huge point of contention, especially with teams against Blacklist, right?
True. And for the keys to victory, inside of Blacklist, you mentioned earlier, it was mentioned in the keys to victory that you just got to play around the objectives, but you have to watch out for the side lanes here. I feel like that's a strength for TNC. If things aren't going well for them in the team fights or the objectives, they always try to make the effort to get resources elsewhere, and that's usually a split push. So if I'm TNC, stick to that idea. Blacklist needs to watch out for it. And this is a team that, again, loves to play as 4, as 5. If they're not careful, TNC will split push the map and create more space for them. Blacklist needs to respect that. Even though TNC is at the bottom of the standings, you still have to respect that possibility against TNC.
Yeah, we'll have to find out which roles TNC will respect as we head on to the draft. And I gotta say, right, it seems so easy for Blacklist to keep, for UA to be ignored here on Blacklist if you're fighting against him. But in the field, bro, he's the guy who actually gets things done.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because UA is usually just capitalizing on the strong start that Blacklist International usually gets from, even their other lanes like Edward in the XP lane, Oh My Venus in the Roam. But that's where you usually see these mid laner shines. When a lot of the other teams, it is the gold laners that eventually, mid to late game, they're kind of popping off. But for UA specifically, he has done that from time to time. Now, so if you're TNC, you really got to keep that in mind. And one thing that I do want to mention, we saw earlier kind of the picks that the TNC brought in their first matchup, and it was interesting. Even Hanzo was there, right? But I got to say, King Kong has actually done a really good job at settling into this lineup for TNC, and he's actually very good at securing the objectives. If you look at his stats, if you look at his breakdown in the jungle, he actually does really well. And so I love the matchup between him and Wise because this is, I feel like, a big test for him to see if it works out. And look at that, too. They do take out the Fredrin. So this will leave things kind of up in the air here for these jungle picks.
Reppy boy, real quick, I'm playing this game with you. We're going to point your predictions.
All
What's
right.
the first pick, man?
I'll limit myself to just two.
Just two.
Okay, 3. Valentina, Faramis, or Kaja.
All right.
One
Valentina
of those 3 to start with.
It's
no,
safe.
oh, no! I lose!
That was so fast. That was so fast. We've been playing that with Wolf earlier. To be
Yeah.
fair, these teams are very difficult to predict, especially around the middle of the season, right?
Yeah.
And on the side of TNC, though, I would say junglers are not a miss. It's possible to predict a jungle pick, right?
Yeah. And it's a good thing that they got the Farsa here. I wonder if this means TNC will pick up the Hilda for Ben things? No, these...
Whoa, all right.
Immediately, they already show their hand
Cards
here.
out.
Cards
on the
out
table.
Exactly. So the Lapu-Lapu's open for Edward. Arlott as well as... We haven't seen him play a lot of Yuzhong, although Yuzhong looks really good here. Benedetta's an option. So cards out on the table. Blacklist have a great chance to make this an incredibly punishing 2 picks to respond right away to the Melissa and Farsa.
I think they just take the Arlott. I think we see them take this Arlott in the first phase. But, that first pick, Diggy, that's already a lot of work to deal with if you're TNC, regardless of what you have. But, okay, there's the Brody. They got a couple seconds here to lock in this next one for their first phase to round it out. And I'd be surprised, like I said, if it is the R-Lot, if it's not the R-Lot, but it's actually the Valentina they lock in. Ooh. So there we go. They're going to go back in the hands of, is this guy the Valentina man?
Yeah, and it's going to be hands Valentina man, comfort picks there, and you understand why they'd rush pick the Brody. TNC Pro Team already showed their marksman. They don't want to go into the second phase with TNC Pro Team taking away all the best marksman picks for Super Red and for Blacklist International. They have to pick it up. And of course, having the Valentina with you means you get a lot of utility. Now, TNC Pro Team will leverage the fact that Edward doesn't have this pick yet. They'll take the Lapu Lapu. I won't be surprised if they consider banning out the R-Lot and or the Benedetta here.
This is pretty smart. I love this because you were saying Naisu, right? This Lapu Lapu is prime pickings for Blacklist because of the first picks of TNC, and now they can't do it. It was denied from them, basically, right?
Yeah, they deny it, but still there's a lot left on the table here, and that's exactly why you see TNC taking out some of those options for the XP lane, because that was back to the keys to victory too, right? Securing yourself a solid XP lane choice. So with the Lapu Lapu locked in, how will that be able to transition TNC into a better advantage? That is the question, especially the fact that they showed their cards right off the bat. You've got the Melissa and Farsa there. So you've got to be able to not only protect the Melissa the best you can, especially going against this Valentina choice for UA, but allow that Melissa the space that she needs to really shine.
Yeah, also one of my biggest questions here is what is Ben Things going to be playing? Blacklist International is still respecting the potential Hanzo pickup that TNC can show. Blacklist has faced 2 Hanzos this season, once against TNC, another up against Omega. They've beat both of them, but they still are respecting that pick. TNC was able to get a crucial win with King Kong playing the Hanzo in the game where Ben Things played that Diggy and stole 2 Lords using a Diggy. Maybe that's also one of the reasons why they prioritize a Diggy, other than the fact they know that they can counter Ben Things with the Diggy priority. And of course, as expected, R-Lot is banned out, so that leaves the Benedetta available for Edward. And maybe, just maybe, they might have their eyes set on a potential Paquito pickup, but I'd want to see them take up something like a Benedetta instead.
I mean, with the lineup that TNC are doing, it feels like it should be a hard tank on the front. Maybe a Kufra or an Atlas, right? Because you got very squishy backliners. That's a risk I don't know if TNC is willing to take, to have kind of a soft engage roamer here.
Yeah, this might end up becoming a Hilda pick later on for Ben Things. Actually, super interesting. Blacklist foresaw that TNC were probably trying to set themselves up for an Ube strat, so they ban away the Estes. Interesting ban there by Blacklist International, but that makes sense. Nestus could have slotted in very well for what TNC has shown so far. It definitely would have given a lot of room for the Melissa and Farsa.
It seems very straightforward that the kind of line. Oh, another deny pick.
Wait.
Once more for TNC. Look at this.
So is this a jungle?
Yeah, it's a jungle
Benedetta. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Naisu.
Unless they throw a curveball and it's a jungle Lapu Lapu. No, I'm joking.
I
wouldn't count TNC out for that.
That's true.
No, but jokes aside, it is probably going to be the jungle Benedetta. But even with this, I feel like still the roaming option here for Ben Things is going to be tough, especially working against this Diggy. There's the Paquito, like you mentioned, Renmar.
Yeah, and the only reason why they picked that up is because the Benedetta was taken away by TNC Pro Team. But I'm sure in the long checklist of Edward heroes, TNC already saw that was coming. And this is a great pickup here for Blacklist International. With the Baksha, you go for a tanky jungler to help hold the front line. But this is going to be an indirect approach into team fighting here for Blacklist. The roamer pickup here will make or break the draft here for TNC Pro Team. TNC are a team who knows how to go up against a Baksha. They picked that up in MPL Philippines Season 10 and in MPL Philippines Season 9. It's in their DNA to know how to go up against it. The roamer picks here, though, because of the presence of the Diggy, are they going to pick up something like an Atlas, a Lolita? Right? It's difficult. This option here will be an absolute clincher for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, if they're going to pick up a tank, it has to be probably a Hilda, because it's useless to Atlas. Same with a Kufra. Are you going to take a risk? It's a Faramis roll. All right. So off-tank Faramis, it makes more sense because you'll be able to do more instead of just trying to CC people and having Time's Journey on your face.
Yeah, I was going to say, please not the Hilda. You know, I get that it works and everything, but a lot of the times when it's against a Diggy, you're just kind of left running.
War flashbacks.
Right, war flashbacks, running away here. You know, so that's not hopefully the route they're going to have to deal with now that they've locked in their option here for the roam. And taking a look at the talent prediction, too.
Yeah, Manjin Faldas, a true blue.
The hope.
The hope of TNC.
The hope of TNC there.
I love that. I love this guy. And we'll see. We'll see if TNC will be up to the challenge, facing off against the current MPL Philippines champions, Blacklist International.
You know, even with that said, like, Blacklist International, man, they have struggled early on and they found a little bit of their footing. And now everyone's wondering if they found it, right? And they can continue on to possibly defend that title here.
If ever, we're going to be seeing Ben Things play the Faramis game of his life. Literally, the life of his team is in his hands. The timings, the placements of the Cult Altar will make or break it for TNC.
Yeah, on the offhand though, I'm not 100% sold on the Faramis because you basically gave Yue a pretty good ultimate on the last pick. I mean,
yeah,
that's a big trade-off.
It's like you have to decide: do we give this away? Do we lock something on? Because yeah, with a Diggy first pick, man, your options for a good roam is pretty low, right? So now you're kind of forced into this pick, and at the same time, it could end up shooting you in the foot later on.
These are things that you're going to have to think about here. The trades that happened on the draft, that was a pretty intense draft. So we'll see if it translates well. And don't forget, Blacklist also has seen Wise on this jungler a lot.
Okay, King Kong. You know, this is what I wanted to see. I want to actually see this from King Kong and contest these sides of the jungle and everything else from Wise. Because I feel like he's, King Kong, one of those players that have set in really well, already getting the flicker out there from Oh My Venus. So, you know, TNC showing these signs of fight here early on.
Yeah, that's a good trade there for TNC in the mid lane, burning out the flicker of Oh My Venus. So there's a chance later on in the first turtle of the game, Oh My Venus might be a sure kill for TNC, knowing that the Diggy doesn't have the escape mechanism out.
They're doing a pretty good job here of actually kind of inching a win towards their own lanes. They're not totally, completely dominating, but it seems to be that TNC are on the right direction, even with King Kong on the jungle Benedetta, which historically takes a long time to ramp up.
Man, look at the pressure here onto Innocent. Oh, the damage!
That's a lot of poke there. Nice flicker in from Ben. The first blood. Going to be secured, but it's traded. The gold lane for a gold lane. And meanwhile, the turtle was secured by TNC amidst it all.
Oh, that's a good start there for TNC Pro Team. They can help set the tempo here. And remember one of our conditions earlier for Blacklist, yes, objectives, but watch the side lanes. Having a Benedetta in the jungle for TNC Pro Team means they have someone who can potentially split the lanes. Even though that is the jungle, you'll never know. TNC might pull up a play where they make it look like they're contesting for a turtle, but then suddenly they're actually split pushing a side lane, and it's going to be a big loss for Blacklist.
So eyes open.
Eyes open.
So
has
if
to be.
earlier you're going to have to watch it, now you're going to have to do extra guard shifts, extra shifts on the security detail.
Exactly.
Right? So the Vendetta is actually pretty brilliant if you think about it that way.
Yeah. And I like Escalera. Look at it, already forcing out the utilities on Oh My Venus. That is the ultimate committed already by the Diggy. So I wouldn't be surprised if Escalera just keeps playing the Farsa like this. Don't be shy with using that feathered airstrike, knowing that if you can get the right target, which is the Diggy, you're forcing out the Times Journey, an absolutely crucial tool for Blacklist.
Yeah, and you can see just the way the control for this, especially in the mid lane, there's so much focus here between both teams because of the way their compositions work. And like you said, Renmar, King Kong is able to just make quick work of a lot of things as he focuses on Oh My Venus. Getting the kill there. Can't actually able to escape. It looked dicey, but luckily was able to escape with a Electro final blow.
Yeah, that was a super dicey escape because he got terrified. He got reverse timed as well, but somehow he got out of there.
All right. Look at that.
Okay, Escalera doing exactly what he has to do, right? I mean, he might not be getting kills here, but he's zoning out members of Blacklist International.
At the end of the day, Mobile Legends Bang Bang is mostly a resource game, right? If you get more gold, you have ultimate, do you have your battle spell? if you get ahead of that, you can actually pretty much get a big lead without even fighting.
All right, let's see who can get this turtle. Oh, look at that push forward by Hesu.
Yeah, they're going to push Wise back here. King Kong able to secure the second turtle of the game. TNC off to a great start here at about the 5-minute mark.
Wow, great call there by Hesu to rotate out of the lane, give a bit of control up to Edward, knowing that the turtle is crucial. And things, I thought he was going to be going in for a flicker pull there onto Super Red, but Super Red still has his flicker up. TNC Pro Team, they are doing all the right things to take control of this game, just taking it easy right now. Blacklist a little bit more passive, but at some point, TNC needs to watch out for the scaling of that Brody. By the way, King Kong, the rookie ace, leads all junglers in damage dealt share.
Dude, that's, considering where your team is in terms of standings, that's a pretty big achievement. That means you've been doing a lot of heavy lifting for your team.
And so far, you've seen King Kong has had hyperactive fingers all throughout the game. It seems like every time we see him as a Benedetta just dashing or using an ability, and we know the Benedettas, that is a high mechanical hero.
Hayabusa as well, right?
Yeah.
Those heroes like that, you gotta pay respects to King Kong here. He's starting to make his statement here. I'm kind of a jungle guy myself. I'm a pretty good guy on the jungle, if you know what I mean.
Exactly.
I mean, his name is King Kong, right? So we'll see if he lives up to it. So far, he's doing an amazing job. There's going to be a focus on the top side. Wise gives the go. Colt Ulter comes out. They're going to be happy with that. The resource is down. No further commitments, though, as the rest back off.
Yeah, all right. So Blacklist went for the classic third turtle gold lane commit play. It's just that great positioning by Innocent meant that Blacklist, specifically Wise, who went in there under tower, couldn't find the target, which was Innocent's Melissa.
Yeah, over and over again, we're seeing people, Blacklist, both Blacklist and TNC, basically just taking jabs at each other, right?
Yeah.
We're not seeing any big, hard, full commits yet. And so far, they're just keeping track of the resources. That's pretty much the battle here, right?
Yeah. And, I mean, we said it in the keys to victory for Blacklist International. Just play around the objectives, watch your side lanes.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. But
Yeah.
TNC right now, they aren't doing anything so flashy. They're just, again, remember before we used to say textbook TNC.
Yeah.
Feels like this is the first time in a long time I've seen textbook TNC.
Textbook TNC, and now they're going to be focusing on the third turtle of the game here. King Kong not going to be able to secure that one. It's secured by Wise. They also get the flicker from Hesu here. So again, not too much action happening. There was some focus on the top side. They thought they were trading it for the turtle, but inevitably it goes to Blacklist International.
They should have named this matchup a Tarzan versus King Kong matchup. You're against the King of the Jungle, bro.
King of the Jungle versus King Kong. Right now, this is the right play here by DNC. There's going to be a 4-man commit topside onto the lane of Super Red.
They're trying to press this situation here. Wise going to spot out who he can. Gets the flicker out from Escalera. Ultimately, all it's going to come out down to, again, is a disengage. No one wanting to commit.
Yeah, that was the right call there, actually. Wise being able to find Escalera, forcing that out. After that play, it's like you could feel or hear TNC going, hey, let's just not commit this anymore. But because of the natural advantages of one Melissa, Super Red has been forced back. Super Red has lost the lane. So now TNC's gold lane has more room around the map. Blacklist was trying to counter in the bottom against Hesu.
They're going to crash down on Hesu. He has no flicker out of this.
Oh,
Can he
whoa!
enough? King Kong there to help him out. Hesu still on the run. Edward looking for the kill. It's Yue, though, that secures it. And they knew exactly what they wanted to do here. But that was almost a great moment for Hesu if he could have lasted a little longer. They're going to trade, though, here. Mid lane!
Oh!
Super Red left alone gets taken out. Plus the Tier 1 mid turret.
Good grief. A lot of dives being committed here in the mid-game. We're seeing some pretty decisive dives from Blacklist, as well as TNC with a counterpunch. They're not taking that dive without a fight.
Yeah, and I like how TNC decided to not overcommit and try to help Hesu and or tried to punish Blacklist. They decided, you know what, let's focus in the mid lane. They found Super Red. Actually, it was Escalera who positioned himself in the shrubs near the purple buff of Blacklist International. He popped the feathered airstrike from there, and pretty much Super Red had nowhere to go after that. And hence why TNC were able to break that middle tower. Very crucial if you're TNC going up against a team like Blacklist who love the objectives. Taking down that mid tower first means you get a lot more breathing room in the map, especially for King Kong and whoever in the side of TNC wants to split push. Because if you show yourself anywhere else in the map split pushing, especially in that mid lane, that might make Blacklist International leave the objective, leave control in the objectives just so that they can defend.
The way they're doing that is with this Sparse. I don't know if you guys have noticed. This Sparse has been free hitting all game long. Oh my goodness.
He's not, he doesn't hold on to that feathered air. So it seems like every time it's off cooldown, Escalera is going to use it. And that's, I feel like that is what's working so well for them right now. My biggest question is because TNC has been doing great so far up to this point. They're still managing a gold lead as well. And now the big thing here is when that first Lord comes up, right, can they actually take what they've done so far at this point of the game and win that first big fight? Because so far, man, what are we at? A very low kill game.
Yeah.
I think it's 2-2 across the board, possibly. But overall, it's just a low kill game. There's been a lot of these testing engagements. Like, I'm going to see if you guys commit. All right, never mind. We're going to back off. We got the resources out. We're going to back off. Nothing happens. So it's been really this kind of stalemate. But now as we get closer to that first big objective where they're forced to pretty much fight, especially with being not too far from each other in terms of gold or items, this is the true test for TNC as they lead up to that. And King Kong, again, playing this Benedetta, is it going to be enough? Because what I see happening is Blacklist International will know to at least get that Electro Final blowout as quickly as possible, because typically when we see Benedettas, they have the Petrified, right? They're able to use the kit and everything else well because it's XP lane. No, when it's in the jungle,
you don't have that.
You don't have that.
Yeah.
And so you have the Electro Final blow. Yes, you have, the dashes and the eye for eye, all that great stuff. But Blacklist International will know how to play that. They'll force that out. So this is where King Kong's got to rely on his team, and specifically even bend things in Escalera. How will they play through that, when we get back into the game?
So far, though, Escalera has been doing a tremendous job of pretty much shutting down Yue.
Yeah.
Like, him not being shy with using that feathered airstrike has lessened the impact that Yue can bring to the table. And again, they were the headline storyline of this game. Escalera versus Yue, Rookie of the Season, MPL Philippines Season 9 to Shining Rookie in MPL Philippines Season 11. So far, Escalera's a veterancy, and of course, we said his killer assassin type mindset as a mid laner has been showing up big here for TNC. If I'm TNC, I would leverage their minion wave control there in the mid. Keep pushing out minion waves to force Blacklist back.
Oh, nice play there. King Kong on the hunt. Gets the flicker and the Time's Journey out from Oh My Venus. Already setting themselves up here for a good Lord start. Let's see if they can pull it off.
We were just talking about that. The collateral damage of this Sparta seems to be Venus, man.
Yeah, Wise going to focus on Hesu, pushing him back. They know they got to buy a little bit of time here. They need to allow Oh My Venus to get possibly that Time's Journey back available. And you can see, right, they still hold on. TNC still holding on to their Tier 1 turret. Going to give them this little bit of a space advantage for now.
TNC are dancing around this Lord a little bit too much. They need to make the most out of their waves. And the Venus!
They're going to find Oh My Venus. Big pickup here for TNC. Now going to get the green light to take this Lord. But will Blacklist International have something to say about it? They find Ben, thinks the sun is there. Yue with the kill. They're down one member as well. Lord less than half health. They're still juggling it around here. Hesu also still holding on to the bravest fighter, but they ultimately call it off. It's a reset.
Yeah, even without Oh My Venus, US seems to be picking up the slack here for Blacklist International. We're seeing the downside of the Diggy pick, bro.
Yep, there is a cult altar in the hands of Blacklist International. Concealed play already committed. TNC, I said on this Lord here, can they actually secure it?
Well, it's, again, going to find itself a half health. Edward also making his way down here.
Full 5v5.
But he might get spotted out. They know he's there. Wise also going to give the signal. King Kong, but Yue Valentina, man, gets a kill. Taking out Escalera. And we're back to the stalemate, but the focus, they're going to push Edward back here. And it's TNC just kind of scrambling around this first Lord.
TNC right now are getting out-microed, and in turn getting out-macroed by Blacklist International. They get kills around this Lord. Again, TNC danced around that Lord a little bit too much. He had the mid lane advantage. I thought they were going to play around, pushing out the middle minion waves a bit more, poking down the members of Blacklist. But now Blacklist opened up the map for them.
Edward Balboa seems to have a different plan in mind. Let's try the out macro. TNC seems to be the call here for Blacklist.
There it is. He's already used the Electro Final Blow. This is exactly what Blacklist International wanted to do. And like Renmar mentioned, the macro decisions here just going in the favor of Blacklist International, and TNC really, you're left wondering what else do they have here for this first Lord take?
From that from that comfortable lead suddenly away in a snap. Just dominoes falling onto each other.
Yeah.
One small decision leading to big consequences. TNCs are zoned out by bombs to their faces.
Oh, man.
That's 50% health of Benthing's gone.
But look at the counter there. Escalera taking
Oh.
50% off of Venus as well.
Super Red gonna get dragged in by the Stampede. Hezu trying to find the kill, but he can't get it just yet. The Colt Ulter comes out. Wise looking to cut them off. Can they escape in time? Edward also coming from the top side, looking for the 1-2 punch.
Here
Finds
he goes.
Things, goes in with the jabs. Wise finds 1-2 down for TNC. Can they turn it around? Innocent still up.
He's not done.
And King Kong running for the hills. The flicker play comes out. Edward Balboa with a massive play.
Unbelievable. Beautiful ultimates being used overall. You saw the effect of that Cult Altar being given over to Blacklist. Taken by Yue, and they can probably finish it off right here, right now.
Wow.
Holy sheesh! Yet again, Agent Zero brings TNC to 0. One play, dominoes falling onto another. Small actions, big consequence, eventually leading up to an Edward, I'ma say it now, MVP play.
Lock it in. Lock that MVP in.
My goodness, we just watched a little clip of a movie. And it's starring Edward Balboa, man. And it's crazy because, again, you have to understand that TNC, that was their Lord to take. They had the lead. They even eventually got Oh My Venus down, but they just took too long. They even had the Tier 1 turret down. But the decisions, the macro decisions from Blacklist International, that's where it shows their prowess, right? They sent Edward there, the impact of him on sending him to the top lane. They end up losing that whole advantage they had, and look at how that just collapsed. What was that, 12 minutes?
12 minutes.
13 minutes?
12 minutes.
Like that.
I'm going to be real here. Throughout the season, we've seen a lot of wins, but we haven't quite seen a win like that.
Yep.
Right?
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that. From what seemed to be an even fight, it's 0 to 100.
Yeah. Yo, I mean, that was a great team effort by Blacklist. I'm sorry, that was an Edward. Oh my, that was an Edward classic. That was Creed 4. Creed 3 was just released, but we just saw Creed 4 starring Edward Balboa.
Turn that into a movie.
Turn that into a movie.
You can, right? You can turn that into a movie, absolutely.
I'm sure there'll be clips at least.
Man.
Content creators, you get those clips ready. But before that, let's break it down here with our analyst segment for that game.
I can't move like a Paquito, but man, that's what it felt like. It felt like a boxing match, you know, where it was, let's say, hypothetical 12 rounds, you know. For the first, let's say, 6 rounds of the match, that was TNC taking control of it. They weren't shy with using the strengths of their ability kits to force back 2 crucial members for Blacklist International in Oh My Venus and Yue. And because of that, Blacklist had a tough time controlling the key portions of the map, the center and the objectives. So TNC did all of their conditions correctly. They even broke the gold lane tower first, making sure that Innocent got a big lead over Super Red. And so TNC were roaming. Then they broke the middle one. But then everything just fell apart, sadly, in the Lord Dance. Let's call back to the first meeting of Blacklist International and Smart Omega this season. It was a similar storyline wherein Omega was taking control majority of the game up until both teams were competing for the first Lord, where it was just a constant back and forth. Oh My Venus was playing a Diggy at that time. If I'm not mistaken, Yue also had a Valentina. It wasn't a Valentina, it was something else, but quite similar. So that was the story. TNC Pro Team, they wanted that Lord. But because they overcommitted so much into the idea of securing the first Lord of the game, that allowed, surprisingly, Edward to end up becoming the rich guy of this with 822 gold per minute, because other than the kills, he was getting a lot of resources by himself in the top lane. You know, the first lane that TNC won because Edward just kept opening up the map. He was clearing up the minion waves, he broke that tower, he broke another, and that opened up the map for Blacklist International, and it opened up the opportunity for, of course, an MVP performing game there for Edward on the Paquito, 4-0-4. Coming out of nowhere, although I think we all saw it coming with Paquito on the top side and with how TNC were fighting that. It was as if for a moment it felt like TNC Pro Team forgot or just overlooked what Edward could do to punish them, and they got insanely punished to the nth degree with an ending to and a result to a game that we haven't seen the likes of so far this season. And you know what, seeing this Paquito back, man, I really miss seeing Paquito more often in drafts, you know, and the times we've seen him, although it was played earlier this season by Bren Esports, wasn't a victory. Lately, we've been seeing more and more Paquitos. First, it was Nats with RSU versus Echo. Now it's Edward with an MVP performance, Paquito there. And again, TNC did everything they need to do right. They weren't able to get that third turtle. King Kong wasn't able to pop that retribution off, and Weiss was. But it's as if at some point TNC got too comfortable with the lead they had. Even though they knew they had the lead in the middle minion waves, they had the lead in the resources, somewhat just a little bit. In the most crucial moment, TNC floundered. And it was a great call there by Yue to find Escalera right away. Although TNC were able to come back and recover. Blacklist International having a cult altar for themselves. Rockhart brought up that great point earlier. TNC Pro Team picking up the Faramis means that Blacklist International also had the access to the cult altar, meaning they have that second chance option for themselves. TNC Pro Team, even though they were able to build a good lead for their gold laner, their Melissa, it just wasn't enough. And we were treated to one of the craziest plays an individual has ever shown off here. Edward has been massive for Blacklist International this season. He comes in big here in this game number 1 against TNC Pro Team. I feel like we've already talked about everything that happened in this game. Like, the story was clear-cut. We said everything during the cast. Then the analyst segment wasn't a lot.
I'm not going to say it was supposed to be TNC's game there, but that should have been TNC's, like, first Lord.
Yeah.
Like, that should have been there, and then that hopefully would have been the pieces to the puzzle that they needed. But my God, I've said this many times so far this season, holy moly XP laners, dude. Because these guys, when they're set up properly by their team, and sometimes they're not. They're the ones setting up their team. But this was the case where Edward just shined there because of everything, how that last fight went down from UA to Oh My Venus to everyone, even Wise, cutting them off. And then getting that signal for Edward to come in, man, it looks so clean. It feels good to be an XP laner. I'm not one, but I'm sure if you're out there,
I'm an XP laner. I am an XP laner,
right there.
Nothing like that. I'm very far away from that. I am usually bronze or silver.
Let's go.
I know we say this a lot, right? That we see, we've never seen anything quite like that. That was great. That was a great game. But man, now I think we really mean it. That was that was uncanny. How they won that out of just a snap of a finger. And those are the plays that kind of, convince me that this is Edward's world. We're just living on it.
Yeah.
It
feels like that.
Sometimes.
How can someone be that good with a specific hero? But obviously, amplified a lot by your teammates.
Yeah, again, I will reiterate that. It really felt like TNC Pro Team got too comfortable with the lead and situation they set themselves up for. It's like they focused way too much on getting that Lord. Like, why would they already had that lead for themselves? They just needed to manage those minion waves around. They have the Benedetta on there, but they hard focused too much on getting that Lord down.
That's what I'm saying, man. King Kong actually had a great time in the jungle.
Yeah.
True,
which is usually the case. Like, if you watch these TNC games, King Kong's usually doing a good job. And even against someone like Wise, the guy was invading Wise's jungle, right? Like, King Kong is there. It's just, again, it's kind of sad to see how that that Lord dance went down, even with the the first tier 1 turret in the mid lane done. So it's almost like it's a hesitation that TNC has to work through. Whereas this is the difference between these two squads, even though it's a little bit of a different variation of Blacklist International. You can see this difference in mindset of TNC. Like, even we have this lead. Is it a good idea to commit to this or not? And
exactly.
that's where they get bitten in the foot or bitten behind, whichever you want to call it. It's apparent, and that's kind of something they have to work through.
It was so obvious. Like, it was a pretty good lead, right? And I saw the damage. I saw how fast the Lord's HP was depleting with just King Kong right there. So that was actually pretty impressive up to a specific point where it looked like it was a bit of a... it was a question of whether or not they could close it out.
Yeah.
Can we close this out? It was like a group discussion while all of that was happening. That's what it felt like. It felt like an eternity up until the point it got reset.
Yeah, exactly. It's like pre-Lord, it was, again, textbook TNC come back to life.
Yeah.
Post-Lord, or once that Lord was finally up, it's like, let's throw out the textbook. Let's see what we can do here. Maybe if they held on to that textbook a little bit more, like manage side lane minion waves. Don't let Paquito just push. Watch out for the back. Oh, we really can't get this? Okay, let's push down the mid because we already have the advantage in mid. Let's maybe invade purple side. Again, too much. They focus too much on the Lord. It's exactly what happened to Omega in the meeting of Omega versus Blacklist earlier this season. And it really is just incredibly unfortunate. And to see a team that had a lead like that set themselves up like that. Again, the underdog story here of TNC Pro Team, how they played that, it really looked like we're gonna get that win. It's like that part of the movie. It's like the underdogs doing well for themselves, and then suddenly it just disappears.
The main character comes in.
Yeah, the main villain or the main character of the opposing team shows up. It's like, oh, it's my turn. And then suddenly they're going to have to go through this arc of like the coach constantly like fixing the lives of each individual player, and then suddenly they get that victory there in the end. I watch a lot of those sports like movies and stuff.
And the Karate Kid, like a Karate Kid.
Yeah,
sometimes,
things like that.
Someone who just comes in out of the last minute. You've been training for years, and someone who comes in the last minute and just takes the win.
Yeah,
it's
like,
I get what you mean.
More training montage is what they need.
Yeah, the rest of the series for TNC will just be like a montage. Like, you're the best around.
And then they get tripped in the end. Yeah. That's what it felt like, that game. Oh my goodness. Anyway, I have to posit this question though, because I have to ask this. Was it a big draft problem for TNC, or was it more of how they played that game out?
It was how they played.
Were you guys okay with the draft?
I was okay with the draft. Yeah.
Even though they gave up the Count Alter to the Valentina, that's fine. They were playing around it well. I mean, if they were able to take control of the game as much as they did, because of their draft, it was good.
Yeah.
I have no problems with their draft. That was a smart draft there by TNC. Again, it just boiled down to how they ended up executing it. Let's see how they're going to bounce back from this if they can. Victories desired here.
At the very minimum, it's very promising that TNC got away pretty well with that draft, with the battle with Master the Basics versus Lift.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe they can do something about that. Maybe their in-game comms could use some work.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things, Rockhard. It's like their communication with each other and the shot calling. Like, the shot calling is the apparent thing, because when we're talking about hesitation, that's where a solid shot call that everybody can trust in and believe in shows, that's the performance that you're looking for. So this is, again, it's almost partly expected, though. With as much as TNC has been going through these changes up to this point in the season, it's expected that they haven't really settled in on that 100% shot calling kind of reliability and then trust there. But I will say, regardless of that, there is these signs of hope, these signs of where things really fall into place for TNC. Like, that early game was theirs, man. That's the thing. And it's against a team like Blacklist International. So that should be something to look forward to for TNC and even the coaching staff, everyone behind it. Now, the question is, can they pull it off again for this game too? As we get through the first phase of the draft here, it's really going to be determining what do they prioritize, because you can already see Fredrin's banned out, right? Whatever else they decide to ban out here, there's going to be a lot of options for TNC.
If I'm TNC, there's only two first picks I'm looking at here: the Valentina or the Diggy. If those are open for TNC, just pick it up right away. Blacklist first pick the Diggy there earlier. they can do it themselves. They just need to watch out for things like the Farsa or the Eve that could potentially show up. But Valentina or Diggy sounds really good here. It's interesting because without TNC banned the first bans here on the blue side, those are like red side bans. Minus the glue, just swap that out.
Maybe they think they're red side. I'm just kidding. Obviously. We'll have to find out, though. Here's the question. Who do you give over? I think a Diggy is... The Diggy is stymieing what Ben thinks is capable of.
Yeah, exactly.
From what I can tell. But they still leave it open. Okay.
Watch them first pick it. No, I don't think they'd be it. I don't think
You
they'd
think?
first pick it. Well, Ben thinks had a great game with it, but I'm wondering if they weigh it as that. Like, is it worth the prio pick?
It seems too easy to be true. It seems too good to be true that this Diggy is left open for first pick on TNC.
Yeah. Okay, they pick up the Farsa. Okay. So it's like they ban out the Joy because you're going to first pick the Farsa anyway. That makes sense. Okay, it's a very unique first pick because you're giving up Melissa, you're giving up Diggy, Faramis. See, there's the Diggy again.
What?
But now they can pick up a... I wonder if they're going to... No, Valentina doesn't make sense here. Maybe
Right.
they can go for Faramis also if they want to.
To be fair, I like this Farsa pick because you saw what the Farsa did to the Diggy last game.
Yeah.
That was not an easy game for Oh My Venus.
Yep.
Especially around that mid lane.
Yeah. Actually, Oh My Venus was pretty much, punished on that Diggy. But still, the fact that it is left open, just the fact that you have to deal with a times journey is always something to consider. Not to mention, you saw when they were kind of struggling to get entry towards that first Lord, it was also because of the bombs, right? The bombs were zoning them out big time. So there's the last couple picks for the first phase for TNC, the Yuzhong and the Moskov.
It's a great pick to round it off. You want someone to be able to access that back line if, Super Red gets a little too nasty on that Melissa. So pretty good, but still, of course, the go away is still there. So they're not totally out scot-free just yet, which is a big perk of picking up that Melissa.
I wonder if Blacklist International are looking into picking up the Valentina now. Because then that means you don't need to ban the Faramis against TNC. You can have it as someone to steal an ultimate off of. You can steal the ultimate of the Farsa. But no, they go for the Arlot. So the bans here for TNC later might actually be onto the side of Yue this time around. So if game number 1, they tried so hard to ban out the Edward heroes, but then still ended up getting beat by an MVP Paquito. Maybe this time around, they'll have their eyes set on banning the Valentina on Yue, and then maybe even the Savior, if not the Faramis.
The way that you guys put it, there's actually a lot of bannable heroes for Yue here.
Yeah.
He's starting to become a really great asset here for Blacklist.
Well, I think that's why he was compared a lot to the KDA machine Haji, right? Because Haji was one of the things about him was how deep does that hero pool go? And this is kind of becoming the thing for a lot of these mid-lane players in UA specifically. The fact that he does have a lot of options himself, you really can only ban so many heroes, right? So then it comes down to, well, who do they execute better with? And in this case, that's even hard to deal with, right?
Yeah.
So you're better off with TNC, and that, again, I feel like that's exactly why Escalera just was like, give me the Farsa. Like, that's what I'm really comfortable with. And we actually saw him being quite effective early on the previous game, and sometimes even getting solely Escalera getting the times journey out early on from Oh My Venus, giving them that minor advantage. So let's see if they can replicate that here for game 2.
It will be a bit different because this time around, Arlot is going into the hands of Edward. You saw what he can do with a Paquito who had, I would say, pretty limited skills once you're done with your full combo. But what if it's a full-on Arlot with non-stop stunts?
I was just going to ask you, did you guys see that clip online where they asked him what Edward prefers on the Arlot in terms of emblems?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I know there's a lot of debating going on. Like, is it Tenacity? Is it Unbending Will? Is it Festival Blood? Well, what did Edward say?
He said Concussive Blast.
Said
And
Concussive
honestly, I have a
Blast.
feeling Edward was just saying that because I know Edward loves using the Unbending Will
Right.
for the Arlot.
He's trying to throw you off.
Yeah, he's like trying to throw you off. Hey guys, use Concussive Blast. Don't use the Unbending Will like how I use it.
Yeah.
But it makes like his reasoning for that was that because sometimes Arlot does need help with the wave clearing.
Yeah.
And having the Concussive Blast allows him to clear waves a little bit more. But Edward
Come on,
Pretty
Edward.
much all his Arlott games have been with Unbending Will.
We don't believe you.
I guess that's going to be answered today, right? That's 100% will be answered today here.
We're going
for
to find out,
Blacklist.
yeah.
Oh.
That's what they needed to do. That's what they needed to
That's
ban.
exactly what it is, isn't it?
Yep, but Savior's open. There might be a Savior pickup for the Mage pick here for Yue.
They got a very squishy lineup, though.
Yeah.
That's
It's
interesting.
The jungle's going to be something super tanky. That's where their tankiness is going to come from.
Baksha can still kind of work, I guess. It's a great...
Yeah, actually, surprisingly.
It's a great hero to chase a Moskov, a Farsa, a little bit of a
Yeah.
cancel on your channeling abilities.
Ooh, Jungle
But it's
Grok.
It's a Jungle Grok, isn't it?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. They're saving their mid laner pick for later.
I did not notice that Grok's eyes actually were like flames. That's the first... Sorry, that's a minor thing, but that's the first time I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the Spirit Flames.
There's probably some lore to that, Rockhart.
I think so. I will look that up later. So overall, I think there's still a plan here for TNC to kind of maybe address their front line, because this time around there's still a Diggy.
Yeah.
So, but this time you have a bit of a help with Yu Zhong's tankiness. Maybe that's going to be a difference maker in this game.
Maybe he goes to Lolita here. for Ben
Lolita.
Things.
Or Hilda.
Hilda.
Oh man.
Okay.
I just saw.
I don't like it.
I was gonna say I just saw Naisu's eye twitch a little bit. Oh,
I
man.
do not like Hilda into Diggy. I understand, some people like to go that route, but honestly, I don't know. Change my mind, Ben Things.
Good luck, Ben Things.
The last time
You're
we
the
saw-
pro, I'm not.
Well, last time we saw a very successful Hilda game against a Diggy was M4. It's like way back.
Yeah, man, that's way back.
I think that was it Echo versus RRQ?
You would be remit. The last I remember, did Omega play it this season? Maybe first week.
Yeah, Miko has.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Miko has played it into the Diggy, and it wasn't good. And another
Against
team did it
Blacklist.
too against Blacklist.
That
And
was the
another
last.
team did it again, and it wasn't good.
Echo against Blacklist
Yeah.
earlier this week.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying, right? And there's Yue.
Oh.
Just gonna lock in the Eve here.
Which
So,
is
Squid Games.
Squid Game. Let's go.
Okay.
All right, so I can get it right. Why Naisu? Just seeing it basically gave Naisu flashbacks,
Yeah.
more flashbacks of what happened previously. That is pretty big. Historically, just really bad. Power of the Wilderness, it makes sense because you get a shield every time you go into a grassy area, and it speeds you up. It helps with the bombs a little bit. But I get it. After that, what happens? Yeah, that's a good. That's a good one.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I understand the Hilda logic there, but most often than not, especially when it's against Oh My Venus specifically on this Diggy, it's going to be tough to pull off. But hopefully they can do it, right? Hopefully they kind of go against the trend, the statistics for that specific matchup, and they can have a good start here for this game too.
Yeah, Oh My Venus, she knows how to play in this one. We'll see if TNC can kind of get it together, because we saw last game it was a little bit of a scramble for them. We'll see this time around if they can kind of collate the resources and try to turn this into a game free.
Look at that emblem from Edward, by the way, Renmar.
Unbending Will.
See?
Edward, I started using
See?
Unbending Will because of you. And you say Concussive Blast, the best emblem.
Yeah.
You're
Maybe
just trying to get people off your trail.
And you know what? That makes sense. If you're going to do something, you discover something good, you want to use it for yourself. I get it, Edward. Don't
Yeah.
worry. But share. Come on. Sharing is caring.
Okay, so now it's going to be a dual gold lane start here for the side of Blacklist International. Diggy for the Melissa. And no purple buff secured by Wise. It's stolen away by King Kong.
That's what
Okay.
I'm talking about, man. And Ben Things could be in trouble here. Still trying to get away. Should be all right, just fine. He's going to heal up. That's the thing. He is the Hilda. But yeah, I'm going to go back to the point. King Kong, I like the way that he jungles, man. I like the way he's even jungling against Wise here. So hopefully he can continue that on, getting us a little bit of lead that he can. Ben Things also just doing his best here to just be a pest.
Yeah, it's very rare to see junglers not be harassed too much by Wise, one of the best out there, right?
Yeah.
So I guess in that regard, he is actually doing pretty well. Who's also doing very well, surprisingly, is Hesu, maximizing the Shaw Essence passive here against the Arlott.
Yeah, this might be a two-man dive here. Edward might go down.
Oh, this is huge.
Sidestep.
I don't think he can survive that. King Kong getting the first blood, taking Edward down there. So again, TNC off to this better start like they were in the previous game.
I think they were about a pretty high margin last game, around 5-8 minutes against Blacklist, right?
Yeah.
So they could go similarly here, and maybe we'll see if they can be consistent in that regard.
Oh, focus, top side. Escalera coming down with a feathered airstrike, gonna find Oh My Venus again. Nice pickoff there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, King Kong taking control of this turtle. They're gonna push Wise out here. TNC in a similar situation. They're at 1K gold ahead this early on in the game.
Okay, so TNC doing everything so far that they can do right. Spear of Destiny is not going to land there onto Edward. And despite the inherent difficulties of the Hilda up against a Melissa plus a Diggy in lane, Ben thinks is doing everything he can to just hold and keep the lane equal for his gold laner in Innocent.
The biggest thing is to deny the vision that those bombs provide, right? So he's doing a pretty good job of that, regenning as much as he can. The Melissa isn't quite to a point where he can harass the Hilda all day long.
Going to be watching out here for the rotation now for Blacklist. 4 going top side.
That's a pretty big rotation we're seeing here for Blacklist.
They commit. Ben thinks might get punished here.
Yeah.
I think he has an idea. Escalera gave him the information that the members of Blacklist are away from the mid lane.
All right, so Blacklist is not going to be catching TNC with their pants down anytime soon. That's pretty good, pretty apparent. That's the perks of having a Hilda, right?
Yeah, you're like a durable vision person, right? I mean, vision ward at this point, right?
Yeah.
So, but he's going to walk into this bush, going to get pulled back here. King Kong goes under the turret, just pokes him down a little bit here, but still, you see how much focus is on these both these gold laners here.
Yeah, big show of force as well for TNC to show him that Hesu.
Edward.
And going toe-to-toe against Edward, he's doing a pretty good job, I have to say. You don't have to completely win against him, just control Edward, and you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Use the Petrify.
I mean, this is an interesting matchup between XP laners. There's the final slash coming through. Hesu using the Black Dragon form too. King Kong just around the corner. He's got the information he needs as well, but no one going down just yet. Still parking 3 members here top side. Time's Journey comes out. Turtle going to go ahead and spawn here too at TNC.
2v1.
Trying to get in position. Edward now has that final slash available again. Escalera's going to have to make his way down. King Kong trying to get there. Going to get stunned up. Too much. CC.
Oh, what?
But
No,
he
what?
takes the turtle with that burn effect there. And now Benthing's on the run. Escalera coming to back him up. TNC with a nice objective pickup, and they're still holding on to this top side.
Yeah, you were right. It's that burn slash taking true damage that junglers deal onto jungle creeps after dealing damage onto them, because King Kong didn't even get the retribution up. That literally was just damage, I think, from the Thorned Rose carried on over. And topside, TNC gets a big one there. Super Ed going down. And just like that, again, Game 2 starts with how Game 1 started, with TNC in control.
TNC really having fun so far in this matchup, even getting a turtle without their jungler present. Things are going their way whether they like it or not.
This is, again, a great position for TNC to be in. This is even bigger, I think, of a lead that they had in the previous game.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
Much better control for them as we take a look at the items. Still close across the board. Already corrosion sites built there by the Moskov and for the Melissa as well. Omavina still on the way to building the Enchanted Talisman. Forced out.
They get the Time's Journey and the
Hesu.
Flicker out. Hesu using the Dragon form to escape that setup. They might still look to commit on here, trying to find their own. Real world manipulation going to come down. Wise quite low.
Wow.
Has to get out of here. Now Hesu going to be the focus. Nice stun there from Edward. UA grabbing the kill. Wise still alive for a little bit longer. Ben Things, though, grabs the kill himself. Now still Edward's going to be working on him here. Escalera waiting patiently. But they're ultimately going to back off for now. Nice final slash coming through. Edward decides to go again.
He's going for
grabs
it.
the kill on Escalera and flickers out to safety.
Man.
King Kong didn't commit that chase there against 3 members of Blacklist International. Even though Ben Things was there, he knew that it's safer to not try and get a revenge kill there onto Edward. That Arlott pickup coming in big.
Man, he's going at it. He's going hard on this Arlott. Final flash once more. I love the layering here for Blacklist. They seem to really know what they're doing. They on the commit. Whenever they commit, it looked really, really orchestrated.
Yeah, they're still going to have to fight for this turtle, though. And things again, look at this the value here, the feathered airstrike coming out from Escalera.
Just like game one.
Just like game one, forcing out that time's journey. Oh my, Venus doesn't have the flicker, so got to be careful here in approaching this. Meanwhile, Innocent will be making his way to the mid lane to put pressure as well. Blacklist International doesn't really want to contest this one. They might as well just give up these turtles here. Wise still trying to grab the vision he can. He does still have that wild charge available too. Ben Things doing what he has to do. Now it's going to come down to the retribution battle. King Kong secures it. And now the focus on Wise. He can't escape. King Kong grabs a kill.
Coming out on top will still be King Kong. Really, really making a statement here on this Lancelot. At this point, people aren't even surprised that this is a tank Lancelot, obviously.
Yep.
And he's making it work.
Yeah, and look at that. TNC split pushing the entire time. Innocent, yeah, he'd visit the mid lane from time to time, but he was just doing work there onto that top side turret, meaning that members of Blacklist had to respond. That was super red.
And because of the pressure that they're putting up on the mid, Edward basically became a mid laner.
Yeah.
Right? So he also left his lane
Wow.
alone. Oh my Venus.
Escalera is just on point. He knows what he's got to do, and he's continuing to do it. And now this is furthering that lead they have. Now 4K ahead here as they get prepped up in about a minute for that Lord take. Let's hope that they can take this lead they have and be confident enough to take the first Lord of the game here.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the inverse of the Hilda-Diggy relationship. Yes, most of the time it's going to be, wait, you know, Ben Things might actually get punished there in mid.
I would say it's a 1 in 100 game for the Hilda.
Yeah, 1 in 100.
This will not usually happen.
Yeah.
If
Doing
you're
a great
in a
job.
matchup.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage from Escalera. King
Oh
Kong!
my goodness, the finesse is going in! Can he get Yue? Yue stays alive!
Spear of Destiny, is it up?
With a sliver of health.
It was committed earlier.
Yeah,
That's why he was brought low.
Black Dragon form going to come out. They're going to lose the tier 1 turret. Wise going to be in trouble. The collapse down comes out. Escalera has to get out. He's being chased by Edward. No one else falls here. Wise escapes as well. TNC in a great position for the first Lord of the game.
They just need to keep this up. Okay, it's going to be the first Lord. TNC learned from that, although this time around, it's a massive lead for TNC Pro Team going into the first Lord of the game.
While all of that was happening, the tower on the bottom side of the map was being taken as well by Innocent. So things are really working out well so far for TNC, and they have optimal control of these bushes.
Yeah, already that Moskov on the side of TNC Pro Team has all the items that it needs. Golden Staff, DHS, Corrosion Scythe. Meanwhile, still on the way to building that Golden Staff is Super Red.
Well, Edward trying to do the same thing he did previously, get an angle here to help out the team. They have a lot of work to do. King Kong going to get pushed back here. Might be a reset again for this Lord. Edward going to be chased down by Ben Things.
Try and play it out.
Wise keeping the Lord here. It's going to be bombed and weaved back and forth. Ben Things might be looking for a back angle to focus on Yue. Now Hesu waiting patiently as well as the Lord is still juggled around. No one committing just yet. Innocent now joining Hesu. Pops the Black Dragon form. Wise in trouble. King Kong gets the killing spree. But Super Red still alive. Lord going to be secured. Hesu falls here. The 1-for-1 trade. Lord secured for TNC.
All right, we're seeing what they should be doing, right? More decisive, more with conviction here is what TNC is doing.
Yeah, and they're not overcommitting to one thing. They're spacing out the map, making the most out of their lead. At the same time, Ben Things, fantastic positioning there. His presence in the back line forced Blacklist Internationals to scramble from their positioning as Super Red and Yue were under threat from Ben Things.
Seems to be a bit of an uphill climb here for Blacklist as everyone is just falling victim to the feathered airstrike of Escalera. He seems to be laser focused on a mission to disable the Queen, and everyone else will stand in their way.
This feels like the game that should have been what game one. Game one should have been like this for TNC, but they've adjusted, they've learned, they've grown, and so far they have built themselves a fantastic lead Innocent at this point already has a malefic roar. This Moskov is built up. Look, he's even under the real world manipulation. A little bit too greedy there, though, for Innocent.
All right, so that's something that you got to think about here. What's going to be the push here? Wise straight into the King Kong space.
King Kong going to go down here. A little bit too late. Double kill for Super Red. So, you know, you got to go back a little bit here. They got the inhibitor turret down, Innocent. But now they're going to have to deal with this rush from Blacklist International down mid.
Unfortunate there. Innocent until proven greedy. Innocent cannot do that again. He has to play it safe. Although they got a key objective in that tower topside, that should be the last time we'll see a play like that from Innocent and TNC.
That was too much. Inhibitor turret, okay, that was worth it, but what are you going to do after that? We'll see.
Ben Thing's actually taken quite a bit here. Still able to survive. Doing a great job on this Hilda despite this matchup. Ben Things gets a lot of those resources out. Gets the vision too, buys a little bit of time, so TNC still holding on. They're going to lose this tier 2 on the top side. And now this is the time, right? Super Red in a good position, but always present. Kill participation this season, 87%.
He's always in the fight. Oh my goodness, that's a pretty big stat there from you himself.
Wow! What a clutch stun from Escalera. The man's been on point this entire game here as he takes out Edward. They're going to give the go signal, looking to cut off the members of Blacklist International. If they can find him, Innocent still pushing bottom. Gets the inhibitor turret down. And little by little, TNC's looking to take this to game 3.
A great recovery there by TNC because after the greedy play that they did, taking down the top inhibitor base turret there of Blacklist International, Blacklist were able to get a lot of resources on the map. However, they weren't able to get the middle tower, and Edward was punished in the mid lane with a clutch stun by Escalera. TNC made the right call by threatening a split push from Innocent in the bottom lane, and the moment that they saw that the members of Blacklist weren't close to them, they needed to respond, so TNC decided to push forward to force back the members of Blacklist. That was a great call by them.
From what it's looking like, it seems that Innocent is like a sleeper agent here, right? He's on a mission. The mission is to take down these inhibitor turrets and buy more space for the 4-man team of TNC.
And not only that, but the fact that, you know, we're back at this position here. Second Lord of the game. Innocent's going to go ahead and grab that orange buff. TNC, even with the lead they had, the space advantage they had, they don't want to second guess themselves here because Blacklist International can punish them. Look at Innocent though, he has just going to park himself bottom side as he is putting pressure there. King Kong taking quite a bit of damage. Super Red. They got to be careful. Ben Thing's getting in position as well.
Yep.
They can't give up this Lord.
That Hilda advantage is slowly deteriorating by the minute. Now, you're pretty right, Nice. We're getting to a point where that Hilda is just a walk in vision.
Best thing available. UA.
The flicker.
Gonna flicker her out, but Escalera still doing exactly what he has to do here. Lord now about half health. Innocent still parking himself down bottom. He might put the pressure there, forcing a member of Blacklist International to respond. It's going to be UA. There's Hasu pushing him back. Lord's going to reset, though. TNC's got to be careful. They might get counter-punched. Super Red, another big item pickup, and we're back to it.
Super Red's really outputting the damage that he needs. It's getting harder and harder for TNC's frontliners to stay there.
Man, look at that. Innocent keeps showing himself in the bottom part of the map. No Black Dragon form yet. Gonna take a while there for TNC.
Innocent's on the side.
Oh, no bad things.
Okay, the spear's gonna land here. Super Red, though.
Boom!
Just taking out Ben Thing so quickly. And now we're back to it. The Lord Dance. King Kong gonna focus on Oh My Venus, but knows that it's not a good idea. Gonna get slowed down a little bit here. Escalera with the backup fire. Super Red jumps in.
No feathered airstrike.
They force TNC back here. King Kong still trying to contest this Lord now. A third of the health. Innocent still putting the pressure
Innocent.
Bottom side. King Kong
quite
low.
push.
Oh My Venus grabs the kill. 2, make it 3, fall. Innocent still there.
He's doing his best.
Edward and Innocent.
Innocent.
And he's going to focus on the base.
No way.
No way.
Oh,
He can't do it. The minions. With an effort there from Innocent, he couldn't get it off.
The final slash by Edward to send the minions out of range. So close, yet so far. Another heartbreak there for TNC, but another moment of brilliance for Agent Zero.
Again, this is just his movie. We're all just supporting actors here.
Man.
You gotta believe it.
Man, oh man.
I'm a little speechless, I'll be
this,
honest.
at that point, that you feel bad. Innocent had an
Oh,
idea, but
final slash
again, it's Edward making a moment for the team. And Blacklist International now going to focus on the base here. Marching in with the Lord.
Just like that.
All right, they got some information. TNC, they gotta make a play.
Hesu trying to do everything he can. Ben things can't get through. There's a wall and everything else. And in a snap of a finger. And an amazing play from Edward. They end the series in a sweep.
Blacklist International sweeps TNC here in Week 5.
A heartbreak for the Phoenix Army. Joy for Blacklist International. Another massive bump in the road for the Biyaheng Tagumpay. But another sweep victory for Blacklist International. 3 points on the board for them. What
TNC.
a turnaround. What a story. When will they find it? When can they get it? Now is not their time. Heads up high, though. Congratulations to Blacklist International, though. The 3 points on the board.
It honestly breaks my heart because almost every TNC game that I have seen so far have been such close calls. There are so many victories that you thought TNC could have taken it, just barely missing it.
They, like, from game 1 to game 2, even more so in game 2, man, the TNC was controlling that game.
Wow.
And it came down to, again, if they take something from this, it's like, we got to work on our Lord dance, basically.
Yeah.
Like, the management of that whole thing, because Innocent almost had it, but at the same time, you don't want to just park him there, right, for those team fights and everything else when you're down Innocent. It would have been great if you would have been able to close that game out. But also, you got to say, man, I know people were chanting Super Red here in the studio, the shooting gallery studio, but Edward, again, turning things around like that, the way you use the final slash, especially on this R-Lot, I got to say, I would be surprised if Edward doesn't get the MVP here again, and just an amazing series.
Final slash, and you can hear the chants of Super Red from the crowd. You set it up earlier, Rockhard, the story for Super Red. Public knowledge, Owl from MDL Philippines Blacklist Academy is going up to the MPL, and even Super Red made a post that this is probably going to be his one of his last games, or one of the last times to see Super Red for a while in MPL Philippines this season, as Owl is making the climb up. However, well-deserved. Great showing of love from the agents for a rookie that has struggled this season, but in the moments that mattered, Super Red, in 2 clutch moments, avoided getting captured. First by Ben Things in that Lord Dance, popping off that ultimate just in time to stop Ben Things from taking him down, and of course there in that final siege, popping off the go-away ultimate also just in time again to create space for Blacklist International. So, good showing there for Super Red.
And if that is the case, it seems to be a fitting send-off for, I would say, a very promising rookie starting off on his career in one of the most prestigious teams in the whole world of MLBB.
Definitely.
Like, think how much Super Red learned in these 5 weeks. And then he's going to go and continue to develop in the MDL. And then who knows where he stands in the future, right? Because there's obviously a lot of hope there for him. There's a lot of skill there for him. And I just want to see more of him, whether that's in the MDL, whether that's in the MPL. And I'm actually also interested to see what happens, with Owl moving up.
Yeah, it is confirmed, though. Super Red will still be in the MPL roster. It was actually Archer and Owl that was swapped for MPL. So it'll be, maybe we'll see more playing time for Owl, while Super Red has like a veteran to show, to learn from. Of course, Owl being a SEA Games gold medalist, one of the SEA Games gold medalists from that Seabolt team earlier last year. So Super Red has a veteran to learn from, a gold medalist to learn from. But of course, to talk about Blacklist as a whole here. Again, just expert in lore dancing, managing the situation in being behind, having 2 inhibitor turrets down, your opposing team controlling the Lord and the map, somehow able to find the victory out of that. That is what we mentioned at the top of the series. Classic Blacklist International, one of their best qualities still shown here.
Yeah, one of the traits of a champion is not always just what you do when you're ahead.
Yeah.
It's what you do when you're playing from a very bad deficit. You're in a bad spot. You're put in a corner. What do? Can you pull it off? Can you make it out of that corner and still get yourself the W? Blacklist has proven that time and time again, as long as other teams, same with Echo, right? So, no doubt about it, they're able to pull it off. They're still in that caliber.
Yeah.
And of course, this lineup, the Blacklist, spearheaded by Oh My Venus, again, just making champions, making very, very good players out of anyone he plays with.
That's one of the great things, though, is now with whatever changes are going on with Blacklist International, now they have so much talent to work with, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen they can interchange that code. They have the variations of the code now. And so that does leave kind of the question of who will be fitting into that slot for the rest of the second half of the season, and then even in the playoffs if they are able to secure a spot.
Well, we'll have to find out what they think about that as we go on to the interview with Blacklist International.
Agents, there goes your sweep from Blacklist International. Wow. Grabe talaga yung mga agents. Intense, super intense ng Game 2. But we're gonna go back to Game 1. I don't know if you guys remember, sobrang tagal nung Lord Dance and about 2 minutes back and forth pick-off. And then, may clash. Edward happened. Hinabol niya. 4. Pinatay niya, hindi niya pinauwi. Magaling yung pakita mo. Usually sa XP lane, ito nangyayari ngayon, usually taga-zone yung XP. But with you, dami mong napatay, your method is a little bit different. Paano nagkaiba yung ginagawa mo kumpara dun sa ibang XP laner? How would you describe it?
Siguro ako more on aggressive. And yung ibang hero naman na mga XP laners, mga more on tanky. Kasi yung pakita ko kanina medyo semi-damage siya eh. Kaya ayun, napatay ko sila. Kasi,
Hybrid.
Hybrid.
Effective! Ay, alam mo, wait, nagustuhan ng mga tao last time. Di ba last time nag-Edward kayo, tapos nagbabounce, ang dami ka ng yung shampoo. Ulitin nga natin, Edward! Bounce! Yan! Ayan, gumaganon siya. Yan. Everyone's
Nahiya ako.
asking, ano yun?
Nahiya ako.
Nahihiya pa rin si baby brother. Maganda daw ang iyong shampoo. Pero wait, may mga nag-comment, ang nagbuhat daw dito also, super red! Wow! Tignan mo naman ang sigaw. Pwede ganun ka din.
Ayoko po.
Okay, you did so well. Game number 1 pa lang, sinisigaw na nila yung pangalan mo. They're waving. May picture ako nakita dito with may red balloon nga dun eh. Everyone's screaming super red. Now, you posted something, I believe it was on Facebook, na ito na ang huling match mo versus TNC. But seeing your performance, at sinasabi nga ikaw yung nagbuhat, everybody was yelling, what? For your last match, how do you feel right now? Yung name mo ang sinisigaw ng lahat.
Thank you guys sa pag-suporta sa akin.
How do you feel?
Sobrang saya po kasi wala. Kasi kahit minsan pangit laro ko, patuloy pa rin silang sumusuporta sa akin eh.
I know there are other plans. Ano ang mensahe mo sa mga agents and yung mga sumusuporta sa'yo sa journey mo? What is your message to them? What do you want to express right now?
Thank you guys sa pagpunta dito at pagsuporta sa akin. And salamat guys. Ayaw na magsabi.
Actually, let's hear. I know you're speechless right now. Are you emotional?
Hindi naman po.
Okay.
Sobrang saya lang po.
Masaya. Oy, you did very well today. If this is your last match, well done. Tingnan mo naman, sinisigaw nila yung pangalan mo. Wow. Kay Mom Shu naman, being the Mom Shu of the entire group, if this is his last match, what can you say about him being a teammate and how his impact is for Blacklist International?
Actually, hindi pa naman niya last match talaga. Parang ano lang kami, kaya namin pinasok si Owl para mas mag-explore pa kami ng bagong playstyle at bagong strategy. And may reason naman kung bakit Red yung kinuha namin. Talaga may potential naman siya and hindi pa naman ito yung huli niya. Marami pang pagkakataon para mapatunayan niya yung sarili niya.
It's not the last for Super Red. It seems like we're going to be seeing more of him in the future. Congratulations once again, Blacklist International. You may now take your walk. The crowd, the agents, they are in full support of this winning team. Congratulations to Blacklist. And ayon nga kay Mom Shu, this is not the last para kay Super Red. He has a lot of chance to prove himself and perhaps we'll see him back here again in the MPL. At ngayon, let's talk about that game and break it down. Casters, pass up.
See, never really say never, right?
Yeah.
That is basically what that was. You might have someone who will be filling in your shoes for a little bit, but as long as you can make yourself, you can prove yourself to your team, they will still trust you to get them that victory. That was very well put.
I like that. I like that we heard, that that's not going to be the last that we see of Super Red because, like Oh My Venus said, there's potential there, and they just want to change things up a bit. And I think that is healthy for Blacklist International, their fans, and see how this dynamic changes, just like how we saw when Renegade came in.
That's right. Proving well, it's all about the W. Speaking of W, what was that W about, Reptar?
Well, it was about, again, classic Blacklist International, understanding their conditions, strengths, and their weaknesses when it comes to the objective dances, the Lord dance, as we love to call it. And it was the same story in game number 1, with TNC Pro Team taking control of the game thanks to Escalera's stellar play as the Farsa, really zoning out and tempering what Blacklist International wanted to do, the areas where they wanted to get, even in key moments, being able to clutch, stun Edward and members of Blacklist International to stop them from doing what they wanted to do. The Feathered Airstrike of the Farsa is what stopped Blacklist International for most of the game. Along with the fact that, yes, the Hilda will struggle against a Diggy, but there are scenarios where the Hilda will shine against a Diggy. And Ben Things has to be commended for how well he held that lane for as long as he did to help Innocent. Innocent ended up becoming the rich guy of this game over here. And even TNC, you saw it there with Ben Thing's presence constantly looming over the back line of Blacklist International. With them not having a natural tanky front line, Blacklist had to scramble quick to protect their back line. And TNC Pro Team, it was just one play that didn't go their way. Almost is never enough. Ariana Grande, great song, but it's the story of TNC Pro Team for not just one game, but for both series. So close, yet so far, almost being never enough. Innocent with the bait play to try and end it all, and Super Red gets the MVP performance. Again, a lot of us will have our eyes set on Edward winning, getting the MVP, but Super Red damn well deserves it as well. Staying alive in the key moments that he did. Doing what the marksman, the gold lane needs to do for a team. Stay alive, deal the damage. In the moments with TNC Pro Team looming over the backs of Blacklist International, with the threat of Ben Things on him, Super Red said, go away, taking down Ben Things, helping them get that advantage around that Lord. Near the end there, Super Red saying, go away once again to TNC Pro Team, stopping them from diving him so that Blacklist International could end it, marching with the Lord coming from the top lane. A well-deserved MVP there for Super Red. But we also have to address, of course, the fantastic performance of Yue as the Eve. Actually, a perfect game for Yue on the Eve. 5-0 and something, but a great amount of presence of him in the key moments where it felt like we were wondering, man, where is Yue? And he was just using the real-world manipulation at the key moments, at the right times. And it was also the usages of the real-world manipulations that stopped TNC in some certain moments, running away with a massive lead. And near the end there, especially with the Lord fights, the Lord dances, objective takes. It's not always just the real-world manipulation for the Eve. The Void Crystal Slow also does a great job of stopping your opponents and even getting visions such as that. But it is undeniable, TNC controlled majority of the game. Escalera was on point, King Kong was on point. A fantastic Tank-a-Lot performance from him. And as you see here in one of the Lord fights of the game, it was a great real-world manipulation by Yue to temper what could have been a even bigger victory for TNC Pro Team. And as the highlights go on, we got to see more, and we got to see and feel Super Red more throughout the game. Super Red being able to damage and find King Kong to force him to use the Phantom Execution along with the Thorn Rose, and of course, the crucial moment of Innocent. Just two. Hell, that was one basic attack away if there was a minion there, but there was a one big, massive sweep from Edward to knock the minions out of range. Eventually, Blacklist International running away with it. For the members of Biyaheng Tagumpay, again, similar to the previous series, gentlemen, a lot of positive notes to take from this. It seems like we're getting closer again. TNC are just getting closer again to getting that big win, because the way they handled this against Blacklist International, that was so well prepared by TNC Pro Team.
Always up to a certain
up to a certain point.
It's like once you get to the Lord dances, it's like when they go back and watch this and do what they have to do to prep for week 6, it's like, let's just get the macro down for the Lord dances, and then we should be in a good position.
Yeah, once more, agents have a very, very good reason to rejoice with that victory, and Super Red proving to a lot of people, not just everyone here, but everyone watching right now at home, that he is kind of, there's a reason why he was picked up to replace a legendary player like Oheb.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was very big. We'll have to find out if TNC will find the right mix on the adobo, but for now, we'll have to throw it over to Mara, close it out today.
Vengeance, vengeance, and dominance. Yan ang tema ng mga resulta ngayong araw para sa MPL Philippines Season 11. First off, pinakita ni Flap TZ such a good fight, and he kept his promise to do that against Carl TZ as Bren Esports flipped yung resulta nila nung week number 1, and they came out on top versus Echo. Meanwhile, yung mga unsung heroes ng Smart Omega nagpakitang gilas, and things turned out to be in their favor. And finally, Blacklist International, did you see that sweep? That was such a great match, with Super Red showing his dominance in what could possibly be the last match here, and everybody was just cheering his name. Bukas, meron tayong back-to-back games ang handog namin sa inyo para sa last day ng ating Week 5. Kaya huwag kayong mawawala. Muli, I'm Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala. Sa harap ng pagsubok o tagumpay, laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Thanks to John Joseph Leda for this beautiful outfit, and keep it good vibes, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.